Furious and deafening thunder lit up the entire area, including the stone fence with the inn's gate. The source of the mysterious charge seemed to be the two spellcasters hovering over the roof. "Heaven will punish the Yi clan today, and this is our chance," one of them said with grim satisfaction. "I've already gathered the men," his companion said, crossing his arms over his chest with confidence. "As soon as the heavenly punishment descends on them, we'll take all their possessions for ourselves." In one of the ornate houses outlined with red columns, loud shouts erupt throughout the courtyard. The mistress is already in labor. It's Wu Susu, her harmonious face contorted in a painful scream. The girl is very heavy. Her whole body is covered with sweat. Her hair is sticking to her forehead. In agony, she clutches the blanket with her hands. The healer asks her to push. In the unthinkable and dark space that is illuminated by bright flashes of light, a voice is heard. "Wow, how dark it is here. Where am I? I remember that I had to be reborn." The darkness is illuminated by the bright light of the formation of a new entity. Sensing the energy changes in space, the mysterious voice realizes that he was finally able to be reborn. His name is Yi Qingtian. Once upon a time, he lived in this world, though in a different time. The young man remembers his past. It seems that in his past life he was hit by a car. He was so young, but he couldn't be saved. That year he had an accident and died, but he got another chance. But he wasn't transported to a parallel world or the past. He was plunged headfirst into a real hell. Luckily, the guy wasn't alone. Like any hero in a situation like this, he had a system too. While the boy was sadly reflecting on his past, his potential mother was still left in suspense. The maids are trying their best to ease their mistress's suffering. Unimaginable things began to happen around. Objects began to float in the air, and the servants began to feel bad. Unable to bear such tension, the girl still lost consciousness. At last she heard, "What's going on? Why did the heavens unleash their wrath on us?" Meanwhile, somewhere else, where the sky is covered with dark and gloomy clouds and lightning bolts illuminate everything around, Yi Zifeng is desperately raising a revolt of people, his sword arm raised militantly upwards. The man does not agree with the will of the heavens, so he urges everyone to resist it. Enthusiastically, he calls the people to give battle to the firmament. But obviously the will and power of heaven exceeds their own, so the rebels are wounded, quickly lose their steadfastness, and fall over. The power of heaven, that is, a huge and powerful bolt of lightning, strikes the very same ill-fated inn roof. Slowly but surely the light waves are getting to Wu Susu in the blackout as well. "Damned heavens! I won't wait for you to kill my mother and my clan." Sensing danger, the protagonist finally revealed himself to protect everyone. Illuminated by the bright azure glow of his spiritual energy and the scarlet light of the moon, Yi Qingtian's spirit form smoothly flew out of the room and hovered in the air. In a fit of anger, he cries out, "Who is in charge here? Come out and accept death." Hearing his praise, the mysterious man also surrounds himself with spiritual energy and rises into the air. He seems to be very angry, his eyebrows furrowed. "How dare you look down on the sky? Who are you?" A powerful and threatening aura emanates from the caster, wind currents developing his long hair. But the boy is not so simple. Verbally, he fights back, for they have attacked his mother and are preventing him from being born. In his hands, he clutches a whip made of lightning. The man recognized it, his breath merging with shock. This is a god submission whip. The man wonders where Yi Qingtian got the Heavenly Lord's implements from. With angry curses, the protagonist swings his whip at the man with all his might. After several blows, the man surrenders and asks his master to save him. A bright bolt of lightning is sent down from the heavens, aimed straight at the caster. The aura around the man, as well as the environment itself, changed. Everything around him illuminated with a holy glow. The man seemed to be possessed by his master. His eyes lit up with a golden color. The god outraged that a lowly mortal dared to defy the heavens. And Qingtian wonders if this is the Lord of the Nine Heavens, and perhaps he is the most important one here. The god is quite cold-blooded. He flatly ignores the hero's questions and prepares to attack. Clenching its teeth and lowering the corners of its mouth in displeasure, the inhuman creature wishes the spirit of the guy dead in a rage. His multiply enlarged and engulfed in golden light palm, headed towards Yi Qingtian. But the guy wasn't the least bit scared, it's just childish tricks to him. Out of his hair, he pulls a small and neat wand and magnifies it several hundred times. Now it's a serious weapon that can easily wound his opponent, which the hero manages to do. God realizes that he was wounded by the Staff of Ascension, but he doesn't understand where the hero got the tool of the King of the Apes. What kind of man is he? But it looks like the protagonist has even more weapons in store. A shining and sharp sword is forming in his hand. The guy's aura itself formed into a skull of enormous size that spewed out a mysterious mist. Yi Qingtian burst into an attack with a fierce shout. This brazen man is casting a shadow on the power of heaven. He's overpowering me. I'll have to resort to forbidden techniques. The hero's opponent's thoughts as he prepares to fend off the attack. A horrific spectacle unfolds on the ground as dozens of lightning bolts strike the roofs of buildings, causing multiple explosions and fires. But Yi Qingtian has his weaknesses too. His family is there, he can't just leave it behind. He curses God for he could not overcome him and took his family. In his thoughts, he resents that such a thing cannot be asked, his spiritual body heading down toward his house with great speed. Who was he if any celestial brute could abuse his family with impunity? With all his might, he concentrates his spiritual power, gathering around him an impressive and bright aura that would dazzle an ordinary person. With great effort, he spreads a barrier of his spiritual power throughout the courtyard. This spell is not simple and requires a great deal of spiritual resources. The young man is having a very hard time. He clenches his teeth and frowns, and sweat runs down his face. The lightning bolts disappear. After all, the hero managed to stop the god's attack, but he is still very angry. Pointing his finger to the sky, he shouts, "He couldn't overpower me, so he took on my family." The entity's face twisted as if he had swallowed acid. The god, unable to believe that the young man would resist the heavenly punishment. Surrounded by lightning, he wipes his mouth and mutters, "But it's not over yet." Yi Qingtian grasped his chest. He felt a slight prick in his heart. It meant that the entity had done something to his sword. It turns out that God has put the seals of the 9 heavens on him. Even if he is born, he will not live long. That's what happens to those who go against the will of heaven. With a laugh, the god disappears. Groaning, the guy realizes that his opponent has fled. But that's okay, they'll meet him again. And Zifeng still managed to survive after such a terrible and bloody battle with the heavens. Without strength leaning on his sword, the man tries to get up, blood on his face. But the loud cry of a child, heard among the walls of his native home, opens in the man a second breath and joy. Has he really had a son? A ruddy baby also appears before the man's eyes, smiling and waving happily. Suddenly, a bunch of notifications from the system fall on the hero's head. It's a red-level alarm. The host's health points are critically low. Print rings have been detected, so the system functions are disabled. These messages shock Yi Qingtian, and he asks to open the characterization table. To his annoyance, all his stats were at 0, and his technique and QI energy were sealed. The guy's thoughts once again slipped into obscene words. This was what that god had done to him. The guy asks the system to show how many attribute points are available to him. The girl slyly informs him that the hero still has 1 trillion points, except that they've been stamped on. The guy continues to swear. The girl on top adds, "You're losing blood and your life energy is fading." The girl offers him her help to relieve him and his situation. She gives him the cure. Though the system is mostly sealed, he still has access to the system space and the items stored there. If he drinks this, his internal hemorrhaging will stop. Much to Yi Qingtian's relief, the system notified him that the blood loss had stopped. The guy immediately begins to demand from the girl to pick up the technique that he can practice now, because in this world only the strongest will survive. But now the guy has 0 attribute points. In other words, cultivation is out of reach for him, but the girl has an idea. Using the pupils of a despot, you can penetrate the very soul of your opponent in the guise of a ferocious beast, penetrating the soul of the enemy. You can destroy his consciousness, then get control of his body. While the guy was dealing with his problems, his father was finally able to come home to his wife. He anxiously asks how she is. Seeing his wife, he exhaled with relief and stroked her head. With amazement, he noticed a child beside the girl. The boy also views his own father with rapt interest. With tears in his eyes and unbridled joy, the man lifts the child in his arms and examines it. The system too has succumbed to the joyous atmosphere and is watching the cute scene from the sidelines. But the rapturous moment was quickly sullied. The man begins to expectorate blood. Yi Qingtian notices with concern that his father's internal organs are badly damaged. He wondered how to help him. In theory, the drug was still in his body and could restore the man's blood loss. So the guy had no better option but to cry. A man worriedly asks why his son is crying. But as soon as the tears hit his face, the baby immediately calmed down. Feeling the inner change, the man froze. Strangely, my inner wound seemed to have healed. The idyll is interrupted by one of the clan followers, Yi Haifeng. He burst into the room shouting that the men of the 4 great clans want to slaughter their entire clan and take over their lands. These words made the man unusually angry. How many lives do they have? Two familiar spellcasters burst into the clan's territory and began to intimidate its followers. Demanding that they bow down to them, the spellcasters of the Yi clan cannot resist because their overwhelming magic is too strong. Dong Fanghe and Bing Changqing continue to press on. The Yi clan has suffered countless casualties. Yi Zifeng himself is also badly injured. You no longer have the strength to resist us. Changqing's face contorted in a horrified grin. He was glad that the rich southern lands would finally be theirs. And Zifeng burst into the courtyard with a fierce shout. The fate of my clan will certainly not depend on two rats like you. The man goes on the attack. The spellcasters are struggling to defend themselves from the beam of light directed by the man. They wonder how he did it. Wasn't he severely injured? How did he manage to unleash power at the level of a peak stage lord? Hell, he's not even hurt. The caster pours all his spiritual power into the defense. Yi Zifeng was furious. Did they really want to destroy the entire Yi family? The man's chest was filled with rage, and he once again unleashed a spiritual power attack on the uncomprehending opponent. A sharp and slashing stream of energy is aimed right in the middle. It seems the evil caster has no way to dodge. You don't know the power of the heavens, Yi Zifeng said in a rumbling voice. Dong Fanghe looks at his injured partner with horror. He was so confident in his own strength that he didn't expect this turn of events. The man ducked, muttering to himself that it was a trap. They had pretended to be weakened and lured them here. A hero never fails and walks away. But the clan leader is serious. He snarls and snarls. You dare to come after my family? Do you think I'll let you go? The man trails after the caster and swings his sword at him. With a cry of, I'll kill you, the clan leader makes several dangerous sword strokes, cutting off the fleeing man's limbs, and a scream of agony and pain is heard. Unfortunately for Dong Fanghe, and fortunately for Yi Zifeng, the sneaky spellcaster fails to escape and collapses on the ground, spattering blood from his many open wounds. Wasn't there anyone else to do the job? I can't believe they sent a loser like you here, the man said, with mock condescension. Realizing that his situation is hopeless, Dong Fanghe begs his elder for salvation, his voice hoarse and his mouth gurgling. But his prayers have been answered. A bright and shining point forms in the sky, from which waves of dark spiritual energy emanate. An old man emerges from the portal. Despite his advanced age, his aura is still intimidating. He calls his acolyte an idiot. To the hero, the man seems familiar. Is he really from the Dragon and Tiger sect? And Qingtian knows that the old man is much stronger than his father. In a soft and calm voice, the caster delivers a message that makes the blood run cold. Yi Zifeng, I'm giving you a chance to end your life. He's very strong, no wonder he belongs to a strong sect. The man tries not to panic and give in to reason. He is very powerful, only a level weaker than the god of war. One of the clan spellcasters panics and asks, what should they do? Feeling that luck is on his side, Dong Fanghe laughs with hatred. Because the elder is the strongest of the Dragon and Tiger sect, he can crush a man with one finger. But the man is not scared. His family has never insulted the Dragon and Tiger sect. So why did things turn out like this? The elder doesn't seem to care about justice with the phrase, you don't know what's right or wrong. He orders the man to kneel, and Qingtian noticed in awe that his father was unable to resist the order and sank to his knees weightily. It made the little one furious. A desire to kill was awakened in him. All that filled his mind was just impotent and endless rage that just needed an outlet. His eyes locked onto the image of the elder, the man's visage trembling and emanating spots of color from his overflowing anger. I will destroy your soul, repeated in the boy's mind. Things began to go wrong with the elder. His eyes rolled back. He began to feel like he was losing control of his body. What's going on? Has someone gotten inside his mind? Bastard, you brought my father to his knees. Without ceremony and greetings, the guy rudely and immediately gets to the point. The uncomprehending old man in anger and panic asks who he is. Yi Qingtian's spirit has captured one of the spirit world beings. It looks quite big and threatening. The guy demands the old man to bow down to him. But in the real world, no one could even guess what was really going on. To those around him, the elder simply hovered in midair and froze half-heartedly. The elder's spiritual ki was disrupted, causing him to bleed heavily. The caster began to feel weak and wanted to drop to his knees, but that was simply impossible. In the real world, his body gradually started to sink towards the ground, kneeling right in front of Yi Qingtian's father. Due to not understanding what was happening right now, Dong Fanghe could only scream in anger and panic. Elder, what are you doing? Hurry up and kill Yi Zifeng! The young caster shouted hysterically as he watched the whole scene. Tears flowed from the old man's eyes. With despair, he began to sob that he was very wrong. The man with all his heart began to beg to be kept alive. He would never dare to enter the Yi family's territory again. The clan elder began to get lost in speculation as to what was going on and why the other elder called him emperor. Had he lost his mind? The old caster began to make excuses. "Sir, I didn't mean to come here. It was a commission from the heavenly realm. I had to fulfill it." The man held out the paper with the decree, and Qing Tian was not relieved. "I don't care what realm you are from, heavenly or earthly. Those who dare to insult me must leave this world." He orders the elder to die. A second later, the caster is torn apart by his own spiritual energy. Dongfang he couldn't find the words to describe his shock. In the Yi family, there really is an emperor-level person? This is absolutely impossible. Taking advantage of the caster's lack of concentration, the clan leader scrambled across his chest with his bare hand. If his master died, he should die too. Finally, he is completely sorted out, and he can afford to relax. Yi Zifeng looks at his son with love and admiration. But his eyes saw not what he expected to see. His son's face twisted in a mute scream. A cold sweat ran through the man. He ordered a quick call for a doctor. What had happened to his son? The system notification sounds again. "Host health points are critically low. Please stop the bleeding while you're alive." Meanwhile, Yi Qingtian's father is fiddling with his son in a panic, not sure what to do. The child's eyes rolled back. He clenched his teeth hard, sweat pouring from him in hailstones. The system is watching in horror. It's a bit confused. The girl digs through her supplies. There's an infinite blood elixir in the old system room. It's time to heal again. The hero realizes that if he didn't have this elixir, he would have died long ago, but luckily the bleeding was successfully stopped. By this point, one of the assistants had successfully brought Dr. Huang Lunqi and his granddaughter, Huang Yaoyao. The hero's father confirms that they have come just in time and asks to cure his son, as he is constantly vomiting blood. The doctor assures he will definitely not let anything bad happen to the young master, so the father can be calm. The spellcaster builds up his spiritual power, about to cure the infant. But then his eyebrows jump up sharply and his eyes widen. How could this have happened? The man stammered in shock. This kind of reaction startled Yi Zifeng. The man jumps up sharply with questions, but the doctor asks him to calm down, because his son's life is absolutely safe. But there is one problem. The young master was born with blocked meridians, as well as an undeveloped physique. Such a diagnosis again shocked his father. Of course, the healer tries to calm him down. "Yi Zifeng, don't get upset before time. I remember that there is a scripture in an ancient book that says that if the Pantheon, Qi Si, and Battle Meridian are blocked, you can use the king's blood to unblock them." The infant furtively overhears their conversation. This old man is not an easy man. Ordinary doctors do not know about the effect of royal blood. It is a pity that my case is so special that neither the blood of the king nor the blood of the gods can break the seal inside me. One of the spellcasters unprecedentedly intervenes in the conversation. If the child can't train, they will have to divorce because he won't be able to cultivate. But Yi Zifeng is adamant. As long as he is here, they will not cancel the marriage. The healer offers to keep his granddaughter as a maid for the young master if his father does not object, and Zifeng tries to tactfully refuse, but the old man does not accept it. After all, the patriarch saved his life. His kindness can be compared to heaven, so Yao Yao is ready to follow the young master. The girl kneels down and bows respectfully. "I am ready to take care of the young master for the rest of his life. Please let me take care of him, patriarch." The man has no choice but to agree. He promises that Yi's family will treat her well. The healer addresses a rather important topic. The young master has just been born. Shouldn't he be given a name? Yi Zifeng reasoned, perhaps with the appearance of my son, the Yi family will become stronger. At least now the heavenly kingdom is powerless. I will give him the name Yi Qingtian. Hearing this, the child smiled contentedly. The little girl appreciated the name too. The girl seems to have a rather sweet and stock character, taking the infant in her arms and trying to soothe it with the cradle. It works because the boy falls asleep in seconds. He dives into his subconscious and is crossed there by the system. In front of them is no ordinary phenomenon. It's a golden stream of air, and the guy is just 1 point short of filling it completely. The system replies with a chuckle. "You're lucky to have met a born reader." The guy asks who that is. The 9 seals correspond to the 9 heavenly books. To break the seals, you need to find 9 readers who can create this mystical energy within you. Guy sums it up. Understandably, only a natural-born reader can make me produce energy capable of breaking the seal. At this rate, it will only take me 18 years to break the first seal. A bright dot formed in the sky from which a bright blinding light emanated in waves. It attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Cries of divine light being directed towards the four families resounded. Someone had heard that the four great families had four daughters born, so there should be a rare battle line this time. The beam of light smoothly began to descend towards the ground until it reached the roof of the house. A certain shining golden pentagram descended into the Lee family's courtyard. Another one, but already giving off a bluish cold glow, descended towards the palace of the Eastern family. A fiery red pentagram descended on the mountainous territory of the Yue family. And finally, the last one, a blue-purple hue, right above the Wu family's infant. It's finally time for the four families to rise to power. And so what if Yi Zifeng is at the peak of his power as a martial emperor? How can he protect the southern region if his son was born with an emaciated body and no legacy? His son has an emaciated body, and the young ladies from their four families are all rare streaks in martial arts. In 18 years, there will be an awakening of Yi's son's strength, so we can all impress their family when we attend the ceremony. The southern region is a rich and beautiful place, and his family doesn't deserve this. The other family heads, Wu Yitian, Li Daoling, and Yue Wenying felt this way. 18 years is enough time to create an elite force. The Yi family won't have the ability to oppose us, the clan leader grinned maliciously. And now 18 years have passed. Yao Yao and Yi Xingtian have grown up and changed a lot. The young girls are resting peacefully under a tree, telling each other stories. Yi Qingtian joked and prodded the girl. She frowned and said she wouldn't sing to him anymore. The young man became more serious, placing his palm on the girl's cheek. He turned her around to face him and assured her that he would not joke anymore, for she was his future wife. This melted the girl's heart, and she lay on the boy's shoulder. Yao Yao has been with him for 18 years, and every day she sings ballads to him from the heavenly book to break the first seal. Only 98 points left, not much left. In the last 18 years, in addition to the spruce trees, willows have been planted. A golden-winged bird has hatched, one of the guy's many pets. Its talons are very sharp and can wound easily. Yi Qingtian raised a snarling werewolf dog, his physique similar to that of a human. The obedient pet came running to the hero to report that it had discovered something. This intrigued the young master. The creature informs him that the demon king who had the hero resurrected using the blood of the monkey king has been revealed. His father is heading to the demon king to get his blood and unlock the guy's meridians. It seems that the hero's father is a persistent person, so Yi Qingtian must go there soon or else he will be in trouble. The young man took his sweetheart with him and decided to go there on his huge golden bird. Qingtian gently put his arm around the girl to prevent her from falling and warned her that it was a bit windy here. Meanwhile, somewhere in the dense forest, Yi Qingtian's father, along with his clan, was on his way to see the king. One of the servants reported that they had gotten on the trail of the demon king. Yi Zifeng stops him and reminds him that they must get the king's blood to cure his son. To everyone's surprise, the incomprehensible creatures that looked like tree roots started approaching the people at high speed and reaching for them. It's bad. They're trapped. People are struggling to fight off the roots. The founders of the attack were the people from the Qingzheng sword sect, Liu Feng and the old man. The guy mutters aloud. The patriarch might have gotten the information about the demon king, but it will stay with him. All must die. The caster unleashes more roots. Those nimbly entangle the men and begin to squeeze them with all their might, breaking their ribs and spewing blood from them. The girl's sensitive hearing picked up the screams of agony of suffering people deep in the forest, which meant that the lovers were already approaching the scene. And Qingtian immediately flamed with anger who dared to attack his father. He directed his pet monkey to rush to his aid. An azure glow engulfed the battlefield. It was unexpected for the caster, so he was a bit confused. From the source of light slowly and with a rumble began to rise a huge creature. This is the same pet of the hero. People in fear and with screams scatter from the king of the apes. The creature's footsteps are deafening, the ground cracking beneath its feet. The old caster flies off to the side, causing his comrade to cower in fear. A huge monkey grabs his leg and lifts the air as the man screams in panic. The creature slowly and eagerly brings the man to its mouth full of sharp teeth. But the creature is not going to eat him. It swings its giant paw, about to kill the caster and slamming him to the ground. It seems that torturing people gives him pleasure. The monkey is about to impale a man with a tree trunk while he begs for mercy. But the creature is adamant. It strikes a brutal blow, finishing what it started. Liu Feng suppressed the fear in him and is willing to fight, because if he kills the demon king, he will complete his exam and become a disciple of the sword sect. The caster has a special weapon, his family's green rainbow sword. The young man pulls his weapon from its sheath and bursts into battle with a shout at the huge creature. But the pathetic little man is only a mere tooth to such a huge and powerful creature. The ape sends the caster into a knockout with just one punch. Liu Feng flies off very high and far away, dropping his family sword. The weapon lands, resting its blade on the ground right in front of the Yi clan patriarch. The monkey shifts his embittered gaze to the man. The patriarch felt, at the time it came, this was a chance to get royal blood for his son. But the huge monkey reaches out with his paw and plucks the sword from the ground. She readily extends her sword towards Yi Qingtian's father. Realizing that the situation is getting more serious, Yi Qingtian mentally orders the creature to give its blood to his father without hesitation. The creature obediently swipes the sword across its forearm, obeying its master's orders. And Zifeng doesn't understand what's going on since he was already prepared for the fight. A jet of blood began to drip directly into the bucket held by one of the clan's spellcasters. Soon the bucket was filled to the brim with blood. This monster seems to have lost his mind. Why is he giving his royal blood for nothing? Finished with its business, the creature turned around and peacefully began to walk away deep into the forest. The patriarch has accepted the situation. The most important thing for him is that the king is real, and it doesn't matter if he has a mental disorder or not. Somewhere not far from the recent battlefield, the rubble of rocks shook, and a hand emerged from beneath it. The already familiar sword sect caster Qingzheng crawled out from under the rubble with groans and wheezes. He thought everyone had already left, but not so. Someone's feet came into his field of vision. I told you he wasn't dead. How could a person practicing the wood technique die so easily? A ringing voice sounded above his head. This infuriated the old spellcaster, and he started spewing threats and activated his root spell. The lover excitedly asks Yi Qingtian to be more careful, but the guy smugly declares that such childish fun won't work against him. The guy successfully forms a spiritual barrier that makes the roots break and crack from the encounter. One of the shards flies off and hits the forehead of the caster himself. The man cries out in pain and passes out, face down on the ground, some unusual object falling out of his robes. The hero picks it up and looks at it with interest. On the stone is written, Heavenly Realm. The hero once again encounters people from the celestial realm, and it is no longer a coincidence. The girl interrupts his stream of thoughts with a request to return home because it's getting late, and Qingtian agrees with her. His father must be looking for him everywhere. As for the matter of the heavenly temple, they will look into it when they have time. The young men and the clan itself successfully return home. The patriarch pours the beast's blood into a bowl and slowly finds his son while the blood is still warm. The guy is in the opening with his lover, perfectly portraying ignorance. He is handed a bowl of blood, informing him that today his father will help him unblock his meridians. Yizefeng lovingly and smilingly points at the bowl, assuring that once he drinks the royal blood, he will become a powerful cultivator. The boy comes closer to his father and in an uncertain voice tries to assure him that it might not work. But he is adamant. Whether it works or not, it still needs to be tested. The guy agrees with him, but with a condition. He'll drink it. But his father and the rest of the family have to do it too. And Zifeng asks his son if he's serious, and the boy nods with confidence and a smile. Then the patriarch orders the servant to summon everyone immediately. The guy arranged it that way because he doesn't need royal blood, but he thinks the family will need it. Let them drink and grow stronger. Half an hour later, all the people are gathered in the hall. After a toast, the patriarch offers everyone a cup to drink to the future of their family. The people enthusiastically raise their cups higher and drink to the young master. From his pockets, the young man pulls out a glowing pill of unusual origin. After the last battle, his father's cultivation had weakened, so he took this opportunity to help his father. The guy throws a blood pill. Under the pretext of courtesy and respect, he exchanges bowls of liquid with his father. The patriarch gladly accepts it and promises that he will drink every last drop. Yi Qingtian carefully makes sure that his father drinks everything. Judging from his breathing, the ability will soon manifest. And Zifeng was wiping his mouth after drinking the entire cup to the bottom, as he felt something strange in his body. It began to fill with power. Goosebumps ran across my skin like an electric charge. At first, the man panicked, but within seconds he was filled with joy and spiritualization from the power that filled him. A light and wonderful feeling swept over him. The entire area around the house was surrounded by lightning. Yi Zifeng had achieved a breakthrough to the God of War level. Patriarch Zhang watched through the window and noticed the lightning bolts. Had someone from the Yi family broken through to the God of War level? The man mounted the wagon, and with a whole troop of knights headed in the direction of the lightning, the wind raging around them. Meanwhile, a servant from the report burst into the Yi family hall. 4 families are entering the city and are already at the eastern entrance. This news has knocked the patriarch out of sorts. The day of his son's awakening ceremony is approaching, and they have come too quickly. And Qingtian grabs his lover's hand and calls her somewhere. But the girl is unaware of his plans and asks where they are going. The guy replies that he wants to come to the east entrance. He is curious to see what will happen there. The girl and her lover climb to the balcony of a multi-story building. From there, it is convenient to watch everything happening from above. One of Patriarch Zhang's knights shouts towards the gate, "Why isn't anyone greeting them?" It looked like quite a few people had already gathered at the gate. Another knight summarizes this by saying that Yi Zifeng is showing a lot of insolence on his part. He threatens that when he returns to the emperor, he will order the destruction of his entire family. An ordinary peasant passing by is outraged by the man's words. "You monster, are you allowed to call the lord of the city by his name?" The knight was obviously not used to being insolent. His pupils narrowed with anger, and he pointed the tip of his spear at the man. Someone from the side threw a pebble, which flew with great speed towards the conflicting parties. The projectile passed the worker's shoulder and flew to a specific target, the tip of the knight's spear. The force from the collision seemed to be immense. The spear flew out of the guard's hands, and Qingtian happily tosses the pebbles upwards on his palm. The knight finally noticed the guy approaching him, started shouting, "How dare he interfere with him?" And Qingtian coldly parried, "If he wants to fight, let him choose a worthy opponent." His nonchalance angers the man, his eyes blazing with anger and his teeth clenched to a grind. With a cry of, "You bastard, you're dead!" the knight lunges forward sharply with the intention of strangling the caster. Yi Qingtian still tosses the pebbles carefree, setting up for a throw. One of the larger stones flies toward the guardian. It pierces through the man's armor and flies out from his back, eliciting a hoarse cry. The man's legs jerk up and he rolls on the ground in a fit of pain, bleeding out while Yi Qingtian condescendingly watches on. "So what was it you said you'd do to Yi's family?" The young caster steps on the man's lats, burning him with a disparaging glare. The guard can't get a word out of him. His eyes are blurred and his throat is making wet, wheezing noises. This blow is the punishment for all his words about the Yi family. Yi Qingtian's rage has no limit. The fabric of the carriage twitches, and a thin silhouette emerges from it. The girls of all four families came together, namely Yue Dingding, Li Yuwei, Wu Yanyan, and Dongfang Ping. The girl from the Oriental family is outraged that she had to see the fight. Don't they know the princesses are here? She demands to immediately order all the members of the Yi family to greet them. Otherwise, Yi Zifeng will be removed from his position. "What princesses? Do you know where you are?" A ringing voice. It's Yao Yao, and in response, the princess starts calling her names. The knight of the four families steps forward and looks down menacingly at the girl. But Yi Qingtian doesn't give his girlfriend any offense. He concentrates his gaze and uses the power of dominating people. The aura of his spell is too heavy for the man. He begins to expectorate blood, a heavy pressure forming in his chest. Princess Dongfang did not expect this turn of events. She covers her mouth in surprise. But surprise is immediately replaced by anger. She shrieks, "What was that?" All four girls look back at the guy and wonder who he is. Hearing this question, the guy smirks narcissistically. He introduces himself loudly in front of everyone. He is Yi Qingtian from the Yi family. He also smugly adds that he will be their fiancé. Such tactless behavior justifiably angered the girls, the princess wondering how dare he talk to them like that. A second later, the order to kill the insolent Yi Qingtian followed. The guards obediently drew their swords and pointed them at the young caster. As the young man nonchalantly continued to stand, the guards rushed forward with swords drawn. A sharp cry of "Enough!" caused everyone to stiffen, much to the displeasure of the protagonist. Yi Qingtian's uncle, Yi Haifeng, resented the fact that the guards dared to attack the young master in his house. The young spellcaster doesn't sense the subtlety of the situation, so she continues to shout indignantly, but the man quickly besieges her with the fact that he would have easily slapped her twice. The princess capriciously declares that when they return to the capital, she will ask her father to send an army to level the place. Her uncle, Dongfang Zhan, comes out of the carriage and apologizes, justifying her behavior by her immaturity. Unhappy, but the male of the Yi family accepts their apology nonetheless. The girl desperately declares that she doesn't want to be the main character's fiancé. A man walks up, swings around and slaps the girl. Everyone is speechless, there is a sepulchral silence, and Haifeng looks at the weak girl with disdain, tears of despair coming to her eyes. The guards squint with a question in their gaze at Dunfin. The man comes closer and asks with rage in his voice how Yi Haifeng dared to hit the princess. The latter parries that he doesn't want to hear insults against the young master. Patriarch Dongfang throws in one last quip about the weakness of the protagonist's spiritual body, turns around, and orders everyone to leave. Within minutes, the young girl's face is swollen. A bruise has formed on the left side of her face. With a pained look, she asks why are they leaving. Her uncle asks her not to worry. They're going to wait for the awakening ceremony. Then the Yi family will pay for what they have done. They leave while the common folk continue to throw insults at them. A few hours later at the East Castle Manor, the patriarch is outraged at the abuse of his daughter. He'd like to see what abilities this kid will awaken. The other patriarch began to tell how he had seen blocked meridians in the young caster. How could anything ever awaken during the day? The patriarch asks his brother with a manic grin what he thinks about it. The one confirms that of course he thinks the same. If the awakening fails, their family will have the right to refuse the marriage. When that happens, Zefeng will step down. Another patriarch offered to take the opportunity, as his son was strutting quietly around the city, to kill him. But then the creak of the door interrupts their negotiations. One of the servants reports that he hasn't seen the princesses of the four families in a long time. He fears whether the Yi family may have done it. But the patriarch refutes his words by saying that this is their territory and the family has no reason to be so mean-spirited. But then where did the girls go? In the late afternoon, Yi Qingtian and Yao Yao were sitting on the veranda, lit by candlelight, the guy mumbling something incomprehensible to himself and the girl just listening to him. The first seal, with only 98 points left, will be unlocked soon. The girl asks excitedly, "Mole, tomorrow is the day of awakening. What is he going to do?" Girls will refuse marriage if his cultivation is not awakened. Yi Qingtian doesn't seem to care about this situation. He just replies that he doesn't know. A servant enters and says that someone wants to see the young gentleman, but the servant could not see his face. The door creaks open. The guy steps outside. A dark silhouette in a hoodie awaits him there. The girl taking off her hood is one of the princesses of the family. The girl came to apologize for the incident that happened this afternoon. Tonight she realized that since they were engaged, it was fate. A young princess squeezes up to a guy and asks him to let her come and meet the other girls. The guy asks where they are, and the girl explains that they are in the mountains. If he was willing to make peace with them, she would have no problem taking her there. The guy agrees with a smile. He puts his arm around the girl and asks, "Let's go then?" After a while, they finally arrived, the other three girls waiting for them. The girls with contrived affection begin to snuggle up to him and hug Yi Qingtian. The guy doesn't realize anything and is enjoying it thoroughly. The Zhang clan princess smiled and tensed up, preparing to attack. With screams and insults, she pushes the guy off the cliff with all her might. Everything happened too fast. The guy didn't have time to realize anything, and here he is already in the air. The girls watch intently as he rapidly approaches the ground with shrieks. Did this trash really think the princesses would love him? Now they are saved from that fate, for he is already dead. One of the girls is tormented by her conscience and asks if they did the right thing, but Dongfang assures her that they only made their lives easier. Dingdin looks down and is frightened by such a huge height. And Qingtian should definitely have crashed. Fortunately, Yi Qingtian survived. Carefree demeanor, the landing was not painful for the guy. He decided to teach the girls a lesson when he returned. The boy jumped down from the tree and began to survey his surroundings. Following him, someone else's clawed feet landed lightly. It's the young caster's pet, a werewolf dog, and it informs the guy that it has studied a group of mercenaries to kill the Yi family. The hero asks how many, and the pet replies that there are 438 of them, and all of these people are waiting for orders to kill his family. With a disdainful expression on his face, Yi Qingtian sums it up. Then it's time to start. The werewolf understood the order and retreated from his seat. Somewhere in the distance, a gentle voice calls out to the young master. Yi Qingtian recognizes his lover's voice. He can't believe she found her way here. The girl was very worried because her lover had disappeared so abruptly, tears of pain and despair coming to her eyes. The guy comes closer and reassures her with a gentle smile. It's not like he's dead. There's no reason to cry. Yao Yao throws herself into his arms, the girl happy that her friend is okay. A golden-winged bird flies up to them. The guy tells them it's time for them to go. The ceremony is about to begin. And so, towards evening, people from all towns and villages flocked to see the young master. The heads of the four families and their princess are here too. Patriarch Zhang wonders where his daughter was at night. The girl lies that she was just out with her sisters. The heads of the Yi family watch the flocking stream of people from an elevated position. Yi Qingtian's uncle informs his brother that his son went missing last night. He has sent people to find him, but so far the search has been unsuccessful. This made the patriarch very angry. He wonders if this is really their doing. He orders a better search if anything happens to his son. No one is just going to walk away. Meanwhile, Princess Dongfang looks around with a satisfied face. All right, the show will start soon. Let's see how it ends soon for your family. People in the crowd begin to tease the patriarch, sarcastically asking why the awakening ceremony hasn't started. After all, it's long past time. A man standing nearby is supportive. He thinks someone is too scared to come to the revival. A wave of negativity and insults passes through the entire crowd. People support the instigators, calling Yi Qingtian names wholeheartedly. Some laughingly suggest that the patriarch should cancel the marriage so as not to embarrass himself. And Zaifeng is having a very hard time keeping his cool. How dare these people ridicule his son in public? "I'm here!" A loud and sonorous voice echoed throughout the square, attracting everyone's attention. Princess Dongfeng is disappointed that the guy is alive. I mean, he fell from such a height. How did he survive? Mentally, Patriarch Zhang teases the young lad. They still have a reason to get out of the marriage. After all, his exhausted body will not be able to awaken. And Zifeng, with a satisfied look on his face, goes to his son and jokingly corrects him for scaring him so much, to which the boy denies he was just walking. The girl overheard their conversation but still couldn't understand why he had gathered his father. Patriarch Zhang demands from Patriarch Yi to start the ceremony since the young master is already here. Yi Tingtian also supports this idea. His father reassures him and asks him not to despair. Even if he can't awaken his meridians in martial arts, there are many other ways. The hero asks Yao Yao to sing the ballad again, and the girl happily agrees. With each word and sound coming off the girl's lips, the remaining points become fewer and fewer until they equaled 0. It's been 18 years, the seal is finally unlocked. The guy angrily turns to the damned heavens saying they can't seal him anymore. He bleeds to death. The atmosphere of a sunny bright day is abruptly changed. The whole sky is covered with clouds and lightning is deafeningly rumbling. Lightning and rage permeated, Guy addresses the crowd. "You wanted to kill me? It's a shame, but you won't get another chance." Guy asks the system how many attribute points were unlocked when the first seal was destroyed. In response, he gets 1,000,000,000, but it's very little. The guy frowns. He asks for them to be added to his health. Yi Qingtian's health began to rise at a tremendous rate. After renewing his powers, the guy felt just fine. He is invincible. No one here is his equal. It seems that the heavens that were originally set against him sensed the change in Yi Qingtian's strength. The entire area was engulfed in lightning, showing their anger. The boy looked closely. This force is not a punishment from heaven or anything like it. What is it? Does it have something to do with the hero's blood? And Qingtian asks the system if it sees this. The stele reads, "First level martial arts." The Gawkers also noticed this inscription. They began to tease the guy, saying that they had never seen such a lousy level of martial arts in their lives. People were getting more and more dispersed, and their remarks became more and more vile. But Patriarch Zhang couldn't believe what was happening. After all, the guy had such an emaciated body. How could he be able to awaken a first-level martial arts? There are 9 martial arts classes. The strongest class is the 9th class. Compared to the girls, the hero is very weak, so he can't be their husband. And Qingtian seemed strange. He had only unlocked the first seal, the other 8 seals, and blocked all his talents. It made sense that one couldn't awaken a normal level of martial arts. The guy asks the system to show a panel with his properties. Synthesis completed. Martial arts, Cauldron of Life, one of the 9 cauldrons, Despot pupil skill, and other attributes will be unlocked. The guy asks the system what it means that he has an extra Cauldron of Life, but the girl only dares to suggest that it has something to do with his new body. While Yi Xingtian was pondering, people kept throwing insults at him, which made his uncle very angry. He is a 9th-level martial artist called a martial emperor. People keep shouting that the first level is too degrading, marriage should be abolished. Patriarch Zhang agrees with this statement. The caster's patience runs out. After this phrase, he directs a projectile of spiritual energy towards the patriarch. The man wasn't prepared for being attacked so unceremoniously and without warning, so he doesn't have time to defend himself. And Zaifeng confidently declares, even if his son can't cultivate, they are not giving up on marriage. This statement enraged the patriarch. He is offended, puts his hand over his heart, and asks, "Yes, the patriarch of the family and wants to start a war of families?" To which Yi Zifeng parries, "Threatening me with war, Zhang? Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The man calls for his guards. 8 people ranked War Emperor, 39 War Warriors, and 70 War Kings. This can't be. The patriarch clearly counted the strongest members of the Yi family. All the clan members drank the king's blood, and their cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Some clans can't even compare to such strength, so this might not scare them. Yi Qingtian asks his father to hand over the situation to him. He believes that he as a young one will handle things much better. Yao Yao to her lover and asks him to be careful, The guy strokes her shoulders soothingly. The young man addresses the girls. If they can kill him this time, so be it. The marriage is annulled. The girls are shocked at his words. Yao Yao herself is not happy. What is he doing? They're all at high levels and he's only at the first level. He can't fight them. Princess Dongfang starts cursing. He asked for it. She swears she'll kill him. The girl furiously snatches the sword from its sheath. With a shout of, "Say goodbye to life!" she points her blades right at the side of the guy's face. The lunge was too sharp impulsively, so it grazes Yi Qingtian's forehead, spilling blood. Such a disturbing picture gave Yi Zifeng goosebumps, and he rushed forward, shouting out his son's name. One family for a reason. His brother did exactly the same thing. While the entire family and loved ones are very worried about the guy and are in shock, Yi Qingtian himself stands there without moving. From this injury, his health has gone down a bit, but the guy asks his loved ones not to worry about him. To everyone's surprise, his early healing had begun. The young man's face lit up with a bright light. The young man teases his opponent. He asks her to try again, but the girl is in great shock. How is this possible? The guy's gaze grows cold. In a low tone, he asks, "Can't make up your mind?" With a loud cry of, "Let me help you," he slides himself onto the princess's sword. Such an action was too sudden for the girl. She froze and doesn't know what to do. But the guy keeps sarcastically teasing her, asking for more punches. People start to think it's just a ghost or an illusion. Obviously displeased by Yi Qingtian's actions and words, the girl pushes him away from her and gradually pulls out her sword. But Yi Qingtian is only amused by this. He watches the princess's reaction with a half-smile. The girl promises him that if he comes near me again, she will kill him. The hero doesn't react to her words at all. He says that she can't kill him alone, but they can try to do it together. The girls bare their swords and come closer. Why let an opportunity like this go? The princess from the Li clan says with a serious face that he asked for it. She deftly and high jumps into the air and with a cry of "Die!" attacks the defenseless Yi Qingtian. People around are angry at the protagonist's behavior, and they keep hurling curses at him while the guy stands there and nonchalantly loses all his health, happily teasing the girls. The girl attacks again and again while the guy stands with his arms out to the sides and absolutely no defense. The princess of the Li family once again stabbed the hero's chest with her sword. Such a strong blow deducted as much as 2,500 health points from him. The people are shocked at what is happening. Gradually, they even begin to resent that the main character is not dying. A few even begin to theorize that there is a great power behind him that is protecting him. The Yi family is also watching in confusion. What is even going on here? Yi Qingtian's beloved. Yi Qingtian is also watching all of this with excitement. She clenches her palms from the emotions overwhelming her. The girl says with fury that she would never marry such a man. She divulges that she has investigated his background, for she knows that at an early age Yi Qingtian went to a brothel. Patriarch Zhang intervenes. He absolutely doesn't care what trick he used, but they must give up on the marriage now. A strong wind rises. Patriarch Yi Zifeng quickly moves with his strength. The caster convinces him not to think as if he is the most important person here. As soon as he gives the signal, hundreds of mercenaries will kill his entire family. So he has no choice but to refuse the marriage. But the man stubbornly stands his ground. Clenching his teeth, he kisses that they are in no way refusing. In response, the patriarch asks not to blame him for the deaths of all the members of the family. And dozens of fireworks explode in the sky, he signaled. And Zifeng also sets his men to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, hundreds of defeated mercenaries lie in the courtyard. It was the hero's pet werewolf that dealt with them all. After a while, the patriarch's mercenaries still hadn't come. Yi Qingtian didn't miss the pleasant opportunity to ring the man for this. The caster furrowed his eyebrows. His pupils narrowed to the head of a needle. He didn't know what to say. How was that possible? He points his finger at the young guy and asks, "Was it Yi Qingtian who killed his soldiers?" In response, the guy doesn't even deny it. Patriarch Zhang admits he underestimated the guy and let it happen. In all the years since the Yi family had been punished by the heavens, had there even been a single 7th-ranked disciple in the martial arts lineage? The only ones who were strong were the princesses. They would definitely become the glory of the world. A marriage proposal would only drag them down. The man doesn't care about what they say, he only gets angrier. A servant girl intervenes in the conversation. The patriarch's wife is about to give birth. Does he not want to be with her? The patriarch froze. He had made a hard decision. He turns to Yi Haifeng, saying that he will go to his wife and ask him to take care of his son. No one should leave here without his permission. Patriarch Zhang summarizes that he will probably give birth to trash like the eldest son. Yi Qingtian asks, "What if a genius is born into the family?" The patriarch replies that if that happens, he will not refuse to marry, but that is unlikely. The boy is sure that this will happen, but his confidence only makes the man laugh. With a chuckle, he asks him in the aftermath not to regret what he just said. The other family patriarchs agree with him. The Yi family just wants to make a fool of themselves. They will anger the heavens even more. Yi Qingtian only chuckles at their words. The main estate in the town where the woman in labor is struck by lightning, illuminating everything around with light and giving a gloomy atmosphere. The patriarch takes notice. He bends his line about how they will only make heaven more angry. With a smirk, the protagonist asks the man to take a closer look. A huge illusory dragon forms in the air and gradually wraps around the entire building. The man is shocked. There has never been a dragon vein in the Earth realm. That's impossible. How can he have a dragon? Yi Qingtian's mind flashes. Observe and memorize this moment. A green dragon vein has appeared in Yi's family. And not only him, more and more spirit beasts are forming in the territory of the house. The birth of the 4 ancestor martial arts lineage. Fortunately, the heroes didn't waste any time. The guy slipped his father all sorts of ancient spirit pills and injected the 4 ancestral martial veins for a whole 3 years to complete this plan. Years ago, he had asked the system to find a way to get his elixirs into a dish for him, which the girl had obediently complied with. Compared to the 4 ancient beasts, all of them are nothing. The girls look around anxiously. Gradually, the fact of what was happening completely captured the minds of the people. They began to panic and experience intense fear. The entire surroundings lit up with white light. Was that the aura of a war emperor? But that was absolutely impossible. How could someone appear with the aura of a war emperor at birth? And even with 4 ancestors? And Hai Feng had already come to love it, a real blessing for his family. The whole clan is very happy about this news. The Dragon and Tiger sect offered to celebrate this incredible event. The Qingcheng Sword sect already wishes for the child to join their sect. The Lane sect already wishes to find the 4 ancestral martial arts meridians and bring them back to the clan. In the heavens, there is a real commotion. Everyone is outraged that blocked the seal and created the meridian of the 4 ancestors. He certainly will not get away with it. The novices are ordered to destroy the insolent. Yi Qingtian looks down at the man and interjects, "Is he still refusing?" The Li clan girl is trying to besiege the guy. Even if his brother is such a strong heir, he is still trash at the first level and should know his place. Next year, she will become Kanglin's top disciple, and in 4 years join the Sword sect. If in 5 years he can join the sect with his strength, there will be talk of dissolving the marriage. One of the patriarchs notes the wisdom of these words. The Qingcheng Sword sect is not for the weak, and this move leaves the hero with no choice. Hearing this, all girls automatically agree with their friend's words. The next early morning, the ringing of a huge golden bell attracted the attention of the people of the whole city. Yao Yao and her lover were already on their feet at this time. Yi Qingtian also heard this sound. A huge scroll soared over the entire city. Many people were wondering what had happened. If there was a universal call of the heavenly bell, it meant something was wrong. It had been more than 10 years since this order had appeared in the Tianluo realm. So why did it appear today? It turns out that the order to mobilize 10,000 kingdoms has come. Among the conscripts are many names from the Yi family, including the patriarch Yi Zifeng and his brother. Patriarch Zhang rejoices at the misfortune in the family. The heavens are watching. All the strongest members of the Yi family will be drafted into the army. This is retribution. The boy has heard nothing of the celestial order. He looks at the list with bewilderment. His lover explains that the summoning order amounts to a violent takeover of a powerful man, and those on the list will be teleported to the battlefield. Princess Li intervenes in their conversation and confirms the girl's words. The Battle of Worlds is the place where all worlds fight and mix. When martial artists from lower realms like Tianluo realm come there, they can only serve as cannon fodder and are unlikely to survive. This explanation infuriated the hero. The damned heavens are playing dirty games again. Patriarch Yi Zifeng is also disappointed with the call. Why is the heavens punishing his family? The man frustratedly continues to point his finger at the sky and shout, the soldiers trying to support their leader. Yi Qingtian tries to negotiate with the system and offers her a deal. He wants to awaken a new system with 1 trillion attribute points, but the girl says no deal is possible. From despair and anger, the guy clenches his fists. He is unable to do anything. And Qingtian has nothing to do but stare at the cursed list while his beloved sobs. Zhang family rejoices in the family's grief. The patriarch believes that the strongest members of the family have been drafted into the army and inevitably turned from a first-class family to a third-rate family. As soon as he gets the chance, he will kill the patriarch. Someone bangs their staff on the ground with a clang, a loud sound echoing throughout the neighborhood. One of the spellcasters calls out to Patriarch Zhang. The man recognizes the man, it's Huang Lunxi. The fact that the caster is alive angers the patriarch. After all these years, he never thought the man would be hiding here. When he was ordered to slaughter their residents to destroy the remnants of the previous dynasty, Huang Lunxi escaped. But today, the patriarch is determined to finish his business, a fiery blade forming in his hand. Huang Lunxi doesn't miss the opportunity and attacks first. The patriarch shouts, "You were not my equal then, nor will you be now." The caster draws his sword to strike. The blade comes down on his opponent's head. But Huang Lunxi has no intention of defeating the patriarch today, but he will still fight. The man deftly pushes the patriarch away. His pupils narrowed and his eyeballs poured blood. Today, they would die together. The battle raged on, with explosions and flames everywhere, here and there. There are shouts from all sides, girls on both sides worrying about their relatives. Dr. Huan is in bad shape. He seems to think he won't survive. With heavy breathing, he says he has revenge on everyone. Yao Yao cries, but the grandfather asks his granddaughter not to be sad. This is the best ending for him. The doctor gives the hero a jade pendant left over from Yao Yao's infancy, in the form of a jade pendant that was the exclusive property of the northern Manga imperial family. He asks the boy to take to her biological parents. The guy promises he will, but the man wants to tell him another secret. Under the imperial temple of Tianluo dynasty, there is a secret room that holds an ancient heavenly book and a 10,000-year-old demonic beast. It's top secret information of the dynasty. The man's voice becomes weaker, so the guy has to move closer to hear him. But then, his voice subsides completely. The man is dead. The girl screams in grief. Meanwhile, Yi Qingtian was pondering about the heavenly book. Was this really the heavenly book he needed? Princess Dongfang froze over her uncle. It looked like the man had died too, just as his rival had warned. Soon this place will be leveled, so the patriarchs from the other families turn around and leave. The girls follow their fathers. They are sure the engagement is over and the emperor and his retinue will handle the rest. But Princess Dongfang can't move away from her uncle's mutilated body. She promises that she will definitely ask her father to avenge him. The princess orders the guards to leave, and the men obediently follow her. At this time, Yi Qingtian asks Yao Yao to accept the loss as if it's so easy. The guy clearly assures her that he won't let anyone touch her. The next day, Yao Yao's grandfather's funeral was held. The men of the Yi clan bowed honorably and respectfully in front of the coffin. Father weakly called out Yi Qingtian by name. He wants to ask his son one question. What happened in the awakening arena yesterday? What happened to the technique of the 10,000 immortal balls? The guy tries to come up with an excuse, but he's having a hard time getting it out. A drop of sweat rolling down his back because of the sudden anxiety that has set in. He shouts out an excuse, all because the Yi clan's progenitor secretly helped him. His father is puzzled, so why has he never heard of him? The guy continues his big lie. Not only did he help him, but he killed the secret child of 4 great families, and if they don't believe him, he'll call him here. Yi Qingtian is going to use his despot pupil power and invade the consciousness by turning into a progenitor. While his family skeptically ponders his words, the guy channels his spiritual power into their heads. There is a sudden change of scenery around the men. The men are surrounded by a fog. Such a sudden change surprises them. Out of nowhere, someone's paw lands behind them, causing the ground to rumble and shake very violently. The men's eyes went wide with shock. A very strong aura emanates from the huge dragon and the entity standing on its head. He introduces himself as the family's progenitor and says that Qingtian said they were looking for him. The men are outraged. They say their family never had a progenitor. But the hero states that they have no right to question his existence. There are many experienced pro-parents out of the Yi family. He is one of them. Barely able to bear the heavy aura, the men plead with their parents not to be angry and to forgive them. And Zefeng orders his brother to kneel down and admit his mistake. And Haifeng obediently listens to his brother and does as commanded. But the lad himself has a hard time watching his uncle's father kneel before him. Still pretending to be a progenitor, he brings up the topic of summoning the Battle of 10,000 Worlds, as his aid the rarest treasure he brought with him. But they can't be used in any way, or else the Tianluo realm won't be able to withstand it. Accepting the ring given as a gift, Yi Zifeng, with tears of gratitude in his eyes, promises to be sure not to let the descendants of the progenitor die on the battlefield. Now Yi Qingtian is handing over the fire blade especially for his uncle. He asks to be sure to carry the willow branch with him. At the crucial moment, it will save his life. Men bow to the forefather with gratitude. A second later, they are back in the ordinary room of their house right in front of Yi Qingtian. And Zifeng excitedly tells his son how he saw the progenitor and how he told him and gave him much. 3 days later, The day of the call to the 10,000 kingdoms, the people gathered at the temple of the ancestors to bid farewell to their patriarchs. The wife says goodbye to her husband and asks him to be careful. Yi Zifeng promises to definitely come back and asks her to take care of the children. Yi Qingtian also came up to say goodbye to his father. Anxiously, he asked him to be careful. A beam of shining golden light that began to take the men of the Yi clan. Slowly, the men must have headed upwards, towards the heavens. Lastly, the brothers said goodbye once more and promised to return. A bright flash of light, and all the people were gone. Susu did not hold back and cried. The hero put his arm around her shoulder and with all his might calmed her down, assuring her that everything would definitely be all right. For one man, the sun rose and fell over the horizon more than a few thousand times. The trees shed their leaves and blossomed again. It's been a long time. A traveler approached the gate of the Yi clan on shaky legs, mumbling to us that he had finally made it. Because of the Yi clan, he had wandered for 10 whole years and they would pay for it. Finally, the man passed through the gate and entered the clan grounds, walking through the main square with a tired gait, leaning on a makeshift cane. Suddenly, his nostrils smelled a pleasant odor. His stomach twisted with hunger. The man followed the smell, which led him to a pie shop. Yi Qingtian chatted with the host and contentedly devoured the cakes. With a wish for a pleasant appetite, the host handed him another container of baked goods. The stranger stared at the hero's food in all hungry eyes, making him feel uncomfortable. With a crazed look, he offers the hero to trade the pie for a book. A notification from the system came in. She discovered a celestial book as well as a reader. The man's suggestion was a success. He had had enough. Yi Qingtian wants to know, does the man really want to exchange the breaths of the scorching sun for food? Zhang Daoling confidently states that he is not deceiving anyone. If he said he was accusing, he will do so. He leaves the book on the table and informs me that he is leaving to go about his business further. Yi Qingtian wondered, Zhang Daoling? A very familiar name. Where did I hear it? He remembered. The first genius of the Tianluo world is called Zhang Daoling. When he was only a year old, he awakened his martial arts. 8 years passed in the sky. At 20, he reached the God of War stage, quite possibly to reach the Emperor stage at 30. The boy rose abruptly from the table and called out to the man, who was wary. Zhang Daoling tries to justify himself, saying he can't return the cake he has already swallowed. And Breath of the Scorching Sun is a book of the Dragon and Tiger sect. It is worth a lot. Chuckling, the guy explains that he doesn't want pies. He wants the man to read to him what it says. The man reacts insulted. He has been underestimated. After all, he learned it by heart a long time ago. The sun before the heavens penetrates your body and merges with it, amidst the flow of the emotions of the Tao. The man begins to read the work aloud. Covering his eyes, Yi Qingtian concentrated and listened intently to the reader. But something is wrong. Why is there no key forming in his body when he reads? After all, the system said he's a reader. Suddenly, a yard dog attacked the man with barking, which interrupted his reading aloud as he was very frightened. In a rush of emotion, Zhang Daoling uses spiritual power to chase the beast away. It was at that moment that the hero felt it. Appeared. A new spiritual power began to grow and form in his body, which definitely advanced him to a new level. Finally, and the heavenly seal will be broken. This key is 5 times stronger than the last one. 5 points were taken away from the words of the reader. If it's always like this, it will only take 2 years to open a second seal. But it would be a problem with the reader. We need to think of a reason for him to stay. While the boy was thinking about what had happened, Zhang Daoling was bickering angrily with the dog. Yi Qingtian remembers that the scorching sun breath was created by the great mentor of the first generation Zhang Tianwei. When the hero was in the 1,000 worlds hell, he told him something. Suddenly, there was a system. Your memory had failed you. The scorching sun breath that Zhang Tianwei had given you had always been in your inventory. And the original version at that. Looks like he had raised the rank breath of the scorching sun to the 30th level in the 10,000 worlds hell. And Qingtian had figured out what to do with this guy. The guy confidently declares to the monk that his book is a fake. With anger and resentment, the monk replies that he can doubt anything but the breath of the scorching sun. This book is real. Then it's my duty to show you a real quote breath of scorching sun. The protagonist parries and starts reading the contents of his own book. The monk shouts in shock. He knew that there were more than 20 levels in the breath of scorching sun. No wonder he thought that golden key was not the limit. It turns out that Yi Qingtian had it all this time. Zhang Daoling excitedly and pleadingly asks the hero to read him the sequel. Let him just tell him what he wants. He will not be in debt. If he has it, he will give it to him. In response, the young youth says that he wishes Zhang Daoling This causes great bewilderment to the monk. Embarrassed, grabbing the guy's hands, he says he didn't realize he had such predilections at that age. But the man agrees, for the sake of the dragon and tiger sect he will do anything. It seems that the monk misunderstood him. Yi Qingtian needs himself, not his body. He just needs to be by his side for 2 years and constantly cultivate the scorching sun breath. With a wry face, the man capriciously replies, "You should have told me right away or my heart almost stopped." 2 years? To cultivate the breath of the scorching sun? No problem. Such a response made the hero laugh. He is going to take the monk to the clan. Yi Qingtian explains that he is the young master of the clan. Zhang Daolin will be given a proper welcome. The man stops abruptly. Is this young fellow from the Yi clan? With uncertainty, Yi Qingtian asks, "Does this bode any trouble?" Tears come to the man's eyes. The hero was killed by his mentor brother 10 years ago. He demands an immediate explanation as to why they killed him. Yi Qingtian tells him that that old man was killed by his father. Zhang Daoling demands to bring him here immediately. But the hero explains that a few days ago he was summoned. Yi Zifeng on the battlefield of 10,000 worlds. After saying that, the monk quickly calms down and becomes nice again. He explains that he is a man of principles. Whoever killed his mentor must die. But if that person went to the battlefield of 10,000 worlds, then he will come for him next time. Not sure how to respond to this, the hero turns the subject and offers to escort the man into his home. He also tosses the monk a book and tells him that his ancestor wrote it. Inside he will find the remaining lines. A whole year has passed. The capital, the imperial palace. Emperor Dongfang Hong is reading a speech. His soldiers give a battle report. This year they sent 3 squads of their best soldiers, but all faced an unknown enemy. Especially strange were the huge monkey in the mountains and the intimidating willow thickets. But the elder doesn't want to hear their excuses. He barely had a chance to capture Wu Susu. But the soldiers are of no use. One of the men comes closer and boldly informs them that he has a plan. They can figure out how to get a woman to cross the southern sea with 4 children to come here. Without Wu Susu, the 4 great guardians of the clan, they are worthless. The emperor asks how they'll get her to come here, to which he gets a short answer. The Wu clan. The man has guessed his subordinate's plan. This brings a smile to his lips. After a while, a letter came to the Yi clan's residence from the Wu clan. The woman takes the letter with interest. While she reads, the servant explains, "Madam, the emperor has attacked the Wu clan. They are suffering serious losses and losing." The letter also states that her mother is at death's door. She wants the woman to visit her with her children. When she married Zifeng against her family rejected her. And now that they're in trouble, she can't just sit by and watch it. Tears welling up in the woman's eyes. Wu Susu orders a ship to be prepared. They head to her family. Yi Xingtian and his friends were heading on a golden-winged bird to the Nantian Mountains. The hero asks his lover when this guy last ate. The girl replies that it was 17 days ago. This year, his seal only has 2,338,901 life points left. If this continues, he'll break it in half a year. He was lucky to find such a treasure. Somewhere below, there are shouts of who has invaded the Yi clan's territory. The guy decides to check it out, so he points the bird down. Going downstairs, the guy observes a picture of an unknown man harassing a girl. He calls him an ugly toad. The man turns around and asks who he is. How dare he interfere in his affairs? And even more insulting, the man is going to attack Yi Qingtian and wish him dead. The enemy is already close, but Yi Qingtian doesn't react and coldly observes him. Seconds before the man feels a strong aura but can't dodge it in time. Zhang Daoling uses one palm to deliver a strong punch that knocks the man to the ground. From such a strong blow, the man flew backward, completely smashing the tree trunk with his body. Moaning in pain and bleeding, the intruder was simply left lying on the ground. Zhang Daoling is proudly always ready to defend his friend. By the battle technique Breath of the Scorching Sun, the man recognizes the Dragon and Tiger sect. He indicates that he is a disciple from the Sword Palace. He admits that he made a mistake and asks for mercy. But the monk has not the slightest pity for the battered man, he only chuckles. From him, they don't emanate the aura of a cultivator called the Elder Effect Dragon and Tiger Lord. Who is he? Yi Qingtian's thoughts flash through his mind. In a fit of anger, the hero offers his friend to kill him, and the monk himself does not mind. He obediently obeys the order and activates his spiritual energy. A couple seconds, a shriek from the victim, and he fell to the ground dead. Yi Qingtian coldly turns around and walks away. The girl who was poisoned by that evil spellcaster runs away and blocks the hero's path. With a quick and deft movement, the guy takes out the pill and slips it into the girl's mouth. Fortunately, the girl believes she can be helped, so she swallows the pill unquestioningly. Zhang Daoling wonders what the young master gave her. hugging the girl with no strength. Yi Qingtian explains that it will help destroy the poison in her body. 2 hours later, the girl felt a little better and finally woke up. She was a little worried, but Yao Yao assured her that she would be fine. In return, the spellcaster thanked her for her help. Yao Yao explains the need to thank her lover. The girl introduces herself. Qing Xuan from the Miaoyin sect thanks the guy for his help. The girl's sect is familiar to Yi Qingtian. He wonders if she knows Zhuanyuan Lolo. Of course the girl knows her. It's a celestial from their sect. The guy informs her that she's his fiancé. The girl's pretty face changes to one of anger and disgust. She raises her sword sharply from the ground and clutches the hilt. Anyone who abused the celestial woman must die. Qing Xuan thrusts the tip of his sword towards the guy. This scenario has happened so many times that the guy is no longer surprised. He assures that he is committed to his fiancée. The caster makes the first lunge, but the guy dodges. Qing Xuan is outraged. Who let him insult the celestial girl? But the guy claims that no such thing happened. Let Qing Xuan ask the Vesta herself if she is engaged to the Yi clan. But the girl claims that something still doesn't add up since they are 10 years apart. Yi Qingtian changes the subject and wonders what she is doing in his clan's territory. The girl tells him that she was ordered to search for the 4 divine beasts. Yi Qingtian interjects, is she really looking for his siblings? But Qing Xuan doesn't believe that a person of the first rank has siblings from the divine beast bloodline. A monk cuts into the conversation and asks if the 4 divine beasts are really his siblings. The caster really wants the children to join the dragon and the tiger. Ignoring him, Yi Qingtian turns to the girl, saying he will take her to his sisters and brothers to prove to her that he is telling the truth. The girl is very interested to see it, so she's looking forward to it. They immediately set off on their journey. Upon returning home, the first thing the protagonist does is say hello to his mother. But the servant tells us that the lady received word from the Wu clan and went there with her children, and her eldest son did not know about it. This news made Yi Qingtian tense up. Wu Taihei, his grandfather, never liked the Yi clan. Something is not right here. The guy immediately turns to his beloved. He is going to visit the clan after his mother, and the girl asks to follow the order in the clan. As long as the clan is fine, no one can harm them. The team heads out and wants to go along for the ride. Yi Qingtian is about to summon his pet werewolf. A cloud of energy gathers in the air. A second later, the pet is here waiting for his master's orders. The hero asks him to protect the clan, and if anyone tries to break in, just kill him. The guy's entourage saw his pet for the first time and were famously surprised. As his next action, Yi Qingtian summoned his bird. The girl was shocked. Just how strong was this young master? He was able to tame even strong demons. A day later, a group of assassins gathered at the outer wall of the clan's estate. Today was the best opportunity for them to carry out the order and slaughter the entire clan. Since Wu Susu had taken the 4 divine beasts and left for another clan, there were currently no strong cultivators within the estate. The gang leader deftly leaps over and orders them to follow him. The men seemed to be moving about the area until they were interrupted by someone's voice. You're brave for daring to invade the Yi clan's estate. Judging by the spellcaster's frightened face, this man had never seen a werewolf before. Meanwhile, the creature itself was happily devouring the grapes and nonchalantly enjoying a situation that was amusing to it. The men decide that it doesn't matter who he really is, they'll just kill him. The werewolf didn't even make any effort, using his spiritual energy. He just started bombarding the enemies with grape seeds. Surprisingly enough, it had its effect. Many men fell to the ground, wounded. While the survivors looked around in fear, the pet did get down to business. He wounded over a dozen spellcasters in a matter of seconds, much to the bewilderment and shock of the others. The next morning, Wu Susu arrived at her father's house under the arm of her children. The kids are wondering why they came here, especially since they heard that Grandpa doesn't like them. The letter said that the emperor attacked the Wu clan, and now they are defeated. The woman looked around the area with a keen eye. Why is the manor so quiet and nothing has been destroyed? With wariness, she orders the children to come in. They need to find their grandfather. At the very entrance, she is greeted unfriendly by clan employees, insulting the woman and calling her a traitor. Their master was indeed able to trick her. Behind Wu Susu and her children, the gate slams abruptly shut. The head of the Death Clan smilingly walks out to greet his own daughter. Without interest, he asks if she missed him, but the woman gets right to the point. She interrupts Wu Taihei, asking if he has deceived her. To which her father parries, would she have come back otherwise? The children cling to their mother. They are scared. Wu Susu is resentful that her father never treated her as his daughter. He only used her. For the benefit of the clan, he sold her to the palace, but being a young girl, she was still able to get out of the situation. Tears come to the woman's eyes. Why did he always treat her this way? If she hadn't refused to marry the emperor, would the other houses have looked at their clan with contempt? Would they have mocked them for so many years? From the moment she married Yi Zifeng, she was no longer the daughter of the patriarch. This time, he had summoned her not only to impersonate Dongfang Hong, but also to take away her children and use them for the Wu clan's purposes. Many spellcasters surrounded the woman and her children, but a huge source of spiritual energy prevented the men from committing their atrocity. They were thrown back several meters. The spiritual power of the four beasts awakened in the children. The followers of the Wu clan were shocked that such young children had a rank 9 war emperor. This time, the patriarch himself steps in to attack. He wants to capture the children and elevate the status of the Wu clan again. The mother orders her children to flee. A man hits his own daughter with force, knocking the ground out from under her feet. With fear and anxiety, the children rushed to their mother, and her own father stated, "You shouldn't have jumped if you wanted to stay alive." He gave the children a hungry and ravenous look. With the back of his neck, he felt a strong puff of wind, which diverted his attention. A glowing demon came into his field of vision that blocked out the light of the sun, as well as his riders. And Qingtian has finally come to the rescue, his siblings greeting him enthusiastically. Deftly jumping to the ground, Yi Qingtian asked her mother if she was all right. Anxiously, the woman asked her to quickly pick up her children and get out of here. When the patriarch saw his grandson, he began to insult him. This finished the hero, and he cast a baleful glance at the man, ordered him to kneel down and beg his mother's forgiveness. But apparently his grandfather didn't take it seriously. Then let him blame himself. The protagonist activates the power of the despot's pupil. The unsuspecting man abruptly falls to his knees with such force that the ground begins to crack. But that's not enough for Yi Qingtian. He orders his head to be lowered to the floor, causing the man to be hit painfully. Anger and panic slips across his face. He doesn't understand how it's possible that his body is no longer under his control. The followers of the Wu clan are watching the picture and don't understand how this is possible, as this little guy is only a rank 1. The hero's anger is very prolonged and intense, and he continues to punish his own grandfather, forcing him to continue to stand in a humiliating pose while the man panics and angrily shouts to his subordinates to help him. The spellcasters came to their senses, bared their swords, and rushed into battle. But Yi Xingtian didn't have to do either. He is protected by the monk Zhang Daoling. The men seem to accept defeat. They learn the scorching sun-breathing technique and are surprised that the monk calls the hero his master. A mysterious hooded persona watches the whole fight and from above. Baring his teeth in a predatory grin, the man growls, "The time is almost here. Everyone is in." In a loud voice, an unknown voice announces that the Imperial warriors may begin. The soldiers rushed forward and swung the clan gates open. With a clear formation, the Imperial squad rushed into the territory, causing Yi Xingtian to be perplexed. The followers of the Wu clan happily greeted the soldiers, counting on them to help them. But to their annoyance, the armed forces don't care about them. There are cries that no one will leave this place alive. It seems that the patriarch himself has been duped as well. In a rage, he cries out, "What does it all mean?" The hooded man confirms his worst guesses. He's just a pawn in the hands of the emperor. And since the emperor's goal has already been achieved, he no longer needs pawns. The man activates a discharge of spiritual power. It strikes the patriarch in the heart, piercing through his chest. With a final scream, the man falls to the ground. For Yi Qingtian, it's a familiar feeling. Finally, the guy guessed that they were from the heavenly palace, the same one that the 10,000 gods, omnipotent and omnipresent, had built. Chen Xuan picks up on a drop of intelligence in the hero. Only too bad it's too late. Zhang Daoling lunges forward in an attempt to butter up the man. He tells how since childhood he has dreamed of finding out how powerful the gods are. But he also always wanted to fight them. Using a new technique, the monk splits into several versions of himself, who simultaneously attack the cloaked man. But the attacks hardly hit the spellcaster. The latter abruptly throws his arm up and grabs the monk by the head. Insects want to shake the great laws. What insolence! A skull peeks out from under the hood. The lack of flesh on the man frightened Zhang Daoling. Looking down at the caster with burning eye sockets, the entity declared that he was lucky to see the body of a god. In this lower world, the gods are invincible. The god seals the monk into the ground without much effort. He is building up his spiritual power, causing a rift in the firmament. Everything around becomes gloomy and dark. Only the rift grows, illuminating everything around and causing panic among the people. The evil god only enjoys this. He wishes them all dead. Yi Qingtian summons the spirit-cutting blade and asks the system if it can be used. The girl explains that it's too powerful, it can't be used for long, this world just can't withstand its power. But as always, the god didn't take the heroes seriously. A weakling like him can't do anything even with a divine artifact. With a sharp and honed motion, the young man sliced through the air, sending a projectile of spiritual energy towards the god. The god slit headed towards the entity with great speed. His eyes lit up. This is a power greater than the gods? How in this world could it exist? Those were the evil god's last words before the blow still caught up with him, splitting him in half. The guards were left in a hopeless situation. Their heavenly palace elder was dead. What should they do now? The spellcasters chose life after all, so they decided to retreat. The team itself has a hard time accepting the idea that their master was able to kill an entire god. At this moment, a sword slips out of the guy's hand. A system notification comes in. Due to the power of the spirit-shattering blade, the host is losing health. Please restore health. Yi King Tian practically loses consciousness. The guy slowly rolls on the ground. The seal is not yet fully broken. He can't use the power to its fullest. At this point, the whole family runs up to the hero with concern. Yi King Tian asks Qingxuan for help. The girl shoves a pill into the guy's mouth in a sharp and quick motion, the system announcing that it is starting to restore health. After a while, the guy felt better. Zhang Daoling asks if he needs to catch up with those who escaped, but Yi Qingtian states that he doesn't need to. They won't be able to run far. Meanwhile, the guards decided to report to the emperor that a man from the Yi clan had killed a god. A huge shadow loomed over the people, and they froze with their heads up to the sky. Yi Qingtian's golden-winged pet attacked them. The bird spewed a huge torrent of flame, with people rolling around on the ground in panic trying to put it out. Meanwhile, in the palace itself, it is reported that its best warriors have been defeated, and those who infiltrated the Yi clan's estate are dead. Hearing this, out of frustration and anger, the emperor slaps the armrest of his throne with his hand. The man abruptly jumps up from his throne, spreads his arms out to the side and shouts, using all sorts of swear words to insult his minions. The guards try to justify that the clan is not as simple as it seems. They were hiding such power. And also Yi Qingtian is guarded by the elders of the Dragon and Tiger sect. The sovereign can't believe it, but the guards convince him that the Dragon and Tiger sect has gotten him into trouble. One of the 4 highest mentors, Zhou Daoming, declares, Zhang Daoling dares to team up with some scum. For such a disgrace, he will be destroyed. Several hours had already passed, but Yi Qingtian and his team still hadn't returned. Yao Yao began to worry. And then, as if by the will of thought, her lovers and his family appear in her sight. The girl happily throws herself into the guy's arms. She's glad the gentleman is back safe and sound. And what else is there to tell him? He has a letter. Before Patriarch Yi Zifeng left the clan, he ordered the hero to enroll in the Qianlin Academy. If he enrolled there, the Dongfang clan would no longer be able to do anything to him. Turning to his mother, the hero tells her that he is going to leave for the Canglin Academy since it is his father's order. Zhang Daoling asks when Yi Qingtian is going to depart. The beginning of school is near, so tomorrow it will be necessary to leave, but the guy is not going to leave alone. He takes his friends with him. His mother admonishes him to take good care of himself, and the children tell him they will miss him. Patting his siblings on the head, he asks that they obey their mother. Later, the guy steps aside to pack up all his things for his departure. After a day, Yi Qingtian and his friends have reached the town of Tianlo, the heroes looking around and marveling at the views. While embracing his beloved, Yi Qingtian notices that the stalls are selling beautiful clothes, so he offers the girl to re-buy her something. The hero tells her to choose whatever she wants, but the girl's eyes go wild at the choice. The salesman brazenly intrudes into their conversation, pointing out that the clothes here are expensive, and the hero can't afford them. If this beauty wants something, I'll pay for it. The owner of the velvet and low voice interrupts the argument, the shopkeeper cordially letting Feng in. The unknown man's reaction made the protagonist very angry, squinting at the man with displeasure. Well, since that gentleman was going to pay, the hero chooses the best and most expensive for his beloved. There's only one in the whole city and it costs 8,000 gold. Will Mr. Feng buy it? The man is surprised at the high price and the protagonist enjoys his torment. And Qingtian calls him a rich man? The man reacts sharply and starts arguing with him. Summoning his guards, the man orders them to kill the hero. While one of the men was about to hit him, Yi Qingtian used his submission technique. The men weakened and stumbled, and blood spurted from their throats. The young man stepped closer to the terrified rich man, the man hysterically trying to succumb backwards. But the hero's anger has no limit. He slams his fist into Feng's face with all his might. The salesman just watched as the hero threw the man out of the store, but he still decided to warn that Yi Qingtian was now in big trouble, as he was the current Dongfang Hong Emperor's own younger brother. But the guy doesn't freak out. He just decides that his subordinate will deal with him then. Yi King Tian sternly orders Zhang Daolin to deal with this insolent spellcaster. While the guys were talking, the battered man took advantage of the moment and ran away. Meanwhile, the hero had already returned to his business with his beloved. He asked the girl to ignore this jerk and continue to choose clothes, but the owner of the store warned that they had better leave soon. In response, Yi Xingtian throws a bag of money at the man. There's 10,000 coins in there. That should be enough to buy his clothes. After that, the man's demeanor changed drastically, and he began to politely apologize. The curtain pulled back, and the girl stepped out of the fitting room, revealing her new outfit. Yi Xingtian is watching his beloved with delight. The host is also not lagging behind and floods the girl with compliments and mentions the beauty contest. It's a contest in which the people of Tianluo compete in beauty. The prize is 30,000 gold pieces, and you can also dine with the emperor. And Qingtian doesn't let the girl say a word and speaks for her, saying it's not interesting to her. The girl agrees frustratedly. They leave the store, and the team wonders where they are going to go next. Zhang Daoling's face changes and becomes more gloomy and focused. The hero notices this and asks what's wrong, to which the monk replies that he felt a strong lust for murder and close enough. But a second later it was gone. The guy doesn't know if they were really meant to be killed. Yi Qingtian asks his friend not to worry no matter who he is. If he decides to attack him, he will kill him. After a while, the team came to the Flower Pavilion, one of the 4 main brothels of Tianluo. The proprietress politely allows the hero forward. The guy asks to find him a couple rooms since he's going to be staying here for a while. One of the servants says that half a month ago the girls fell ill with some disease and can no longer work to stop here for a while. Yi Qingtian asks to guide him to the sick. He will think how to heal them. The team is worried about him, because it is dangerous to go near the sick. After passing through the courtyard, the servant led them to the area where the sick girls were isolated. Pulling open the shutters, he revealed a woman who is unable to rise to his feet due to illness. The caster tells that he invited talented healers from everywhere, but they could do nothing. The guy mentally calls up the system and asks it to create a cure for syphilis. A medicine chest forms in his hand. Yi Qingtian lectures the servant. The medicine should be dissolved in water and given to the girls to drink. Then it will help. After a while, the medicine was ready and the girls drank it. The healing substance really helped. The girls felt much better. Yi Qingtian wonders how could this happen. The man replies, "It's all the fault of the beauty contest that will be held in 2 days. Their pavilion has been winning it for 2 years now, which the other pavilions don't like, so they decided to undermine the girls' health." Their conversation is interrupted by a spellcaster that abruptly burst into the building without permission with loud shouts. With a nasty smile, the man continued to insult the surrounding pavilion workers, his maid chuckling behind his back. And Qingtian, his team intervenes in the conversation, unable to bitch about such a vile attitude towards people. At the sight of Yao Yao, the maid's thoughts run through. Where in the flower pavilion did such a beautiful girl come from? Did we really miss someone? One of the caster's guards also noticed the girl and took an undue interest in her. And Qingtian got angry, so he kicks the man in the stomach with all his might. The insolent spellcaster also wastes no time and tries to strike the hero using his fan and spiritual power. But Yi Qingtian dodges the attack in time. In response, he punches the man in the face, letting him bleed and smashing his lips. Wiping the blood from his mouth, the man laughs evilly, for he has managed to infect the hero with a disease for which there is no cure. The young man's face rapidly turned blue. He felt sick, clutched his chest, and his health goggles began to fall. But what is it? Why is the vessel in his body shaking so much? Is he really absorbing all that poison? To the hero's utter surprise, his inner vessel fixed everything, plus accrued even more health points. Looks like it's a rank 1 vein. It can absorb poison, it can also replenish blood. What a transformation. The caster saw that the hero recovered very quickly and got better, which is a priori impossible. How could he heal himself? Yi Qingtian realizes that this situation didn't just happen, there's definitely someone behind this man. For now, he decided not to kill him, but to pull out the information he needed. He starts asking the man questions. Are you sure you were given the real poison and not a fake? Perhaps you were just assigned to do your dirty work and sent to slaughter. In response, the man started shouting that His Majesty couldn't betray him like that. After a second, he realized that he had blabbed that the Dongfang clan was behind everything. To save his reputation, the man had already decided to attack the hero to take the secret with him. But Yi Qingtian used his submission technique, suppressing all the strength in the man's body. Pressing a heavy boot on the chest of the defeated caster, the hero asked him if he was responsible for poisoning the girls. After a short persistence, the man confessed that Mistress Zhang had let him do it for a month, after which he started throwing threats and demands to be released. After all, his father is the mentor of the courtyard. But Yi Qingtian doesn't know anything about it, so he asks who the court mentor is. The attendant explains, "This is the Crown Prince's first teacher. This person's name is Yi Tianyu. He is a student of the Qianlin Academy." But the hero absolutely doesn't care what kind of person is in front of him. He slams the caster face first into the ground. With eyes burning with anger, he turns towards the pink-haired girl and asks, "Is she the mistress of Zhang?" The girl fearfully confirms it. Yi Qingtian folded her arms on her chest and asked who was giving her orders. The girl said that a girl advised her to poison the pavilion. She herself was not familiar with her. But that girl did not look like one of the city. Having received important information for him, the guy leaves the woman to the guards, and they take her into the inner courtyard. He has two guesses as to why they did it. The first is the plan of a Dun fan who wants to kill him, and the second is the competition fight. What is this beauty pageant hiding? The story with the girl that's not from this town doesn't fit with him in any way. But besides the monetary reward, the girl also gets fame, and also the winner gets dinner with the emperor. It dawned on the guy, did someone really want to get close to Dongfang Hong? I wonder why the Dongfang clan would want to kill him with heavenly powder. For his cultivation, why use such a potent poison? Zhang Daoling quietly called out to the hero, which interrupted his train of thought. With tears in his eyes, the guy reports that his parents died because of this powder. There is only one person in this world who can prepare this poison, so the monk is going to go to the palace and find out. Yi Qingtian to reason with his friend and asks him to stay calm. It's too dangerous to break in. Must think of another way. The guy suggested to take part in a beauty contest, win, and get into the palace. A young charmer takes his lover by the hand of her to take part in the contest. Meanwhile, in the Palace of Truth, a rather interesting conversation was taking place at the peak of the first yang. On the floor in lotus pose sat the caster, surrounded by glowing mysterious seals. In his thoughts, he asks Daolin, "So is he going to overcome the threat?" At the same time, the emperor is reported that Yi Qingtian is in the city, on the powder was useless, and they could not kill him, but the patriarch himself does not care. The target is Zhang Daoling. Powder then will immediately start to act. At this moment, the man will send an assassin to him, and Yi Qingtian, his friend, is just a pathetic loser. With a predatory smile, the emperor listens to the words of Mentor Zhou that are pleasant to his ears. The next day, in preparation for Yao Yao's competition, her lovers found a gorgeous costume for the girl to participate in. But the landlady bursts into their room and informs them that Zhang Daoling has gone to the palace alone. Yi Qingtian didn't expect his friend to disobey him, so this came as a shock to him. This guy acts too careless, so the heroes decide to follow him to help him. The monk quietly and carefully raced across the rooftops of the buildings, trying to reach the palace. He froze at one of them and apologized aloud to his master, while addressing no one in particular. He would definitely have to sneak into the palace today and find out who created this powder. The caster jumps high up and gradually approaches the palace's defense field. The guy didn't seem to have expected such an obstacle, so this collision was an extreme surprise to him. Zhang Daoling is badly injured, loses consciousness, and begins to fall, rapidly approaching the ground. A defense field? What pure power! The boy is trying to get to his feet. He came across the writings of this protective field, and they penetrated his body. Even a cultivator at the 7th level War God stage could feel the pressure. But it's nothing. A great mentor saying there's a loophole in any field, the guy doesn't give up and tries to break through the defense a second time. Zhang Daoling builds up a spiritual power of unrealistically huge size and strikes the protective barrier with his fist with all his might. But unfortunately, his attempt and the second time was unsuccessful. The guy is thrown back again with tremendous force. Despair grips his mind, causing horrible visions from the past. He can't even avenge his parents. The violent impact and loss of resources clouded his consciousness. The whole world in front of the monk's eyes floating. "It's time for action! Deal with him!" came a hoarse and gruff voice from the palace walls. A host of experienced fighters attack a young caster at the behest of their ringleader. Zhang Daoling wants to know who they are. The mercenaries do not give him an intelligible answer. Then, the monk activates a spiritual spell that he learned in his sect, which perfectly fulfills its purpose and knocks the men off their feet. The mysterious hooded figure turns to the guy. "It's not for nothing that you were dubbed the first genius of Tianlo, Zhang Daoling, even though the field that restrains you is strong. It's a pity that you have to die today." The boy again questions who he is, to which the man hints that he might be his parents' killer. The unknown caster jumps off the parapet, causing his hood to fall back, exposing his face. The mercenary activates spiritual power, but Zhang Daoling caught up in time, putting up a protective barrier. His opponent notices that the caster has developed the scorching sun breath technique to level 20, so he thinks that the strongest elder of the dragon and tiger sect is worthy of fighting him. The monk is tense and ready for an attack from the enemy. He clues in that the caster is at the emperor stage. Meanwhile, his opponent caught him off guard, thus striking successfully. Covered in blood and with his eyes rolled back, the guy lies on the ground screaming in pain. His assassin comes closer and is about to deliver the final blow. But the guy does not give up. He asks the mercenary a lot of questions, to conclude that the mysterious man is not the killer of his parents after all. The spellcaster is already exposing his sword as Zhang Daoling himself interrupts him and asks him to wait for his master in a panic. While the man was distracted, a bright shining dot formed in the space behind him, rapidly growing until Yi Qingtian's pet werewolf appeared before the monk's eyes. The assassin lowers his sword to deliver the decisive blow, as immediately the blade breaks in half right in his hands. Without taking his eyes off his opponent, the werewolf informs the monk that he has orders to save him. Footsteps are heard. Yi Qingtian and Yao Yao have reached their destination on time. Zhang Daoling is very happy with them. To everyone's surprise, the assassin also knows the hero. Since that's the case, he will destroy him. The emperor wanted to get rid of Yi Qingtian anyway. But this is not news to the young man for a long time, so he listens to these words absolutely unemotional. A man dials up his spiritual power to overwhelm the hero and his team. In the end, it's the trio who don't take the mercenaries seriously and take him out for a laugh. Jokes thrown inappropriately make the man angry, his eyes bloodshot and veins protruding on his face. And Qingtian knows what to do. He summons a sword from the spirit world. The weapon exudes such terrifying power that it terrifies the mercenary himself. Surrounded by the aura of the sword, jumps the air, preparing to strike. He successfully wounds the man, causing him to bleed. The caster himself receives a warning from the system. The host is losing a lot of blood. Please restore health. Yi Qingtian calls out to the system and asks it for a hemostatic pill. The medicine swiftly ran through Yi Qingtian's veins. Doing its job, the guy's health completely recovered. Zhang Daoling, on the other hand, is not so well. The guy has many wounds. He can hardly get to his feet. With concern, the hero advises him not to move because the wound might open, but the monk doesn't listen to him. He really wants to apologize for his thoughtless act. But Yi Qingtian doesn't want to listen. He wants to heal his friend's wounds as soon as possible, so he holds out a pill to him. Zhang Daoling obediently swallows the medicine. A second later, the monk is surprised to notice that his health has fully recovered and his wounds have completely healed. And Qingtian orders everyone to go back as it's not safe here. The Zhang clan patriarch steps outside the gate and is disappointed to see a slain mercenary on the ground. With frustration and anger, he calls the caster a useless idiot. The emperor can't even handle such a small weakling. But the patriarch has a new plan. The man unleashes the spirit of the wolf and channels it into the body of the murdered man. Today, he will give the man another chance. If he fails again, he will personally execute him. There was a transmigration of souls, and the wolf woke up, gnashing its teeth furiously. A report came to the emperor. 6 masters were killed by Zhang Daoling. The demon emperor was also defeated. These words make the man angry and perplexed. Even the emperor stage couldn't kill the Zhang sect monk. If he gets his hands on him, he's the end of him, right? Suddenly, Princess Dongfang intervenes in the conversation. The young girl asks her father about her outfit, because tomorrow she will participate in a beauty contest. But her father grimly states that she will not participate. Mentor Jing returned after his business and took part in the conversation. He asked His Majesty to let the girl participate. The girl seized the moment and flipped to the side of her mentor, who quietly gave his full consent for her participation in the contest. The emperor wanted to object, but the man informed him that he had a new plan. They would proceed according to it. After a hard battle, the team returned to the flower pavilion. There they discussed that the only way to get into the palace is to win the competition. Zhang Daoling agrees with his master. After the battle, he doesn't feel so strong. With an exhausted face, the monk asks Yi Qingtian to help him. But in response, the hero tosses him a book and tells him to read it. The monk looks at the cover with interest. It says, "The True Way." Yi Qingtian heard his quiet muttering and declared that the monk had misread. Spreading out the cover, Zhang Daoling read once more, "True Divine Tao Technique." In order to master this book, one must have a Tao heart, and it must be strong. One of the girls walks into the room. Tomorrow, the contest will start. It consists of 2 stages, the Battle of Reciters and the Battle of Talents. So she bought some verses of poetry geniuses. But the guy refuses her offer. On Earth, he has taught quite a few poems. Since there is such a stage in the contest, you can show off. While Zhang Daoling was reading the book, his sensitive ears picked up a subtle sound. "Save me. Quickly save me. Lin, you must avenge your mother." Many voices simultaneously echoed in the hero's head, asking for help. The monk's consciousness was overtaken by visions. His gaze went blank, and the names of his parents came off his lips. The mysterious piper had planted the seeds of evil in the boy's mind. Now we could go back and report to Mentor Joe. Finally, the day of the competition has arrived. Yi Qingtian carefully instructs his beloved not to worry. He put the girl on a stretcher and ordered the stretcher bearers to carry her. It turns out that a lot of people have heard of Yi Qingtian, including the contestants, but people think he is only a loser. One of the pavilion owners had heard that the Flower Pavilion was an enterprise of the Yi clan to keep an eye on what was happening in the capital. One of the contestants decides to send a palanquin from the Palace of 1,000 Flowers to see how long this scum will last. Many people have not heard of the hero. They watch the palanquin and wonder who is walking beside him. The palanquin from the Palace of 10,000 Flowers has also arrived. It seems to have blocked their way. Interestingly, it looks like the competition is already starting. Yi Qingtian is told that the Palace of 1,000 Flowers is headed by Lin Wu, the holder of the highest degree. He is an outstanding student in the academy, besides being very cunning. Many gawkers watched the clash of palanquins, discussing it, while Lin Wu himself stepped forward. A young man can't put his finger in his mouth. He immediately starts with insults and offers to fight, but only if someone wants to attack. He can say goodbye to the contest. Yi Qingtian frowned and began to insult the academy's outstanding disciple in return. The words really hurt the caster, and he opened his mouth in resentment, unable to find words. Seconds later, he changes the subject. According to the rules, he stopped Yi Qingtian's palanquin to challenge him to a battle of elocution. The young man does not believe that the first loser has talent in writing poetry. While the hero was contemplating which poem to recite to him, Lin Wu poked his finger in his direction with a sneer. Clouds open work, stars fall like tears. Silver river in the sky, dark night crossing. Reads the poem with a peculiar expression worthy of admiration by a young boy. He continues chanting, causing people to greatly admire his talent. Even his lover peeked out from behind the curtain. The girl thought that Yi Qingtian had written this poem about her. Lin Wu can't get used to his potential defeat. He declares that the guy bought the poem from another poet. The girl from the caster's team tries to silence the argument. Yi Qingtian's poem seemed beautiful to her. The girl asks to give way to him. The young man thanks her, and the girl wonders about the title of the poem he has just recited. Yi Qingtian, long time no see, a thin and familiar voice sounded. It was Princess Dongfang. Her servant explains that it is the palanquin of the Flower Pavilion, and the girl orders a fight with it. Unfortunately for the protagonist, the princess is accompanied by a poetry genius, Li Qinghe. The young poet asked the hero why he didn't bow when he saw the princess's tippet. But Yi Qingtian changes the subject by immediately starting to insult the poet. Obviously, a guy in high places became uncomfortable with such words. He seized on Lin Wu's accusation and brazenly claimed that he had sold the previous poem to the hero. People momentarily turned against Yi Qingtian, condemning him for such an act. The guy grinned. Would they really play dirty? And Qingtian listens to the people insulting him with a grim expression, a feeling familiar and unpleasant enough for him. The owners of the pavilions that also participate in the competitions actively support people because it is very profitable for them. Princess Dongfang wondered if Li Qinghe wrote Magpie Bridge. The poet said that he wrote in the early years, but never published. This time the Flower Pavilion needed a poem. That's why he sold it. After, with a wicked grin, he turns to the hero again. Call him a brat. The guy offers to continue the battle. In response, Yi Qingtian says that he has no conscience at all. This is the first time he has met such a person. The poet parries. The person who bought his verse will say something about conscience? After these words, Li Qinghe offers the people to judge them. People immediately start accusing Yi Qingtian of dishonesty. Realizing that people are on his side, the young poet comes closer and whispers in his ear. So what if it was you who wrote this poem? It's my poem now. Stealing is bad, next time don't do that. The poet pats the guy on the shoulder warningly. Yi Qingtian only breaks out into loud laughter in response to his words. Such a reaction incomprehensible to the young caster. A young man declares that he wants to listen to the genius of poetry. It seemed that Yi Qingtian's sharp tongue had hit a sore spot with his opponent. The poet froze in place and a look of worry slid across his face. On the night of the Lantern Festival, the east wind blows through the trees burning with fire. Yi Qingtian starts chanting another poem for the second time. It is so beautiful that it wins people's hearts in seconds. The poem is quite large in length. The guy has been reading it for several minutes now, and the heart of the famous young poet has been gripped by anxiety. Li Qinghe accepted his defeat, sinking to the ground with despair. With a sneer, the guy sarcastically asks, Li Qinghe, are those your poems too? To leave people in no doubt, the young man proceeds to recite other poems, causing others to be shocked. The young poet realizes that his reputation is now ruined. Meanwhile, people are beginning to wonder who won the elocution competition after all. Having done their business, Yi Qingtian says they are leaving. He orders the people to disperse, and the people respectfully disperse to the sides, opening the way for them. Princess Dongfang is disappointed with this outcome of events. She no longer wants Li Qinghe to come across her. Meanwhile, the contestants are unhappy with the hero's win. But they reassure themselves that the elocution contest is staged for fun, a true competition in beauty and talent. After a while, all the contestants arrived at the square, shade low. The beauty pageant is about to start. I wonder who will win this year. The first to come out is the first beauty of the Phoenix Court, Kai Feng. The second one is Princess Dongfang Ping. People are screaming in delight at the princess's outfit. 3 beauties from the White Garden, Red Pavilion, and Spring Wind Pavilion. Yao Yao is very nervous before her exit, but the guy tries to calm her down. Strike the gong. All 38 contestants are here. It's time to begin. At the next test, the contestants need to show their beauty. Also, each must demonstrate their talents. You can dance, play instruments, sing, and so on. There are no restrictions. Each stage is evaluated by the judges. The one with the highest scores becomes the winner. The people are excited. People are discussing with interest who will win this time. Yi Qingtian hugs his beloved. He is sure she will definitely win. At the same time, Zhang Daoling was reading a book that was recommended to him by Yi Qingtian. Suddenly his eyes widened and glazed over. He felt something. Monk is very happy, he finally made it. And the competition is in full swing at Tianlo Square, with the first contestant showing off her talent, playing the zither. After a while, it was also the princess's turn. The girl shows how perfectly she wields the sword. And then finally it's Yao Yao's turn. Her lover wishes her luck. If she does as he said, everything will be fine. The people look at the girl with interest. They thought that this year the Flower Pavilion would not participate at all. The girl hid her mental excitement on stage with a calm face. Click! And the musical accompaniment began to play. Yao Yao began to sway gently to the beat of the music, giving life to her dance. The audience is in awe of her acting and talents. More and more people are gathering at Yao Yao's stage with each passing second. The triplets from the other booth are not happy about being overshadowed. In this world, no one knows about models and fashion shows, so outshining the girls is easy. After an hour, the competition is completely over as the gong strikes again. All stages of the competition have been passed. Let's find out the judges' scores. And the winner of the 100th beauty contest is Yao Yao. From the Flower Pavilion, the girl is extremely happy about her victory. The clang of metal against the ground rang out. Someone hurled their sword with fury. This is Princess Dongfang. It's hard for girls to accept losing. The triplets aren't going to leave things alone either. The girls are going to come up with a new plan of action. One of the sisters leaves and asks her own to wait. With an angry expression on her face, the girl heads towards Yi Qingtian. The guy wondered why she was going to him. Would he resent his lover's victory? With a careful but sharp movement, the spellcaster pulls a small dagger from beneath her robes. She points the quip in the hero's direction and says she has to win this competition, so he should give up. She's willing to give him anything. The guy lowers her hand and demands she put her weapon away. The conditions are very good, but Yi Qingtian still refuses. The girl asks if he thought, well, if they die, she will win. The words made the guy jump up. Was she really threatening him? The princess isn't left out either. She doesn't want to let her enemy win, so she orders a guard to kill Yi Qingtian. The guardian knows that today's winner is connected to the emperor's plan. He bears his sword and rushes forward, about to blow Yi Qingtian's head off. Everyone else must die. But to everyone's surprise, the guard hits past. The girls scatter in fear. And Qingtian froze, not realizing what was happening. Meanwhile, the girls are indicted for attempting to tamper with the contest results. They are sentenced to death. One of the sisters tells the others that this man is from the palace. They need to leave or they'll be found out. The girls decide that their plans may be delayed, and for their own safety it is better to leave. Both Yi Qingtian and Princess Dongfang are in shock watching the guard's actions. Did he disobey the princess's order? She told him to kill the guy instead of saving him. The girl looks at the guard who disobeyed her with displeasure and misunderstanding. And Qingtian doubtfully scratches his head. Something is not right with this type. Yao Yao comes running to her lover in excitement and shouts that she has won. The young man rejoices with her, and most importantly, Zhang Daoling himself will be overjoyed. Just when he's mentioned, the monk is right there, bragging that he's mastered the technique. With concern, he wondered, what was the situation at the moment? At this moment, the organizer and the contest approaches them and hands them a cash prize of 30,000 gold pieces. And in the evening, they will be able to enter the palace and eat by the emperor. At last, the young caster will find out who created the heavenly powder and killed his parents. The girl is all impatient to enter the palace, but Yi King Tian says there's one thing to do first and take her time. He gives his pet werewolf an order, and he obediently sets out to carry it out. The demon breaks into the abode of the former rivals of the heroes, very much frightening them with his appearance. And Qingtian and his team leave, silently enjoying the screams. Night has fallen. Time to head to the imperial palace. Mentor Zhang meditates, focusing his spiritual powers on the castle grounds. Here, he sensed that his enemy had finally appeared. And he was right. Yi Qingtian and his team had finally arrived at the palace. They had gotten here too easily. Something was wrong. Knowing the Dongfang clan's character, there's no way he would let them just walk in here. It seems like a trap. Also that guard, it seems like he let them win on purpose. Hero warns her friend to be careful. She says he's been feeling a familiar lust for murder ever since he entered the palace. Princess Dongfang and other subordinates greet guests at the entrance. Today, Yi King Tian would definitely find out what kind of feast trap they had prepared for him. Finally, His Majesty Emperor Dongfang himself appeared to meet the guests. How dare Yi King Tian not kneel before the emperor? The guy explains that in their clan, only their ancestors are bowed to, even if it's God himself. No one will bow. The princess intervenes in the conversation and shouts that such behavior is punishable by death. Yao Yao tries to rectify the situation and is going to bow down instead of her lover. But the guy says she shouldn't do it. Princess Dongfang is outraged again. The guy breaks all boundaries by punching her in the face. There was a mix of emotions on the girl's face: anger, resentment, and shock. Guards burst into the emperor's chambers at the princess's cry. The order, "Kill him," follows, and dozens of guards point their spears at the guy. A protective barrier is formed around Yi Qingtian that prevents the hero from being wounded. The weapon shatters from hitting the barrier. The guardian attacking the young spellcaster is shocked that his attack was unsuccessful. It was Zhang Daoling who came up in time, the monk actively going on the attack, defending his master. Under the oppression of the firing of spiritual arrows that the monk had formed, the guards roll on the ground in pain. Princess Dongfang is shocked that Yi Qingtian is Mr. Zhang Daoling. The emperor is also disappointed by this fact. He must be killed today. His Majesty unleashes a huge golden shining dragon that has opened its maw, waiting to bite the protagonist's throat. Yi Qingtian straightens him out, but to the detriment of his health, his glasses fall. This situation was unexpected to the emperor. He attacked with all his might. Is this really the strength of the Yi clan's ancestor? In a fit of anger, the guy steps his foot on the princess's head and demands an apology. The girl is wounded, tears flowing from her eyes. Such humiliation is not something any person can bear. Eventually, the girl apologizes and the guy grudgingly lets her go. Her father can't bear to see her daughter humiliated. He clenches his fist and promises that he will make Yi Qingtian beg for mercy. But the guy can't get enough. He turns to the emperor's servant and asks if he's the one who made him bow. The man asks what he wants. The guy chuckles in response. And Qingtian strikes the first blow. A trickle of blood dripping from the corner of the man's lips. The hero is eager to teach him a lesson. He uses his spiritual power to cause the man unbearable pain, causing him to fall to the ground. The emperor intervenes and asks him to stop. The guy tells him that he came here to ask one question. Who gave him the heavenly powder? This question came as a surprise to the emperor. He didn't think the guy could find out about it. Zhang Daoling takes the princess hostage and demands to voice the answer, or else the girl will be in trouble. At this moment, the man's protective mask of calmness cracks. In panic, he tries to negotiate with the men. The heavenly powder was given to him by a stranger, but he doesn't know what his name was. He is always in the princess's palace. The monk throws the girl senseless on the floor and rushes forward. He will go and track down this man. If the emperor deceived him, he will pay for it. Amidst his emotions, the young caster acted impulsively, but his friend still had his sanity. Something was wrong. Dongfang Hong was acting too strange. Perhaps it was another trap. The guy calls his sweetheart. They're going to follow him. Both Qingtian and Yao Yao are crossing the palace courtyard when the imperial army appears in their way with swords drawn. Still, the emperor had a backup plan. The entire palace is surrounded by 8,000 soldiers and there is a defense field inside. How is he going to fight it now? The guy knew it was a trap, but Zhang Daoling was in even more danger now. The soldiers get the order attack, and attack the guy while the girl hides behind him in fear. Yi Qingtian furiously shouts that they asked for it. A second later, he uses summoning magic. A huge wolf demon forms next to the guy, the animal growling with rage. With one of its powerful screams, it knocks the guards to the ground. What is it? His god heart sees the beast, so what did Yi Qingtian use? Having dealt with the guards, the young man looks back towards the emperor. Now it's his turn. The spirit beast tries to attack the emperor, but to no avail, the man had no problem withstanding the attack. Now behold the power of the emperor. The man activates his spiritual power, forming a golden aura around him. Frowning, Yi Qingtian recognizes the spell. It is a protective body made of golden qi. With a fierce cry of, "Die!" the emperor sends a golden dragon of spiritual energy towards the young caster. The young man is ready to defend himself. He pours all his spiritual strength into his fist to repel the attack. Two opposing forces collide, forming a powerful explosion. As a consequence, the emperor is thrown into the air, the man's back hitting the wall, and Qingtian doesn't let his opponent recover as he attacks him again. The emperor is shocked. What's going on? His fourth-rank war god power was suppressed by this weakling. He covers himself with a nearby guard as if he were a human shield. When the attack was repulsed, the man tosses the subordinate aside as if he were a heavy sack of potatoes and scurries away from the hero. Dongfang Hong screams that the guy left him no other option. Let's see how he sings when he grabs her. Seeing that the old man had reached for his beloved, Yi Qingtian once again activated his spiritual powers, rage swarming in his chest. Using his spiritual energy, the young man knew essence. Such a spell is unknown to the emperor, so it took him by surprise. The entity strikes a blow of extraordinary force, causing the emperor to fly up and his lungs to release all the air. Dongfang Hong lands very painfully, plowing the ground around him. He finally accepts his defeat. But Yi Qingtian doesn't want to leave the matter unfinished. He will kill this man despite being an emperor. The young caster draws his sword and brings it down sharply, severing the man's arm. The princess screams, unable to watch such a horrifying scene. The emperor is offered two choices. The first is to answer all of the hero's questions, and if he likes the answers, he will let him go. The second is to refuse to cultivate and serve him. The emperor chooses the first option, and the hero asks, "Who is behind all this and wants Zhang Daolin dead?" Agonizing in pain, Dongfang Hong doesn't give up. He lies to the hero that the demonic clan is behind all this. He can't give up Mentor Zhou. Guy asks a second question, why they needed his friend, but the emperor keeps lying that he doesn't know. He was only following orders, saying he'd kill him if he didn't obey. After getting all the answers to his questions, Yi Qingtian decided that he would spare the lowly life today. But if he dared to do it again, the man would already be begging him for death. The caster leaves the wounded man on the battlefield and heads for the princess's palace. Yi Qingtian hid his strength well. He had already approached the emperor's stage, but in the princess palace, he would still face imminent death. Yao Yao wondered if her lovers knew where the princess's palace was. As soon as they entered the imperial court grounds, the hero immediately sensed that something was amiss in that direction. He points toward one of the palace complexes and says, "That's where they should go. It's bad. There's goddamn energy all over the place." Had Zhang Daoling really lost his mind? This assumption caused the hero's heart to skip a beat. All in all, his assumptions proved correct. His friend's mind was gripped by madness. The young man sees and feels nothing, his whole mind clouded by the cries of his relatives begging for help and rescue. A wolf demon appears from nowhere and wants the monk to join a devilish cult. But before the demon wants to assess Zhang Daoling's physical capabilities, it bares its sharp claws and rushes into battle. And if the monk can't fight, just let him die, the werewolf strikes. The caster can barely perceive reality as his mind is confused and foggy, so he cannot fight back and is wounded. His mind clears from the pain. Rage swells in his chest. Did this demon really kill his parents? A dark entity appears from behind his back, overwhelming him with its dark aura. It urges the young man to give himself over to the demons. The entity will help the guy defeat the demon, then he will tell him who killed his parents. How could this happen? This cursed energy is devouring Zhang Daolin's Dao. Apparently this process is quite painful. The guy screams in pain, he apologizes to his master, and decides to give himself over to the dark energy. But then a shout comes from outside asking the monk not to give up. His sanity returns to normal for a while, but bloody tears flow from his eyes. The demon is extremely displeased with the appearance of Yi Qingtian and his lover. The monk warns his friend not to come any closer, for it is too dangerous. The hero is very angry that a dark seal has been used against his friend, and with quick steps he heads to the center of the source of the seal. He asks Zhang Daolin not to worry, as the dark seal cannot hurt him. Impossible. This seal was created by Mentor Zhou himself. An ordinary person would have long ago been absorbed by the dark energy. Why doesn't it affect him? The seal has an eye through which to break it. Yi Qingtian asks his friend to hold out a little longer and he will break it. A cube of spiritual energy forms in the air. Inside it is a shining dot. This must be it. Yi Qingtian tensely reached inside the cube. He clenched his teeth from the effort. The mentor sensed that something was happening to his seal. Worry displayed on his face. He's pissed that his acolyte just watched the whole thing happen. So the man furiously orders the hero to be killed. The wolf prepares to attack and swallows the magic pill. Killed him last time, but this time he took a demonic pill. Now his strength is comparable to a mid-level emperor stage. How would Yi Qingtian defeat him this time? Zhang Daling asks his friend to leave him and go. But the hero doesn't listen to him. If he leaves, all his hard work will go to waste, and the seal will be impossible to break. The wolf makes a sharp jerk, its claws about to touch Yi Qingtian's back. But to his surprise, a barrier of spiritual energy forms around the guy, which throws the attacker off. The emperor and his minions followed the hero and arrived at the battlefield. The man promises that after his death, he will torture the hero's body for 3 days and 3 nights until the hatred in his heart evaporates. But an explosion of radiant spiritual energy prevents them from getting any closer. Dongfang Hong's face displays anger and annoyance. He doesn't understand what's going on. The demon is angry. He put all his strength into this punch and the guy didn't even move. But Yi Qingtian's health is gradually dropping. With this strike, one could wipe out an Imperial Guard in a second, and he survived. This man is just a monster. Mentor Zhang is also in a state of shock. This person simply cannot be left alive. The demon forms his enhanced spiritual projection, but Yi Qingtian is still busy. He can't break away from the seal. With his free hand, he forms a fist of spiritual energy and strikes the creature with all his might. From such a powerful blow, the demon flies off a few meters and lands painfully on its back. The hero turns to his friend. He needs a little more time. The monk must do as he says. First, you must get rid of the demon. Hearing these words, the demon, with a tantalizing hiss, tries to pull the guy to his side. The monk needs to apply the true divine Tao technique. Unite with it, concentrate, and use the Tao to form the heaven and earth, concentrating. Zhang Daoling concentrated on his friend's words. But the wolf demon shriekingly declares that it's too late. Zhang Daoling is about to die. Strong as a rock, motionless as a mountain. The monk recites his mantra, concentrating his spiritual power. And Qingtian risks his life and gives him a chance. Don't let him down. The young man's eyes shone with a golden light, ready for action. With words of gratitude, Zhang Daoling takes to the air, ready to fight his opponent. With the help of his spiritual power, he forms a huge warrior out of spiritual power. After developing his Tao, the guy breaks through several ranks of the god of war at once. The demon watches with panic at the transformation taking place, for his opponent has become stronger. Yi Qingtian also broke away from his occupation for a second and cast a proud look at his friend. He had lived up to his expectations. Finally, Zhang Daoling had reached the emperor stage. The hero asks that he keep breaking through. Soon he will open a second eye on the seals. The emperor and his minions still remained standing still and continued to watch this scene, the man fully acknowledging his defeat. As the monk continued to chant his mantra, a wave of radiant light formed around him, signaling his spiritual change. The wolf demon recognized with annoyance and fear that his opponent's strength had increased manifold. He was now at the emperor stage and stronger than him. The concentration of so much spiritual energy caused a small explosion. Zhang Daoling's shout followed. Then the caster slumped to the ground. It was the dark seal that triggered the demonic energy in his body. And Qingtian is still digging through the print and trying to figure it out. Gathering his spiritual energy at his fingertips, the young caster directs it toward the cube. A second later, it explodes, showering the entire area with shards, the spell destroyed. Mentor is annoyed. Yi Qingtian usually messes things up. But then the focus of the man's gaze shifts to the side, a look of wariness on his face. Is he here too? Yao Yao anxiously runs up to her lover and asks if he's okay. The bleeding monk thanks his friend for his help. He has caused him so much trouble. The dark seal is over, but as long as Zhang Daolin has demonic energy in him, it can break out at any time. Yi Qingtian holds out pills to him and asks him to take them. They will temporarily help contain the energy. But the wolf doesn't give up. For the sake of the hope of the demonic clan, he can't die. Hearing him wheezing, the young caster came closer and asked, why would his clan want to kill Zhang Daolin? To everyone's surprise, one of the castle walls explodes, and a familiar silhouette rushes out of it. Mentor Zhou runs up to his acolyte and hits him with all his might. From such a powerful blow, the demon flies back a few meters. Unfortunately, this blow was fatal to it. In seconds, the creature bled out and died. Yi Qingtian is angry. Why did this man kill him, and who is he anyway? The mentor lies to him to protect his younger brother, that is, Zhang Daolin. And Qingtian incredulously interjects, Is Zhang Daoling really the younger brother? The mentor's mind flashes through, it's getting closer, I can't reveal myself. It had reached the emperor that the mentor had started eliminating witnesses, so he needed to run as fast as he could, or he would be killed as well. But it's too late. His mentor has spotted him. He accuses the emperor of colluding with the demonic clan and attacking the future head of the sect. The man has already lost all remnants of his dignity. He throws himself at the caster's feet and begs for mercy. But Mentor Joe is adamant. He punches the emperor in the face with all his might. The man rolls over dead with his face contorted in a mute scream. Strange how lucky he was to show up. He killed the only people connected to this case. Something is fishy. Mentor tries to fit into his new role. He points his finger at the hero and asks if he wanted to kill his little brother too. Zhang Daoling panics and starts to defend his friend and asks him not to hurt him. He can't be killed today, but the man is going to massacre him with his own hands next time. The conversation is interrupted by a projection of the current clan patriarch. He demands to return. He turns to Zhang Daolin. He has little time left. Now he must return to the sect with him. There he will be helped to get rid of the demonic energy. A portal forms in the air, and the two figures dissolve into it. Yi Tingtian didn't have time to realize what was happening. The guy only had time to reach out his hand and ask his friend not to leave. But the portal had already closed, with only the dissipated energy drifting in the air. The guy scratches his head in bewilderment. Now how is he supposed to deal with his seal? He only has a little bit left and he can open it. The girl interrupts his train of thought with a request to go back. There are enemies everywhere in the Imperial Palace. It's not safe here, but the guy asks not to hurry before leaving. They have to visit one more place, and that's the Heavenly Temple. Old Juan said there was something interesting hidden underneath. He would have to see if it was what he needed. Meanwhile, the servants discovered the cold corpse of their emperor. So who killed him? The head of the Imperial Army is ordered to capture Yi Qingtian, but the man says that the emperors killed a man from the Dragon and Tiger sect. In his thoughts, the guard is frightened. How can he reach out to the man who survived the impact of the emperor stage? But the emperor's brother is convinced that the emperor was killed by the Yi clan brat. A red opportunity to kill him while he is injured. Yi Qingtian bursts into their argument. He loudly declares to the whole neighborhood that if this man wants to kill him, let him attack. But the emperor's brother declares that he would rather watch him get killed. These arguments have already finished the hero, so he indiscriminately kicks the man with all his might. The blow was of tremendous force, so the emperor's brother couldn't keep his balance and fell on his back. In a panic, the servants ran up to their prince. The head of the guards asked his subordinates to report that the prince had aggravated an underlying disease and died on the spot. Yi Qingtian ignores what is happening and heads to the Heavenly Temple once again. After 15 minutes they get there, the guy informs the girl that he will go there alone. After reassuring the girl that he'll be fine, the guy heads for the entrance. Old man Juan said before he died that there was an ancient demonic beast and a heavenly book under the temple. Since it was all underneath, there must be a passage. After looking all around the temple, the boy found a hidden lever and pulled it. The creaks of shifting stones cut Yi Qingtian's ears, and a staircase was formed under the guy's feet, leading deep underground. The hero rather remarks that the old man did not deceive him. Slowly and carefully, he continues down the stairs. The stairs go pretty deep. He's not going into the underworld, is he? Where did the seal holding back the demon clan come from? If the hero remembers correctly, this is how high-ranking demons are sealed, and if she's here, that means there's a high-ranking demon locked downstairs? Looks like he needs to be more careful. The boy's mouth drops open in surprise, but he can't make a sound. A demonic beast appeared before him, chained and seemingly in hibernation. Right above him, a heavenly book hovered in the air, surrounded by a golden glow. The first book, Canon of Path and Virtue, was summoned with the help of Yao Yao. The second book, Breath of the Scorching Sun, was close to him, so he was able to detect it. If he got close to this one, he would be able to realize what it was. But then Yi Qingtian's plans are cut short by notifications from the system. The target is surrounded by an unknown force that cannot be determined. From surprise, the guy froze, digesting the incoming information. Meanwhile, the eye of the beast blinked sleepily and opened. The creature moved, its movements making the chains that bound it rattle. In a thunderous voice, the creature asked, "Who are you?" The guy froze for a second, so the creature had to repeat the question. "Why did you wake up just now? That was awkward." The boy's thoughts drifted through his mind. He needs to fight, and what if he's a sky reader? What then? The guy withdrew his sword back to the spiritual world and clenched his fist. "You can't run around, you have to look first." Yi Qingtian refuses, saying that he was just passing by here. The creature seems to be very hungry. He states without hesitation that the main character's meat smells very good. Fear gripped the caster's body. His eyes widened and a trickle of sweat ran down his back. The creature roared furiously. It wants to eat the hero! But suddenly the dragon was struck by about a dozen lightning bolts, roared in pain, and its gaze became frantic. It seemed that such a large electric shock had disabled the animal. Its eyes rolled back. Wait, why did the energy seem familiar to Yi Qingtian? Is he from the chaos? Here is a seal that broke the laws of nature. There is definitely some secret on his body. We need to get closer. To outwit the animal, the hero offers to help the demon satisfy his hunger, but first he must tell who he is, where he comes from, and what is the book above him. The animal is obediently told. They say he is a drought demon, came from another world, was thrown here and bound with the seal of the burning prison of 9 dragons. And this heavenly book is the lock of this seal. The hero is glad that his assumption about the heavenly book is confirmed. He also assures the creature that he knows a bit about seals. If you break the lock, the seal will not work. He was just about to try it, but the creature quickly cut him off. It was useless. Even if he gathered all the power of the polo here, he wouldn't be able to break it. But Yi Qingtian didn't listen to the demon and activated his spiritual powers. The fetters of the burning prison are made of the spines of 9 dragons, each with the writings of the 9 worlds written on them. There are over 1,300 inscriptions in this secret room, each one penetrating the life force of the dragons. It seems that Yi Qingtian is not the first to try to free the creature. It only sighs as if it has seen this plot thousands of times already. The second caster core is a seal attribute. If you open it, you can find the weak point of the seal, but it's a pity that Zhang Daolin is around. If he was here, it would take him much less time to break it. Oh, Zhang Daolin, you let me down at such an important moment. Yi Qingtian lightly jogs towards the exit of the tomb and asks. The beast didn't worry. If he can't break the seal, he will find him something to eat, but the creature will have to wait for a few days. The demon doesn't believe his words. It's been quite some time since the hero left. His beloved is starting to worry about him. Just the girl thought of him as the guy appeared in front of her. After a while, they returned to the flower pavilion, but the guy noticed that there were no lights on in the windows. The girl notices that the air temperature has dropped dramatically. She feels cold. With a sharp swing, a sword woven with spiritual energy flew out of the window. But Yi Qingtian has good reflexes. The guy stopped the sword in one motion. Using plant magic, he entangled the sword with the vine, securing it. With a sharp movement, the vine snapped the sword and it shattered into splinters. What was expected from the person who tamed Zhang Daolin? Not bad. A low voice rang out, and an unknown man walked out from the door of the pavilion. With a look full of wariness and distrust, the young caster asks the man who he is. The old caster introduces himself. He is Qin Zhaoxian, the current headmaster of the Qianlin Academy, and he has been waiting for Yi Qingtian for a long time. And this man is strong. It's a good thing the guy noticed the broken branches of the willow spirit in time, or else he would have gotten hurt. Qin Zhaoxian came to tell the guy 2 things. First, he must rid this city of his clan's influence, and second, let him go to the south because he's not going to accept him into the academy. The man doesn't know how Yi Qingtian got the consent of the previous principal, but as long as he's here, he won't let the hero set foot in the academy. The young youth immediately realized that there was something wrong here. Did this man represent the emperor or the academy? The headmaster replies that both. Even if he didn't kill the emperor, someone should take the blame. As for joining the academy, he doesn't want just anyone to get in. Rejection is familiar to Yi Qingtian and has gone hand in hand with him throughout his life, so these words only elicit a chuckle from him. He asks haughtily, what if he refuses? The man only turns around and tells him not to make any hasty decisions. He gives the young man 3 days to think about it. If he doesn't do as Qin Zhaoxian said, he and his girlfriend will die. Yao Yao began to feel unwell. She started choking and coughing up blood. The guy couldn't contain his excitement and cried out. The girl lost her balance. She is very cold. Yi Qingtian picked her up in his arms just in time. The man laughs. She has fallen under the effect of his cold god technique. If she is not warmed up, she will die in 3 days. And Qingtian angrily yells out, how dare he attack sneakily right in front of his nose. But the man doesn't care. He only throws a parting threat and walks away, disappearing into the fog. The young man screams into the void that he will never bend to his will. He will definitely cure Yao Yao. Yi Qingtian carried the unconscious girl into the building in his arms. There were people lying passed out all over the room in various poses. One of the workers woke up. He wondered why everyone had passed out. The hero does not answer his question and gets straight to the point, demanding that the worker bring him a vat of hot water. Laying his beloved on the couch, he asks the system for a fireball. But it requires the breath of pure sun energy, don't you? Yi Qingtian interrupts the system without giving her a chance to finish speaking and confirms her words. The guy is informed that the water has been heated. He asks the employees to wait outside. With concern, he gently puts his arm around Yao Yao's shoulders and takes her in his arms. There is almost no energy in the girl's body, her eyebrows frowning. And King Tian affectionately and carefully lowered his beloved into the water. Undressing, he lowers himself to follow her. The fireball must absorb all the cold energy in her body. The water is so hot that their silhouettes are lost in the pairing. The orb increased in size and all of its energy rays began to pour into the girl's body. With joy, the guy grabbed his lover's hand and laughed. He did it. But the Dragon and Tiger sect also had some intense events happening on this night. Zhang Daoling is alone with his patriarch, cleansing himself of demonic energy. He resisted the pain with all his might. Only the thought of meeting his master again kept his spirits up. The mentor warily asked his colleague, would Zhang Daoling be able to endure this time? 3 days later, Yao Yao finally woke up, struggling to open her eyes. Yi Dingtian noticed the change in the girl's condition and happily shrieked, saying, "She's finally awake!" Suddenly, the vat of water tilted, splashing water everywhere and startling the girl. This was also unexpected for the hero. He looked around until his eyes came upon the source of the impact. The academy director, as promised, returned 3 days later, surrounded by the ice golems he had created himself. He repeats again that he gave the guy 3 days to get out of Tianluo. But he's still here, so let him come out and accept his death. But the pavilion guards knew of the coming events. They had prepared for the occasion, pledging to protect their lord. This turn of events was unexpected for the old caster. He measured the men below with an arrogant look. How dare they prevent him from carrying out his sentence? Without another word, he let his golems loose. One step of the creature made the entire ground shake. Qin Jioxian orders the golems to kill everyone. The creatures obediently follow the order and violently scatter people in all directions with their limbs. Yi Qingtian summons his pet werewolf and orders him to summon his own and knock the man down. In a fit of anger, the old caster sends his golems and bring Yi Qingtian to him. Another hero's pet appears, the Monkey King. He has no problem smashing the ice golems into shards. The huge ape and the werewolf worked well together and have no problem destroying Qin Jioxian's creatures, subduing his onslaught. After a short period of time, the werewolf finally reaches the caster himself. He points his fist in his direction. The man froze with shock and annoyance. Did the hero really have 2 demon kings? But the caster is experienced and not so simple. His reflexes triggered in time, and he managed to defend himself by putting up a wall of ice in front of him. From this action, the werewolf fell into a state of disorientation, unable to see his opponent. Qin Jioxian took advantage of the moment and attacked the creature. He didn't think that Yi Qingtian had a demon king, but that wouldn't help him. He would die with them. The creature, agile enough on its own, managed to dodge the golem's attack. Yi Qingtian watches over his pet and encourages him with all his might. He gives advice. Qin Jioxian fights with the help of these blocks of ice if the creature can spread them. He will reach the enemy himself. Gradually, the wolf begins to give up his position and weaken, so he asks the firebird for help. The bird obediently heeded his words and opened fire, destroying the ice golems completely to the ground. Some of the creatures managed to escape the flames, but the Monkey King caught them in time and smashed them to pieces. Qin Jioxian was not at all bothered by the fact that his golems were being smashed to smithereens. He only wondered how many more treasures were hidden in the Yi clan. The man channeled his powers into an attack and let his spiritual energy enter, opening a portal. A second later, and Yi Qingtian's pets were gone. The hero is infuriated that his opponent was able to stealthily create a spatial field. Qin Jioxian goes on the attack and shouts that the hero has no more aces left up his sleeve. It's his time to die. The man jumped onto the balcony of Yi Qingtian and his lover's apartment with no problem. Upon seeing the closed doors, he commented that only a loser would hide inside. With a swipe of one hand, the man violently swung the doors to the room open. Bursting in, he realized he was greeted only by an empty couch and not a living soul. A clang! And Qingtian fiercely shouts his opponent's name and releases the chain. It envelops the old caster's body, rendering him unable to move. Turns out the guy used his own opponent's methods. He hid in a portal, screaming, "I'm here!" Yi Qingtian punches the man in the face with all her might. Qin Jioxian activates his spiritual powers in an attempt to get out, and the hero sprints away from him at a fast speed to defend himself. Fortunately, he pulled out the hidden field talisman system and the seals of the castle family in time. Otherwise, he really didn't know what else he'd have to do. The enemy is completely defeated, so Yi Qingtian and his lover set out to recover his pets. The enraged man burns his gaze down the hero's back. He's also skilled in seals and magical fields. Suddenly, one of the chain links cracks. Qin Jioxian freed himself from the restraints binding him at a rapid speed with no problem. The hero didn't take one thing into account. He is the Sanlan Academy's master of magic fields. The man with tremendous speed builds up all his spiritual power, striking Yi Qingtian's back, stabbing his spine with a powerful projectile. Smelling something amiss, Zhang Daoling opened his eyes abruptly and abruptly woke up from his sleep. There was a look of alarm on his face. Something had happened to the master. Yi Qingtian's limbs are fixed. A step away from him is the soul summoning field. It destroys the soul. Even the academy director himself won't be able to destroy it, and he will slowly die. Yi Qingtian mockingly questioned his opponent's words, a golden plate of spiritual energy forming over his hand. Thanks to her, the guy had no trouble getting out of his restraints. He concentrated his spiritual powers and began to pour them into the plate. Everything around him lit up with a golden glow. Qin Jaoxian was thrown back by the waves of energy emanating from the plate. The man couldn't believe that the preponderance was once again on his opponent's side. The guy boastfully continued to mock the caster, but in his thoughts he analyzed. He quickly started to create a new field. If it wasn't a divine-level field, he would be able to counter it with this disc. But the man once again does not want to accept defeat. A balloon filled with spiritual power forms in his hands. He threatens that this gimmick won't leave a wet spot on the hero. Ice creatures are selected from the portal and immediately go to attack Yi Qingtian. Guy points the plate in their direction and reactivates his spiritual powers. The heat waves emanating from the artifact have no problem slicing creatures to pieces. This small victory made the hero feel much more confident. He smirked. It was incomprehensible to the man how a young youth could instantly destroy his field. Out of anger and a sense of hopelessness, he gritted his teeth and burned his young rival with a fierce. He can't lose to the scum of the Yi clan. The old man attacks again. A huge fist woven with spiritual energy was rapidly heading towards the heroes, but Yi Qingtian covered Yao Yao in time. Zhang Daoling's sonorous voice rang out. The guy had still arrived in time, fending off the old caster's attack. Finally, and the second seal of the hero is broken. Yi Qingtian's face was filled with joy mixed with surprise. He couldn't believe his luck. Lightning struck the entire area, and thunder rumbled. A powerful lightning discharge penetrated the young man's body, filling him with power. What a nice feeling, the second talent seal is finally opened. And Qingtian asks the system to show him how many attributes are open this time. Just like last time, currently 100 million points, the hero is asking to add 99 million points to the magic field creation talent. The force concentrated, and a few moments later, the pumping of the talent of creating magic fields was complete. Filled with a new flow of power and enveloped by a golden spiritual radiance, Yi Qingtian soared above the floor in delight. What was that pressure? Did he really break through to the next level? Impossible. A rank 1 scum couldn't break through so quickly. Did you just call yourself a master of magic fields? The boy asked sarcastically. Then let him show how strong his magic fields are. Gathering the newly acquired energy at his fingertips, Yi Qingtian forms a new spell against his opponent. It hits the old man in the stomach. He cries out painfully and falls on his back. Such a spell is not familiar to the man. The young man explains that he just created it, and it has no name. But such an explanation does not suit the old caster, so he comes up with an excuse for the hero. He was definitely helped by an ancestor of the clan. The young man merely replies, "Stop talking nonsense," and sends another spiritual projectile. The blow to the academy director's meridians was painful. The man cries out and throws back his head, unable to hold back. Friends marvel at Yi Qingtian's actions, only a few days old, and the master had managed to master the magic fields. Qin Jaoxian seems to be a very strong caster, but so many successful attacks have worn him down and weakened his body. Panting for breath, the man breaks free of the spell, restricting him with his last strength. At the end, the man shouts with a crazy smile, "Today you won, but in the Sanlan Academy, I will give you such a thing." A second later, weakened and humiliated, he vanished into the portal. Yi Qingtian didn't take his words seriously, only casting a skeptical glance at the place where the man stood a second ago. Luckily, his pets went through the portal and came back. Yi Qingtian looked at his friend, anxiously put his palm on his shoulder and asked why he still had demonic energy in him. The monk explained. His great mentor said that it was impossible to get rid of it. You can only contain it, so he secretly ran away. But his cheerful speech was cut short by a new attack of pain. The demonic energy awakened again, causing internal bleeding. Yi Qingtian supported his friend with care. He can't just leave him like this. He needs to go to a place. There is something there that will seal the dark energy in Zhang Daolin for a long time. They will head to the room under the Heavenly Temple. Sometime later, the young men were able to reach the Heavenly Temple. A somewhat weakened Zhang Daoling stated that he understood why they had come here. Behind the hero's back is a huge sack, Why was there a need to carry so much stuff? The young man tells him, there is a demon under the temple. He promised to bring him food, so he brought it all with him. The monk was already wondering why this time the emperor's protective field had no effect on them. Yi Qingtian informed that it was because Dongfang Hong had died. This shocked Zhang Daolin. The underground dragon sensed the new creature's approach, its eyes gleaming in anticipation of prey. Right in front of him, Yi Qingtian's bag of belongings flopped down with a violent rumble. The young caster greeted the demon cheerfully, while the monk eyed the creature in front of him with interest at this point. For some reason, the dragon was angry. It let out smoke from its nostrils and roared, scaring Zhang Daolin to death. The hero explains to his friend, he was just really hungry, he didn't mean to hurt them. With a stuffed mouth and barely discernible, the demon began to thank Yi Qingtian from the bottom of his heart. Seeing such a reaction, Zhang Daolin questioned the origin of the demon. The latter shifted his gaze to him with interest, startling the guy. The monk shook with fear and covered his head with his hands, unable to look the dragon in the eye. But the creature only wanted to warn him. He would die soon. As the demon inside him was mutating, he had no more than a month left. These words startled the young caster and stirred the lake of his calm, but he tried not to show it. And Qingtian cut to the chase. They came to the drought demon to make a deal with him. The hero would help break his seal, and he would help his brother completely suppress the demon, but the dragon only laughed. The 9 dragons. Burning prison is a divine-level seal. It cannot be broken. But at these words, Yi Qingtian already laughed. He revealed a golden plate to the demon, causing the creature's eyes to widen and its pupils to narrow. The young spellcaster poured energy into the artifact and declared that he would now be able to break the seal. What's happening? The writing holding back the dragon is disappearing. The most important thing about revealing a seal is its eye. It seems that the book is the eye itself. Mentally, the dragon wondered eagerly and with interest. Would he really be able to break her? Yi Qingtian analyzed the seal structure and decided to destroy the book. The object lit up brightly, and an unusual aura began to emanate from it. The young man's eyes widened in shock. No, it wasn't an eye at all. A fiery warrior of spiritual energy formed in the place of the book. This is the guardian of the seal. His job is to protect it, so the warrior immediately attacks the intruder. And Qingtian is trying to dodge as best he can, the heat barely hitting him. The human and spirit being crossed with focused gazes, they are ready for battle. The dragon is asking to leave quickly. It is a spirit destroyer created by those who imprisoned it. If they don't leave, they will die. Zhang Daolin began to dramatically beg his master to leave. No need to die because of him. But Yi Qingtian decided that he could handle it, although the spirit was strong. But he was just a spirit guarding the seal. If the most important part of the seal was not separated, nothing terrible would happen. The fire spirit went on the attack again, barely missing the hero with his sword. But his sword only sliced through the void, much to the creature's bewilderment. Taking advantage of the moment, the hero jumped up and found the right point on the spirit's body. That's his weak spot, his real eye. The young man took out the energy source from the spirit's head and squeezed it in his fist, dissipating it completely. No one could believe their eyes, the chains were starting to break. The dragon looked over his freed limbs. Unbelievably, the seal was completely broken. But to everyone's surprise, the creature began to shrink until it was the size of an ordinary dog. He used to look down on people. From now on, he will remember their kindness. Notification of the system came in, discovered the celestial book as well as the reader. Finally, Yi Qingtian has the 3rd book in hand. The book and the reader have merged into one body. How will he open the 3rd seal now? That's it. The drought demon's breath would create a wave that would attack the 3rd seal. If he understood everything correctly, the 3rd seal was Tian's tribute. Yi Qingtian cast a thoughtful glance at the dragon, assessing its prospects and possibilities. Wait a minute, is that really a drought demon? It's a real dragon form. He thinks it looks very intimidating. Zhang Daolin slumped to the ground in a fit of coughing. The demon had started acting up again. The drought demon, on the other hand, watches with bored discontent. The hero asks, he is well versed in writing to contain demons after all. Can he help his friend seal the demon within him? The creature spits out the chewed chain with pathos. This chain of dragon spines has anti-demonic writings carved on it. The monk must put it on. And Qingtian wondered if it was really that simple, but followed the creature's advice. As soon as he closed the chain around his friend's neck, it glowed, and the young caster's face crinkled in pain. A powerful aura gathered around Zhang Daolin. The poor guy couldn't hold back the cries of pain that stitched through his entire body. But the dragon confidently states that this is a perfectly normal reaction. As the writings expel dark energy, he will be completely cleansed afterward. There was relief on the young man's face along with fatigue. He was so scared. The monk slowly began to come to his senses, squeezing out assurances that he was feeling much better. Barely keeping conscious, the young caster thanked his friend. Yi Qingtian shouldered his friend and led him towards the exit. He needed to rest. And above the 9 heavens, they were discussing the recent events related to Yi Qingtian. One of the acolytes came to his god and said that the hero had already broken the second seal. This didn't please the ruler. They can't let him continue like this. He gives the order. Have the 9 gods below prepared. He's going to release them into the lower world. Does he really want to transfer his mind and then hunt down Yi Qingtian? God confirms that he is. His body cannot descend to the mortal world. Unlike his mind, he will show him who is the real ruler. Among the mountains and forests, humming a song under his nose, an unknown caster runs at high speed. There's an exam tomorrow at the Sanglin Academy. He definitely has to make it in time for it. Suddenly, his sensitive ears heard a noise that made the caster raise his head to the sky. One of the shining rays flying across the sky descended at a tremendous speed towards the ground and penetrated the young man's chest. His body was so rapidly filled with foreign spiritual energy that the surrounding environment around him could not withstand it. The young man's recently kind and naive face had been replaced by anger and aggression. His new target was Yi Qingtian. A short while later, the pair of friends returned to the pavilion again. The young man tucks his friend in with care. He has just gotten rid of his spiritual energy. He needs some rest. The dragon is wondering why the hero dragged him to his home, right? And Qingtian doesn't like a lot of questions, so he quickly turns the creature's attention to food. An elderly voice is heard at the entrance, calling Zhang Daolin by name. It was his teacher, his mentor, who was worried about him, so he was waiting for him here. Seeing that his disciple was in good condition, the master opened his eyes and couldn't find words. The monk explains, "He's fine. His master helped him get rid of the dark energy. The caster is surprised that the energy can't harm his student now." The master looked over the young man with spiritual sight. The demonic energy really couldn't be felt anymore. His thoughts flashed through his mind. Everyone said that Yi Qingtian was weak, but it wasn't that simple. He changes the subject. Tomorrow is the academy entrance exam. Is the young man going to take part? Yi Qingtian nods affirmatively. If he gets into the academy, he can enter the Qingcheng sword sect. Since that's the case, isn't he willing to let Huang Yaoyao join the Dragon and Tiger sect? Everyone is surprised by this question. Even the girl didn't expect it. While Master was with her, he found that she possessed an uncommonly suitable body for cultivation. If she were to be by his side, she would have a greater future ahead of her than in the Yi clan. This information made the hero's eyes widen. A suitable body for cultivation? But the girl assures that she is not going anywhere. She will stay with Yi Qingtian. Mentor is one of the strongest cultivators. If Yao Yao is with him, she will learn much more than she did with him. The hero doesn't want to deprive her of such a future. He directs her to go with the master. She will have to wait a little while until he graduates from the academy, and he will come back for her. The girl agrees to such terms only with the promise that he will check up on her. Eventually, the master of the Dragon and Tiger sect leaves, taking the main character's friends with him. Such a quick parting pricked the hero's heart. He instructs his beloved to study hard with a mentor. He will surely come back for her. He barely had time to speak before the portal closed, and there was no trace of his friends. A drought demon has stayed with Yi Qingtian, but the creature is only interested in his food. The hero graciously seated his pet at the table. His eyes raced at the abundance of food. The guy instructs him, "Eat slower, I'll study for tomorrow's exam." With the mental link, Yi Qingtian communicates with the system. Since he broke the second seal, he can learn a new technique. He wants the girl to help him choose. The Dragon and Elephant Divine Strike will help obtain the power that destroys mountains and rivers. Does he want to try it? The young man nods affirmatively, and the knowledge along with the skills seep into his mind. He would have to fight Qin Zhaoxiang tomorrow after all. A few hours later, the guy was still sitting there working on learning a new skill. The dragon notices that his energy is quite strong. He's only a rank 1. How can he release such strong energy? Finally, the day of the exam came. All the students headed to the Qianlin Academy. The examiners informed the principal that the installation of the stupefying field has been completed. They have purposely made it so that it only affects Yi Qingtian. It is safe for the others. The principal wonders what the status of the other 3 fields for the exam is. The examiners give a report. 3 more fields are set up at the entrance to the academy. They too have undergone special changes. Once Yi Qingtian's footsteps in here, he will never come back. Many gawkers from the street were attracted by the glowing golden light surrounding the flower pavilion. Finally, the hero is done internalizing the new technique. He clenched his fist, spiritual energy flowing freely through his body. With a sharp motion, he thrusts his fist forward, crumbling the concrete around him. Now, the force of its impact is comparable to several tens of thousands of kilograms. From such a loud noise, the sleeping dragon woke up and looked around in confusion. And it's already time for the hero to go to the academy and pass the exam. To make sure the guy doesn't get lonely, he's going to take the dragon with him. But the creature is reluctant and desperate, right down to promising him food. At the entrance to the academy, a slab of writing hovered in the air. The exam had already started. As expected from the academy, they would use magic fields and seals to test all the participants. And Qingtian bursts into the crowd and loudly demands to be allowed to pass, the young man reveling in the attention. So this is where the exam begins. You have to destroy 4 magic fields, which is strange. Among the newcomers, not everyone knows about magic fields. Why did they give such a task? One of the spellcasters remarks that this year's exam is too difficult, likely leaving only half of the participants at the end. The headmaster parries that the academy only needs the most talented. It turns out that one of the examinees understands magic fields. He comes forward with confidence. But the young spellcaster is met with a magical field strike that rolls him off his feet. Both Qingtian and his pet watch in shock as the young man rolls on the ground passed out. A few naive spellcasters similarly rushed forward, confident that they could handle him. But their attempts were also unsuccessful. 3 guys were thrown unconscious to the ground. Soon many tried their chance out of desperation. Are these fields really that hard to pass? Qingtian comes closer and declares that he will now teach everyone how to destroy fields. He repeats in his head the rules he already knows. First, you have to find the eye. Guy places his palm against the barrier and focuses his spiritual powers by closing his eyes. In time, the very eye he was looking for would form in his palm. Now came the destruction stage. The guy clenched his fist with all his might, dissipating the energy. Only a couple of minutes and the young man was able to clear the barrier without any problems. His opponents are in shock. How could he pull this off? But it didn't take long for him to rejoice in his small victory. His gaze stumbled upon another, and Qingtian throws off his pet, warms up, and plunges headlong into the task at hand. Activating his spiritual power, he stomps the barriers with his feet, plowing the ground with his feet. Another jump and he moves to third. Everything happens in exactly the same scenario. In seconds, the barrier shatters into shards. He easily crushed the eye of these fields. Are the fields of the Qianlin Academy so weak? One of the judges remarks that the Yi clan guy has good potential and his work isn't bad. The academy director himself wasn't happy, though. It seems that his plan wasn't so perfect. But he's not going to let the guy rejoice for long. He's definitely going to kill him today. After dealing with the protective barriers, Yi Qingtian decided to advance, leaving the others behind. A young man, along with his pet, carelessly walks up the stairs to the entrance of the academy. But no sooner had he taken a step than something stopped him. Another barrier! But this time, he is not so simple. His function is not only to protect. The spiritual energy entangled the hero's body and began to pull towards him. Only a few moments had passed, and Yi Qingtian had already disappeared into the portal. He was dragged into the academy's courtyard, where several dozen swords made of spiritual energy pointed in his direction. The academy had really worked hard to turn this exam against him, even putting up protective fields. This time, the difficulty of the exam has been increased a lot. If you destroy the spatial fields incorrectly, you can be stuck in them for a long time. One of the participants pokes at the sky, getting everyone's attention. Yi Qingtian's gut shows him that something is wrong. The young man breaks the bonds, holding him back. And just in time, because an explosion forms where he was a second ago. He realizes, it seems, that this protective field is designed specifically against him. Dozens of swords swooped over the courtyard, pointing sharply towards the hero. And Qingtian barely manages to avoid the blades. Yes, they are only attacking him. Obviously, this is Qin Zhaoxian's doing. Since he decided to set a trap for him, he has no problem playing along. The guy's activating his spiritual powers. Lightning runs at breakneck speed throughout the academy, hitting one place or another. He single-handedly tackled the defense fields by attacking them all. Yi Qingtian dealt with all the traps and froze, ready for more attacks. With his spiritual power, he summons a weapon, a double-edged halberd. If the academy principal loves games so much, he has no problem playing this big game with him. Suddenly, the halberd shifted, leaving its copy hanging in the air. It bifurcated. Yi Qingtian had changed the eye and patterns of this field. If his opponent couldn't bring everything back, all the disciples wouldn't be able to get out, and it would be Qin Zhaoxian's responsibility. Mentally, the guy laughed heartily. Let's see how his enemy does now. Having done his thing, the guy got out of the confined space with a portal, thus causing the other students to be shocked. It had been a long time, but none of the test participants had ever figured out the formation at the entrance to the academy. What's going on in the exam this time? Why hasn't anyone come out yet? Things didn't go according to the principal's plan, strange. The stupefying field was only set up against Yi Qingtian. The others should have already appeared. What happened? But then, to the director's relief, a silhouette appeared in the portal that he couldn't quite make out yet. Relief was quickly replaced by disappointment as it was Yi Qingtian. Still, his plan failed once again. Qin Zhaoxian shouted out the hero's name with suppressed anger. The other examiners began to chatter with interest. They didn't expect the hero to come out first. The young man found it hard to contain his anger, so he began to mock the principal. Sarcastically, he asked him to take his time. He would deal with him soon. The old caster tried to hold back his mask of equanimity to the last, but he noticed the change in his portal, which brought a shock to his face. Why did his stupefying field change? The other examiner was more careful. It did not change, it increased its level. Not bad. Someone wanted to kill him, so Yi Qingtian changed the field. With an evil grin, he warns, if they don't destroy it, everyone who participated in the exam will be imprisoned in it. And after all, among the participants are the sons and daughters of the examiners themselves. If they don't get out, the academy will be in trouble. These words infuriated many observers. They did not want to believe the words of the hero. Qin Zhaoxian supports them. Let him not know how Yi Qingtian got out, but let him not even try to deceive him. The old man rushes sharply toward the portal, about to walk through it. But to everyone's surprise, his hand rests on a plane of spiritual energy that does not allow him to pass. Crossing his arms on his chest and watching, Yi Qingtian enjoys his opponent's reaction. While the old man was distracted, a huge fist of spiritual energy formed out of space and struck him sharply. The force of the blow was great. The director flew a few meters away and landed on his back. Indecent behavior of the hero began to irritate the entire teaching staff. Where did he get such a high knowledge of magical fields? He gets a warning that the disciples inside are ordinary people. He better get them out quick, or he'll be in trouble. But the guy doesn't care about the fate of other people. He coldly parries. He had nothing to do with it. Qin Zhaoxian had set the field, and who would believe that a weakling like him had changed the field? But maybe he can get him to destroy the field. If the principal doesn't apologize, he'll be begging the guy to release the students. The man realized that his young rival wanted to embarrass him. Qin Zhaoxian gritted his teeth from the overflowing anger, preparing to break his pride. The man made a small bow, admitted his guilt, and asked for the release of the children, while in his mind he thought, real men can adapt. Next time I will definitely be able to destroy you. The teaching staff was shocked. Did Principal Qin really admit defeat? Since the headmaster had agreed to his terms, it was now Yi Qingtian's turn to fulfill what he had promised. Touching his hand in the portal, he broke the impenetrability spell. But he also warned if he is insulted by anyone again, that person is no longer so easily done. Those words sent the principal into a state of frenzy again. Gradually, the students one by one began to exit the portal, rejoicing in their freedom. The principal turns around and leaves. Lastly, he gives the order to take all the participants to the entrance of the Qianlin Valley. In an hour, the second stage of the exam will begin. An hour later, everyone was at the gathering, waiting for a new test, and looking around the empty valley. Yi Qingtian was glad that the real exam had finally begun. The guy was so relaxed that he didn't notice one of his opponents, Miao Chong, giving him a baleful look. The headmaster began to announce the rules of the second competition. The first task was to enter the Qianlin Valley and kill demonic beasts. But some of the disciples came here by connections through their fathers, so he increased the difficulty of the magic fields for the exam. While the participants were speculating who it could be, Yi Qingtian realized that the principal was trying to mess with him again. One of the examiners saw his reaction. He noticed that the young man was able to withstand the taunts of the crowd. He has a backbone. But will he be able to withstand the next test? Qian Renzhan walked up to the hero and brazenly said, "Brother, the director is speaking to you? You have already angered a great number of people. Do you want to pay me to guide you? Although you're skilled in magic fields, but you're only a first ranker? You don't have the strength to deal with everyone." The hero chose not to react to his words. He simply turned away, muttering a refusal. The description of the conditions continued. Once in the valley, students who killed monsters get points. The first 30 according to the number of points pass on. For a beast of the first rank, 1 point. For a beast of the second rank, 2 points, and so on. Participants were enthusiastic that they had internalized the information and were ready to compete. The principal opens the second stage of the exam with a smile, and all the students rush forward deep into the forest. Yi Qingtian is in no hurry but follows the others. He can feel the principal burning him with his gaze. Qin Zhaoxian receives information from his subordinates. The traps have already been set. This time, Yi Qingtian will not be able to escape the wave of monsters. The mysterious masked caster watches the hero with interest. He tries to be as stealthy as possible, hiding in the trees. He waited until the young man had moved a sufficient distance away, after which he pulled a small bottle from his robes and uncorked it. Despite its size, the bottle was able to hold quite a large amount of the substance, and in large waves it began to spray across the forest area. The more time passed, the more the smell spread throughout the forest, attracting the attention of the animals. Once the creatures smelled him, they became more embittered and aggressive. A small pack of wolves headed towards the source of the odor with a rumbling and furious growl. Qianrenjin ignored the hero's refusal and continued to follow him, justifying that they were going in the same direction. But the caster's motivation was not so simple. He had seen Yi Qingtian destroy 4 fields in a row. He was definitely hiding something. The young man decided that if he followed him, he would definitely be in an advantageous position. But his selfish musings are interrupted by another's shriek. The beasts have reached their edge. The giant-sized wolf opened its huge maw and roared, chasing after one of the young spellcasters. The whole group of animals began furiously attacking the young men, tormenting them with their paws. The hero's reflexes kicked in just in time and he jumped back, avoiding the animal's attack. After watching the behavior of the wolves for a bit, he realized something was wrong. They were too fast. And why are there suddenly so many of them? This thought crept into not only the hero's head. Qianrenjin voiced the same question out loud. An entire pack of wolves completely surrounded them. As the beasts lurked, assessing their potential prey, they growled muffledly, saliva dripping from their mouths. But it didn't last long. A moment later, the entire group of wolves attacked Yi Qingtian and his comrade at once. Fortunately, Qianrenjin wielded a sword. As long as the young man was able to protect himself and his partner without giving the animals a chance to injure them. He shouted to Yi Qingtian to leave. He would delay them. The hero was distracted by his words and didn't notice the wolf approaching from behind. But the young caster deftly severed the creature with his sword, thus protecting the young man. But there were too many aggressive animals. He overlooked one, and the creature got too close to him. The animal knocked the caster to the ground, but someone's magic stopped it. And Qingtian boredly repeats that he said that there was no need to protect him. What is this person continuing to risk his life for him? Like any other person in a situation like this, Qianrenjin is caught by the hero's words. With annoyance, he throws out that if he knew beforehand that the beasts were so strong, he wouldn't have tried to protect him. While the young spellcaster was trying to get to his feet almost without strength, another group of wolves decided to attack him. Fear gripped him as the wolf's maw closed almost in front of his nose. But the spiritual power of the drought dragon once again cast the animals aside. The young caster was shocked by the sight of a small dragon eating the flesh of creatures he had just killed himself. With surprise, he asked the hero if this is his pet. And Yi Qingtian himself is uncomfortable with such a picture. The wolves kept coming. The dragon had no problem dealing with them in anticipation of eating them. But a couple moments later, dozens of wolves surrounded the poor creature. Qianrenjin was worried. Would the pet master do nothing? But Yi Qingtian assured him that first and second rank beasts were no rivals to his dragon. As if confirming his words, a bright light of spiritual energy illuminated the wolves that clothed the creature. The drought demon grew to its original size, scattering the embittered creatures around the area with no problem. Yi Qingtian watches his pet's transformation with a satisfied expression. Qianrenjin, on the other hand, looked up and his expression changed to one of shock. The dragon killed all the wolves with one blow. The creature happily picked up the carcass of the slain wolf with its claws and was about to thrust it into its mouth. But Yi Qingtian called out to him and caught his attention, asking him to freeze. His points depend on these crystals. Once he collects them all, he will later let the creature eat all the defeated wolves. The demonic dragon shrank in size again and showed its displeasure over the hero trying to use its power. In response, the young caster tries only to guffaw, but the dragon's mood doesn't change. But his partner is delighted that the hero was able to raise such a cool pet. It seems to him that this guy is just an uncut diamond. And Qingtian assumes that these beasts are probably worth a bunch of points. He affectionately calls the drought demon his lucky star. Subsequently, several minutes were spent collecting all the crystals from the slain animals. All of their power is gathered in a ring that sits on the hero's index finger. The henchmen of the academy principal had been watching the whole time, keeping their eyes on Yi Qingtian. Principal Qin said that if they kill Yi Qingtian, they will go straight to the academy. Maybe they should start acting already. But the hero's dragon is very strong. They will have to wait. One of them informs him that he brought a smoke that confuses monsters from his clan, especially for him. Even a level 5 beast can be fooled with it. The young man confidently ignites a smoke bomb and hurls it in the direction of the heroes. She lands right behind Yi Qingtian and his pet. A few minutes later, smoke spread all around, which caught the attention of the hero and the demonic dragon. And it's just about time for the opponents to attack, the masked spellcasters promptly jumping down from the tree. But the wave of energy immediately throws them back. Yiqingtian has so many enemies. Why is he being set on fire by enemies everywhere? This thought caused uncontrollable anger. Yiqingtian unknowingly snapped the arrow in his hand. The caster, on the other hand, couldn't believe how it was possible. He was able to counterattack in the fog. Kinjo Oxian said that Yiqingtian was only a rank 1. Is this the strength of a rank 1? The hero's keen eye has spotted a third accomplice. Does he want to escape? But Yiqingtian didn't allow it. The young caster sets off to chase after the fleeing man. With annoyance, it comes to the spy's attention that he has been tricked. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly and stared in front of him, something blocking his path. Another competitor simply stood in the middle of the road, not giving way to the caster running away in fear. It's Miao Chong, who has been possessed by a heavenly lord. The behavior seemed incomprehensible to the spying caster, and he inquired who the guy was and why he was blocking his way. But the young man reacted blankly. He only slowly and threateningly pulled his hand towards the top of the guy's head. With a strong and sharp blow, he flattened the young caster to the ground. Fortunately, Yiqingtian had time to catch this scene and tensed up. He wasn't the only one who saw it. The other contestants also noticed the fight. Did this man decide to kill people in the exam? Miao Chong gripped his scabbard with an evil smirk. He had finally met Yiqingtian. It was time for him to die. The hero is obviously sick of all these run-ins with villains. He doesn't even know this man. Why did he decide to attack him? The face of the young caster, in whose body sat the spirit of heaven, contorted into a vicious and grotesque grimace. There was a murmur throughout the forest. With a sonorous voice, the man introduced himself. He is the Lord of the Heavens. The entity pointed a huge sword woven with spiritual energy towards the hero, but the young man managed to stop it in time. His words had no effect. Yiqingtian was not surprised or scared in the slightest. Such an unemotional response hit the creature's ego in a huge way. The young man shattered a huge sword of spiritual energy. He still replied, "You're right on time. I've wanted to take revenge on you for a long time." A rather powerful explosion goes off in the clearing, the bright light blinding everyone around them. But Yiqingtian is focused. He jumps out of the veil with his fist in front of him. With spiritual power, he creates a rather large projection of a golden dragon and directs it towards his opponent. But even in a human body, the essence is very strong. The Lord of the Heavens has no problem fending off the attack. Still, the creature notices that the hero has grown up rather quickly. This fact angers the Overlord even more, and he attacks again, aiming dozens of swords of spiritual energy towards the hero. His aura is so powerful that people begin to drift away under its pressure. All of this is starting to give the young caster a hard time, a dark aura forming around him. And Qingtian once again forms a golden dragon that without any problem all the swords pointed at him. His opponent didn't expect such a swift reaction. Such an airwave sent him flying several meters away and hitting the trunk of a tree. His face remains stony, but panic rises in his brain. And Yiqingtian, what kind of cultivation? How could he summon such power? Hell, if it weren't for the worldly laws restraining this body, he would have killed the hero with just one blow. But while the Lord of the Heavens hesitated, the young caster wasted no time and went on the attack again. He came too fast and Miao Chun almost cut off his limbs with his sword. Another swing of the sword, but the hero managed to dodge again. The enemies continue to dance the dangerous dance of death, with only the sounds of sword swinging, heavy breathing, and the rustle of clothing around. And so the forces of the two spellcasters collided, forming a powerful explosion. And Qingtian managed to smack his fist into his opponent's face. He put all his hatred into this blow, so it was quite strong. The body flew very far away, plowing the damp ground. In the end, the Heaven Lord's body collided with the tree once again. From such a collision, fractures were inevitable. The current owner of the body would have a hard time if he survived. Essence is in a lot of pain from such a blow. His eyes rolled back and his lungs unable to take a breath. The participants are talking amongst themselves. He's at the god stage after all. Was Yiqingtian really able to defeat him? The young hero did not appreciate this altercation. He called the Lord of Heaven a weakling. But it looks like it's not over yet. Some stranger in the shadows has been watching the action, not showing himself on stage yet. The dragon drought something amiss and looked closely in that direction. But his attention shifted to Miao Chun. His aura seemed strange to him. Why did he still feel that the man was alive? The hero assumes he must have made a mistake. His organs have all failed, he's definitely dead. So the young man carelessly goes further into the deep woods. He still needs to collect points. And it seems he was wrong to be so carefree about everything that was happening. A spirit burst out of the dead man's body. Gradually, it gathered into a whole cloud over the corpse and quickly skirted deep into the forest. Someone's eyes noticed a glow in the air. Their hand reflexively grabbed the spirit trail. This is an unknown person. He is not a competitor. He ended up becoming the new home of the Lord of the Heavens. And Qingtian is very strong. It would be foolish to try to attack him by revealing his identity. Looks like he'll have to find a new approach. This is Lung Fan, one of the 9 sons of God. Meanwhile, the watchers of the competition also saw the latest developments. They wondered, how did the hero get the demon to follow him? It is said that he is guarded by the spirit of his clan's ancestor. It seems to be true. What should they do then? If they don't get rid of the young man, the principal will punish them. A rustle behind the watchers' backs caught their attention as well, and they fell silent and turned toward the source of the noise. A few furious swings of the ball, and bodies fell to the ground, staining it with blood. Lun Fan had a cruel and cold face over the corpses and watched their eyes fade away. All he cared about was that he nearly got his hand dirty. The young man turning away simplistically and approaching the stela. Gradually, he begins to infuse his spiritual energy into it. It must be a field that restrains the beasts. Without addressing anyone in particular, he says out loud that he wants to play a game with Yi Qingtian. Meanwhile, the hero in the forest is not yet aware of the approaching danger. He is slowly but surely increasing his score. Now he's easily defeating the brutalized bulls. But then something caught his eye that caught his attention. Raising his head upwards, the young man saw that the color of the sky had drastically changed, and waves of spiritual energy were spreading throughout the valley. All the beasts seemed to have gone mad at once and started attacking all living things indiscriminately. The cries of the young spellcasters are echoing throughout the forest. Something is wrong with the demonic beasts. If they don't run away now, they might die. And Qingtian remained standing still. Strange. Was this also part of the exam? The wild boars were rapidly approaching the hero. They were already a few centimeters away from him. The young caster reached his hand forward and touched the animal. He channeled spiritual energy through his fingertips. It lightened the weight of the animal. Swinging around and concentrating all his strength, Yi Qingtian threw the beast away from him far away. The academy had set up a field restraining the beasts specifically for the exam. What is happening now makes no sense. Once all the demonic beasts go crazy, there will be few people left alive here. But the fierce throw of the hero did not send the animals into a knockout. They rose to their feet and are again ready to attack him. A bluish aura, already familiar to Yi Qingtian, enveloped the creatures. While the young man didn't know how to react, he just watched what was happening. But then something unexpected happened. The animals transformed into a centaur. The young and very green spellcasters began to panic. The two beasts merged and became a level 4 demon. It seems that the creature is only attacking the hero. Someone still doesn't want to leave him alone. He has no choice but to attack, so the young man goes on the attack. At breakneck speed, he strikes the centaur with a series of powerful punches. But the creature didn't care. It didn't feel a thing. Although it seems like that wasn't all, Yi Qingtian activated his spiritual power. Several fists of spiritual energy violently began beating the creature. And that's when the attack had the desired effect. The centaur fell to the ground in a blackout. The young caster addresses all the contestants. If they do not destroy the field controlling the beasts, they will be worn out and they will all die. If they still want to survive, they will have to unite and fight back. But the young people are too immature. Some of them are afraid for themselves, and some of them simply do not believe the hero. But the arguments are quickly cut short by a shout, another group of beasts approaching them. The creatures are unusually numerous, their eyes burning with rage and madness, and their stomping and roaring filled the entire forest. Spitting on their pride, the young spellcasters scattered. But Qian Renjun suddenly supports the hero. He encourages everyone to think again and try to act together. And Qingtian repeats again, "The beasts have gone crazy because someone did something to the field that controls them." He asks the young men to buy him time to deal with the field. The partner tries to lend support to his friend again. They all saw how he easily handled the magic fields and defeated the level 4 beast. Finally, these words convinced the young men. Some of them agreed to the adventure. With a sharp wave of his hand, Yi Qingtian tries to get their attention to give the spellcasters instructions. They all urgently need to split into 2 groups, split the advancing monsters into 2 similar groups and hold them back, while he would try to quickly find the magic field eye. Infusing his feet with spiritual energy, a great speed bursts among the animals and runs out of the clearing. If his intuition does not fail him, the eye should be at the top of the mountain. But his plan wasn't so perfect. Suddenly, 2 aggressive creatures block his path. And Qingtian makes another attempt to escape, but the demonic beasts can't see the edge. This is when he remembers his pet and allows the drought demon to dine on them. The dragon is immediately happy to transform into its enlarged version and tear creatures to shreds. Leaving his pet and dealing with the pursuit, Yi Qingtian rushes forward again. He doesn't have much time. A few minutes later, he reaches the foot of the mountain where the stela is located. With swift and broad steps, he climbs the ladder to the top. Seeing all the chaos going on up close, the expression on the young man's face changes. But he tries not to let his fear get the best of him. The eye must be somewhere ahead of him. With quick leaps, he approached the stela. The field draws blood from demonic beasts. If you deprive it of that blood, it should cease to function. A clang of metal. A sword flying right in front of the young man's face. It blocks the flow of spiritual energy that Yi Qingtian was trying to pour into the eye. Wasn't part of the young man's plans. Was there really an ambush waiting for him? Not bad. You found this place so quickly, came a low and cold voice. Lun Fan had been waiting for the hero to fight him all this time. A sharp swing of the sword, a shriek, and a great deal of blood was spilled. And Qingtian managed to wound his opponent. It was understandable why the demon found the smell familiar. Is he in league with the Heavenly Lord? Lun Fan replied. In order to kill the hero, he sent 9 god souls to Earth who turned into 9 god sons. Although Yi Qingtian is strong, but every time he tests him, Lun Fan will definitely find his weak point. So sooner or later he will be able to kill the hero. The young caster heals his wound with a sharp movement. Finally, the picture in Yi Qingtian's mind came together. So these were the Heavenly Lord's earthly assistants. With a chuckle, Lun Fan directs a powerful spiritual attack towards the hero. And Qingtian that it's nothing to him? 1 will come and kill him, 2 will come and kill them too, until he kills every last one of them. With a powerful leap, the guy advances forward and punctures his opponent's attack. His protective barrier destroys the enemy's spirit swords in a second, shattering them into shards. This behavior angers Lun Fan even more. The man arms himself with 2 sabers and rushes towards the hero, calling him nothing more than a wastrel. The young spellcaster's weapons collide in a duel. They are so fast that you can't catch anything but their aura marks. And Qingtian warns the Heavenly Lord, the day will come when he will kill him and banish him from this world. Lun Fan was distracted by his words, and Yi Qingtian's spell reached him, opening many wounds. The young man tried to stay on his feet with his last strength. The bleeding was too much. He fell to the ground. The young man pours his spiritual power into his fist, using a spell he learned relatively recently. He makes a sharp lunge with his fist, thus shattering the stone in front of him into shards. The forces of the principal and his subordinates didn't rush to the scene much. Qin Zhaoxian wondered if they had found out who had launched the field controlling the beasts. They sent a person to the eye to check, but no results so far. Now they urgently need to stop this wave of monsters, or else all the people participating in the exam will die. The principal's composure has cracked. Everyone must be protected. As for Yi Qingtian, they will send him into the thick of those monsters to die there. Finally, the examiners reached the young spellcasters who were still desperately struggling against the beastly animals. The director orders his subordinates to rescue the young men. A powerful field of spiritual energy covered the entire clearing. A moment later, all the animals fell to the ground dead. Has the field really been destroyed? Strange, this field was set up by the ancestor himself. Even the headmaster would take a whole day to destroy it. How was it dealt with so quickly? Sometime later, the hero returned to his pet. He found him surrounded by crystals, which he was happily devouring. Yi Qingtian thanked the drought demon but liquidated all the crystals after all. He still needed points. This made the dragon angry. The young man stole what belonged to him again. He called him rude. The young man promised him to be sure to return them later. After calming his pet, he headed towards the valley to deal with the exam. The principal, as the person in charge, was counting all the spellcasters. He noticed that Yi Qingtian was absent. He must have died. But as if out of spite, a familiar, annoying voice resounds from the depths of the forest. Qin Zhaoxian turned around angrily towards the source. How is that annoying man still alive? The hero confidently declares that not only is he alive, but he's sure to pass the test. One of the examiners approaches the principal and gently reminds him that it's time to start scoring. The old man chuckles. He really wants to see how many points Yi Qingtian has scored. The young man confidently replies that he is ready and activates his ring, where he has stored all his accumulated points. A mountain of crystals forms under his feet. He sarcastically asks if it's enough. Qian Renzhen confirms that the young man himself killed all those monsters and saved them all. Qin Zhaoxian wonders how exactly he did it. Qian Renzhen recounts all the events that happened in the past few hours. Hearing that Yi Qingtian had destroyed the magic field, the principal's face changed. He asked the hero head-on, was he the one who destroyed the magic field? A short while later, the number of points of each participant was counted. It was time for the results to be announced. The first 29 people who passed the test have been identified. The names will now be announced. Yitingtian's scores were reported. The judge could in no way believe that he had earned as many as 5,939 points. It's amazing, his result surpassed the highest historical record of Kanglin College. But the principal intervened. As far as he knows, most of those points were obtained by the hero's pet. According to the academy rules, it's cheating. Yi Qingtian parries that he has never heard of this rule, but Qin Joxian doesn't want to hear it. He is the dean here. His rules are the rules of the academy. If the young man is not happy, in that case he can get out of here. One of the judges intervenes in their discussion. Even if some of the pet points are removed, the young man will still be ranked first. He is eligible to enter the academy. The old caster beckoned Yi Qingtian over to him. The young man tensed. Why did the old man need him? Then the judge approaches him himself and touches the young man's forehead with 2 fingers. After infusing his spiritual power, he uses a spell that causes a mark to appear on his forehead. With it, he summoned Yi Qingtian's spiritual sword projection. The others began to look at it with interest. This is the sword inheritance. This made the headmaster furious. Master, are you mocking me? Do you want to hand over your life's inheritance to this useless boy? The master did not answer. Still busy with the spell, for the work was painstaking enough. The old man tells Yi Qingtian that his father was once a master's apprentice. This inheritance should have belonged to his father, but he insisted that the master give it to him. It was his choice. At last, the old charmer said that he believed the young man would be as good as his father. What is the old dean doing? Has the Tao disappeared? Impossible. Why would he give his legacy to Yi Qingtian and still be alive? The new power overflowed the hero's body, spilling over in warm waves. Yi Qingtian relished the new acquired ability. It turned out that the young man was immediately able to break through to a higher level. How convenient, he didn't expect to break through so soon. Moreover, there seems to be an additional talent for sword-wielding in his body. But the question of whether to accept Yi Qingtian into the academy was still open. The principal had no choice but to accept him, but he ordered to put the young man in the handyman's room. After receiving his orders, the caster approached the hero and said he would escort him to his new room. The rest of the students also began to be gathered to settle into the academies. 15 minutes later, Yi Qingtian was led to some dubious place on the outskirts. This is where he would live in the future. The hero appeared unhappy with the place. Spellcasters or else turned around and lastly told him to be thankful he lived at least here. Mentally, the boy reassured himself. Forget it, you'll be safe here. This is a very clean and good place to practice. Yi Qingtian immediately asks the system to help him choose a sword technique. He asks the girl to add any remaining talent points to the sword-wielding talent. The system obediently follows his orders. A little while later, the guy decides to add some talent to succeed. Slowly but surely, the spell crossed and settled in the guy's mind, promising him new possibilities. Above his hut, the sword projection shone again. But a while later, something seems to have gone wrong. What's the matter? Why did the ringing suddenly stop? His breath is so strong, what is it? It appeared after Yiping's martial arts awakening. Though he doesn't know what's going on here, the hero is sure that some of his body's secrets must have something to do with all of this. Interest began to reawaken in his soul. Chuckling softly, he wondered aloud what the secret was. For example, take his current base of excellence in the warrior realm. He could easily withstand an Imperial realm strike. Much less counterattack, there's an explosion. The Drought Dragon's jaw dropped from such strength. The young man had accidentally used too much force. Even the students from the practice field at such a great distance saw the explosion. Yi Qingtian swung his stick again. Without much effort, he cracked the huge slab of stone in half. His body had a feeling that every time he used his sword skills, he could accumulate aura in his body. If he swung a few more times, perhaps the speed could break through to the realm of warriors. Last time he said he would just borrow the beast stones, now he's used up, so the Drought Dragon can eat them. With a joyous grunt, the creature pounced on the mountain of rocks. Each time the dragon eats, it attacks the third sealing ring in its body. He doesn't know how much damage he can do, then finishes eating those beast crystals. The number of points needed kept decreasing, but too slowly it frustrated the hero. Mentally, he called the dragon too weak. After resting for a bit, the Drought Dragon climbed onto Yi Qingtian's shoulder again. He could smell a pleasant scent that promised him an even better meal. The young man was surprised at his voraciousness. The dragon continued to convince him, saying he could smell that their crystal was much tastier than the whole bunch. Moreover, it would become even stronger. The Drought Demon Ascension will definitely strengthen the attack on the third short time the guy and his pet got to the sealing ring. There is absolutely no reason to refuse. After a relatively short period of time, the guy and his pet reached a cave surrounded by a mysterious body of water. Unable to restrain himself, the dragon tore forward at the scent. Suddenly, there is an indignant shout of who dares to invade another's territory. A stone hand throws out of the glowing liquid and catches the dragonkin. Such a sudden change of events was too sudden for Yi Qingtian. His heart skipped a beat. Before he could blink, his hand disappeared back into the mysterious waters as if nothing had happened. And Qingtian was about to move closer as the water stirred again. The fire and stone golem rose from the waters, outraged at how humans had the audacity to look into the treasury it guarded. The young man immediately demands the fire beast to release his pet within 3 breaths. But no sooner does he speak than the golem's arm explodes. The demonic drought dragon swiftly flees from the fiery creature. But the golem is not going to let him go so easily. He tries his best to grab the animal. The drought demon quickly transformed in size and attacked the creature in return. Such a drastic change in appearance greatly frightened the golem. He began to apologize, offering the dragon his heart. Quishu, one of the demon kings of Kanglin Valley, came to the surface after hearing the cries of his comrade. The plant golem quickly restrained the demonic dragon's body, binding all of its limbs with vines. The fire golem wasted no time. It was about to strike. But his powerful stone fist collided as if against a wall, unable to advance any further. The dragon's scales are so strong that the golem is unable to pierce it, which shocked its counterpart. But the drought dragon was fed up with the whole situation. Getting angry, it roared and broke free. The golems were frightened of him again. The creatures fell to their knees, and already the 2 of them were apologizing to the animal. But the dragon just sent them to hell and kicked them away with all his might. Competing with them, low-level monsters, was a waste of time. He turned toward the cave once more and strode in the direction from which came the odor that had so attracted him. He really deserves to be a beast from another world. He even has a compelling personality. Tem! The dragon approached the lava bank and thought for a moment. And Qingtian admonished him to eat more, for his 3rd seal depended on him. The dragon jumped into the lava pool, raising a pillar of fire and muttering that this is delicious, delicious. This is Taiji Quan Fire Red Lotus. A few moments later, he surfaced from the liquid, full of energy and satisfied. The hero inquired if his pet had become stronger. Yan Yan assured him that he was, the lotus energy bubbling within him. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning came from nowhere in the sky and struck the dragon's body. And Qingtian decided to intervene. It is thunder and lightning cross. He must help the drought demon. But the creature itself is ecstatic. The fire red lotus quality didn't let him down this time, and it took him to a higher level. But the thing still didn't fill him to the brim. The demon finally became stronger. Before there was no advancement, the demon's attack on the 3rd seal wheel was too weak. I wonder if the attack would become stronger after the advancement. The hero concentrated on his inner seal and looked around it. Miraculously, the demon became stronger. Its attack on the 3rd ring of the seal was strengthened tenfold. At this speed, the 3rd ring will crack quickly, the dragon inquired. The 2 golems are still here. What is the hero going to do with them? Eventually, Yi Qingtian orders the pet to kill them. After listening to their pleas, the guy decided that he was just short of a few janitors at the Kanglin Academy. He changed his mind, telling the creatures that he would need them in the future. Such reticence frightened them. Eventually, the guy turns around and orders the creatures to follow him. Only the hero and his pet managed to get to the academy, as from behind its walls there was a noise, and also felt a murderous aura. And Qingtian was curious. He took a sharp leap over the fence to have a look. He took a closer look, and the picture that appeared before his eyes brought a grin to his lips. There's something to see. Right now the principal was fighting 4 spellcasters. For so many years, the Heavenly Temple allowed Qin Zhaoxian to open up in Kanglin to conquer it, and he worked for the Heavenly Clan. But the headmaster failed to kill even the petty Yi Qingtian. The Heavenly Temple is very disappointed in him, so the master asked a new person to take his place. The director starts making excuses. It's only a matter of time before the guy is killed. The dean of Kangyu Academy, Chu Feng, and his subordinates point their swords at the principal and attack him. All this time, the heroes have been searching for followers of the Heavenly Temple faction. This organization has repeatedly attacked his family. They are a big nuisance. Despite the fact that the fight is unequal, that is 4 men on 1, the director manages to dodge punches and attacks. All 4 spellcasters decided to attack him at the same time. But Qin Zhaoxian creates a protective barrier around him in time. He growls that he will accept an explanation from the master, but it's not Chu Feng's turn to talk about it. With a sharp sweep of his arm, he throws all of his enemies aside. But as for Chu Feng, he had said bad things about him in front of the master. And today, he must teach the insolent caster a lesson for that. But this does not frighten the man at all. He waves the talisman in front of his opponent's nose and asks if the director wants to see their master. He doesn't stand a chance either. There's some grim smoke coming out of the talisman as well. Gradually, the energy penetrates into the academy director's chest. For the first time, you can see his frightened face. As soon as the unknown curse entered the old caster's body, he found it hard to breathe, and his eyes began to ripple. Qin Jiaoxian shouted, spewing out dangerous smoke. Chu Feng took advantage of his opponent's precarious state and wounded him with his sword. Arrogantly, he declares that he will not kill the principal, but he will turn him into trash and let him live in shame forever. Saying he was going to, the dean calls for his acolytes to follow him. They leave. Such a powerful attack had sapped the old caster's condition and health. It was still hard for him to get to his feet and his hands were shaking. And King Tian jumped off the parapet, telling the dragon that they would have to work. Walking outside the academy, Chu Feng praised his subordinates. They all deserve credit for being able to destroy Qin Zioxian today. When he returns, he will report back to Master and remember their merits. A young man intervenes in their conversation. It's rude to just leave like that when they come to the Kanglin Academy. Yi King Tian's image seemed familiar to them. It seemed like they had seen him somewhere. Xu Feng recognized him first. The man was going to kill him and receive a reward from his master. But before he could even take a step, Yi Qingtian slid his neck with spiritual energy. The young man stood as if nothing had happened while the man behind him gasped and fell to the floor. His subordinates can't believe it. This guy wiped out their leaders in seconds. Yi Qingtian didn't waste any time talking. He rushed forward and took the men in his grasp. The Heavenly Temple was plotting against his family. If they wanted to live, let them just put out all the information about him. The third spellcaster swung his axe toward the hero, demanding that his fellow spellcasters be released. The dragon lunged to attack, and even in such a small form it was able to knock the weapon out of the caster's hands. One of the group's followers said that if Yi Qingtian fought with the Heavenly Temple, they would kill him sooner or later. The hero realized that this hostage was useless, so he knocked him out with one punch. It all depended on the last one. Would he tell or not? From fear and lack of oxygen, as the hero squeezed his neck with all his might, the man agreed to tell. An honorable gentleman has recently descended from the Heavenly Temple. He is targeting Kanglin Academy. As far as he knows, Kanglin Academy has what the Heavenly Temple needs. The Lord asked them to have a trial first, after which they would loot the academy. This information infuriated the hero beyond belief. When is this honorable gentleman going to do this? But the man doesn't know. The Heavenly Temple has its own agenda. He's on a low rank and doesn't have access to the big secrets. Yi Qingtian asks one last question. Where is the Heavenly Temple? The man mumbles that he doesn't know, but the hero begins to squeeze his neck harder until the caster is dead. The dragon asked, why did Yi Qingtian kill him if the caster answered his question? Cutting out weeds and roots, this most elementary truth, and if he had stayed alive, he would have only caused him trouble. Kanglin Academy will definitely not be quiet recently. He must unlock the third seal ring as soon as possible and quickly increase his strength. At this time in the academy itself, the welcome speech for the newly admitted was read out. It was time to assign classes. Yi Qingtian was late but apologized to the female teacher. A question arose in her mind. Was Yi Qingtian the reason for the old dean's disappearance? The woman informs him that the guy is in the handyman class. She doesn't need him here. Let him go to the master craftsman. Chen Fu, the class leader of the handyman class, informs that from now on the hero will be in his class. Let him pack his things and follow him. This turn of events did not please the young man very much, which was evident on his face. His new teacher noticed this and reminded him that there were rules at Kanglin Academy, and those who broke them would be put under criminal law. The man tosses him a broom and orders him to sweep the toilet for Lao Tzu. But Yi Qingtian throws the broom back at him. What he hates the most is when other people teach him how to do something. The other students are shocked. This guy dared to fight even with the teachers in the academy. Chen Fu gets to his feet and shouts out to Hero that he's looking to die. The man is mad. He's going to kill the young caster. But suddenly someone's hand stops his fist. Another female teacher intervened in the situation. Yi Qingtian should remember that this is an academy and not his family's house. If he doesn't want to sweep the toilet, let him go and feed the fish in the pond. This occupation interested the lad more, and he obeyed the order. The handyman's handler is unhappy that the hero was let go so easily, but the woman replies, though she doesn't like him, he is, after all, the successor to the old dean's sword design. Yi Qingtian wandered around the academy grounds looking for the pond. He had forgotten where the pond was. His pet tipped him off, and after a while the guy reached his destination. Just below, just off the shore, Li Haren's granddaughter sat on the bank and watched the fish. The hero is surprised to learn that the girl is the granddaughter of the old dean. The girl introduces herself. Her name is Li Yu. A goldfish jumps out of the waters and attracts the attention of the young men. Yi Qingtian watches thoughtfully as the creature spits back into the pond, making a loud splashing sound. He asks his companion if the fish is hers. The girl tells him its name is Xiaohong. Her grandfather gave it to her. And Qingtian finds her pet quite interesting. Depending on her mood, she could soon turn into a dragon. Guy forms a golden orb woven with spiritual energy on his hand. Since Liyu's grandfather had helped him and the carp came from him, then he would point out a favor to her. The young man tossed the golden orb into the pond, and it sank beneath the water with a gurgle. Nothing happened for a while. Then the water lit up with a bright light, and some movement began to take place. The fish jumped out of the water again, now several times larger, and a golden dragon spirit formed above it. The girl is surprised that the guy didn't lie to her. Her pet is really going to turn into a dragon. What he had just given her was a dragon soul shard that temporarily transformed Xiaohong's body into the appearance of a dragon. However, that didn't mean it would actually become a dragon. It would take time before the fish transformed. The girl thanked the hero for his act, but decided to leave first, as she still had things to do. Suddenly, the peaceful atmosphere is interrupted by someone's scream. Yi Qingtian was told to feed the fish. Why is he still standing idle? The hero addresses his teacher, calling him a fat man. They have no hard feelings with him. Why does the man keep bothering him? But the teacher disagrees. Yi Qingtian embarrassed him in public. Now he must apologize. Without a second thought, the hero once again gets into a fight with his teacher, attacking first. The man didn't expect his student to be so stupid and inconsiderate. He covered his face in pain. He was still his teacher. How dare he hit him? All freshmen at Kanglin Academy have plaques that are in the hands of the teacher from whom the exam is taken. A guy can't academy without a freshman plaque. And since Yi Qingtian made the instructor make a fool of himself, he won't get this credential and will be stuck in the academy forever, living like a dog. The boy impulsively punches his teacher again, the plaque flying out of the man's hands from such a hard blow. But he manages to catch her. As his teacher bent over in pain, the young man asks, "Is this trinket hard to get?" The hero turns around and leaves, and the teacher yells after him that he will sue him. Just let him wait. The dragon tries to reason with the guy. He's overreacting. Won't he have nowhere to live if he offends the teacher? Well, the hero never thought about staying here. He'll help his pet improve until his third seal is broken. As the voracious pet demanded more and more food, Yi Qingtian walked to the entrance of the mission hall. At this moment, a loud announcement rang out from the hall. A new assignment had come to them today. Recently, a group of dark cultivators appeared in Tianhe City. If anyone manages to destroy them, they will receive a Tian Xiangguo fruit as a reward. They say it can speed up refinement. But the girl warns that this mission is classified as Class A, the highest level. Anyone here willing to take it? The young men idly refuse. They are worried for their safety. But Yi Qingtian bursts into the room for the sake of perfecting his pet. He would not miss such a convenient opportunity. He walks closer to the girl and informs her that he is taking this assignment. In response, the girl demands identification. But since the guy had picked it up from his teacher a half hour earlier, he has no problem showing it off. Many gawkers notice that it's a trainee's ID. They start laughing at such naivety, for even the experienced ones have given up on this case. The girl also refuses the hero, explaining that his ID is not suitable for a task of this level, but there is one loophole. He can find someone at the veteran level. This person must accompany him. Yi Qingtian appeals to the hall, but many people refuse him. He had better surrender or he will face imminent death. A familiar girlish voice calls out to the guy. This is Li Yu. She also happens to be looking for a suitable mission. Why don't they team up? After all, her ID is up to the veterans level. She can help him. The guy asks the girl again if he can take on this task now, and she doubtfully confirms it. She holds out a list to him with an address and some information on it. And Qingtian, under the arm of the girl, heads towards the exit. Outside gawkers or that sympathize with both of them, it looks like they're facing imminent death anyway. A day later, the hero and his escort reach the city of Tianhe. They pass through bustling streets and squares, with noise and heat everywhere, which was not at all like a place for dark cultivators. But suddenly the hero's pet smells something strange. He abruptly jumps off of Yi Qingtian's shoulder in the direction of some merchant's shop, thus making him very frightened. Well, nothing ordinary or out of the ordinary. The hero's pet merely smelled food. He unapologetically began rummaging through the merchant's drawers, discovering steamed buns. Apparently, the man has never seen a supernatural creature in his entire life. He fearfully packs the guy some buns. A couple minutes later, the company moves further into the square. But the dragon is still sure he felt the dark energy. Why did it disappear? But Yi Qingtian changes the subject. They first need to find an inn so they can stay overnight. While the group chatted carefree, the vendor was still watching them from afar. It looked like another group of newcomers had entered, and they were about to be discovered. Whoever this man is, as long as he interferes with his plans, he must die. Finally, an hour later, the girl found a place for her to spend the night. But she only rented one room. There are dark cultivators in this city, so it would be safer to live in one room. Before she could finish her sentence, there was a scream from the street, someone asking for help. So Qingtian went to the balcony to look at what was going on outside. There he caught a disgusting picture. An unknown man attacked some girl, throwing her to the ground. He grabbed her leg and began dragging her, ordering her to obediently follow him, or she would pay for it with a long and painful death. Li Yu also went to the balcony. The hero indignantly explains to her that someone is bullying the little girl. Something's not right here. Who went to catch a kid at night? But while the young man pondered, the girl acted. She jumped off the balcony with the intention of helping the victim. The man did not hear her land behind him. He continued to insult the girl and threaten her. But Li Yu managed to strike in time, sending the man into a blackout. She picked up her victim, preventing the girl from falling, and stroked her shoulder affectionately with the intention of calming her down. What a desperate fellow dared to attack Lao Tzu! The man never realized that he was beaten by a woman, so he ignored Li Yu. Here it came to him, the thought made him very angry. He attacks again, this time confident that he will take the two girls to his home already. Li Yu finds his thoughts disgusting and demands that he stay away from her. She activates a spell that deals heavy damage to the man. The girl covers him with a spiritual dome, which prevents him from moving around. It seems this guy turned out to be a dark cultivator. They all cultivate. There is no distinction between good and evil. Their so-called justice is only to smear gold on their face. And since the girl exposed him, he'll have to kill her. He fiercely attacks Li Yu again, and Qingtian intervenes in time for the fight. He punches the man in the arm with all his might. It looks like he's broken his wrist. The man groans in pain. The hero asks the girl if she's okay, and she confirms with slight embarrassment. The man is really pissed off another bastard dared to attack him. With all his fury, he uses his spiritual power and summons skeletons that are picked out of the ground. There was no doubt that this was a dark cultivation. This kind of action in the underworld was adopted for a reason. The skeletons are advancing, convincing him that he has no problem dealing with them. He leaps the air sharply, strikes several times with his sword, and chops the creatures to pieces. He had finally caught an evil cultivator. This was an opportunity that couldn't be missed. Panic gripped the man. He had been perfecting his magic for decades, and his skeletons had been chopped up in one fell swoop. While the evil caster was in a stupor, Yi Qingtian didn't miss the opportunity to land a few sword strikes. The man screamed in pain and began to lose his balance. He fell to his knees and tearfully begged for mercy. As long as the hero gives him life, he is willing to give away all the secrets of the secret realm of Tianhe City. Recently, they received news that a secret realm had been discovered not far from Tianhe City, and if anyone wants to open this secret realm, they need the girl's spirit. That's why he tried to kidnap her. He was told this by a bun seller, Zhang Xingji. Both the guy and his pet didn't understand what the man was muttering about. No wonder the dragon felt strange last time. The aura at that time was a bit like a maiden spirit. They must have already met the man who was selling buns. They were so close, but they didn't even notice it. It's so dishonorable to shenanigans like this with children. Yi Qingtian asked the man, how many other such dark cultivators are there in the city? But the caster doesn't know. He doesn't have access to such confidential information. The hero was angry. He pressed his hand over the man's head and hissed that the man was making it easy for him. But that level of information wasn't enough to keep him alive. The cultivator howled. The secret realm would open tomorrow. When that happened, he would get the exact address of its location and could even show them the way there. Yi Qingtian could kill him right now, but he's afraid that it would attract too much attention from other cultivators. Instead of warning them, it was better to keep this man for future use. Something yellow flashed among his fingers. It's an explosive talisman. If he sees other evil cultivators within 2 days, whose explosive talisman will disappear by itself, it's better for the man not to lie. Realizing that he had gotten off with little blood, the dark caster fell at the hero's feet and thanked him. But what should they do with this little girl? The young man decides to take her home, as it is dangerous outside. Yi Qingtian tried to show all his benevolence and asked the child where her home was. After getting the answer, the guy and his girlfriend decided to walk the kid out. It turns out that a mysterious masked observer had been following them all along. All he needed was another pain in the ass. If this keeps up, he could be a serious liability. We need to go back and report to the master. Sometime later, the hero's company reached the south of the city, where the girl's family was located. The parents were very grateful for their child's return. They said that more than a dozen girls have gone missing in the city. Their child is the first to return alive. This outcome was favorable. Yi King Tian and Liu Yi happily said goodbye to the family. But his friend was concerned about this story of over a dozen girls going missing. All of them must have been stolen for dark cultivation. Maybe they should check it all out tonight? But the guy replies that they need a catch at the right moment. He asks his pet to visit a bun kiosk and follow the vendor. He suspects he knows where the kidnapped girls are being held. Having been assured that he would definitely be fed afterwards, the dragon happily set off to fulfill his task. Meanwhile, a mysterious spy reached his master and reported to Yi Qingtian. He thwarted their plan and learned about the secret realm. No one should interfere with them when the secret realm is revealed, so what should they do? After being silent for a bit, the man ordered Dao Gutu to be summoned. The spy obediently accepted the order, bowed respectfully, and set off to complete the task. The boss is really up to something. It wasn't easy to reveal his identity. The man's keen hearing picked up some movement. The man wordlessly directed a powerful stream of spiritual energy toward the vase behind which the dragon was hiding. Morning came. Yi Qingtian woke up and found that the dragon never returned. Had something happened to it? As if on a whim, the dragon swung open the apartment doors with a shout that he was back. Found the missing girls, but that salesman really turned out to be an evil man. His identity is clearly not for nothing. He almost caught him, but luckily he escaped in time. Furthermore, this man already knew that the hero had saved the little girl. He had even sent someone to summon Lao Gutu, but this name didn't say anything to Yi Qingtian. So his pet explained that it was an evil sorcerer who had caught the little girl tonight. Is the dragon classified enough to recognize a dark cultivation? Something tells him that his identity is really not simple. As payment for his dangerous work, he receives a beast crystal, which pleases him immensely. These dark spellcasters could do anything, but Yi Qingtian would never be afraid of anyone. The next day, the bun seller was still standing in the square as if nothing had happened. He surreptitiously explained to Lao Gutu what was expected of him. With a nudge, adding that he hopes he won't be let down, the salesman sends his subordinate away. Despite the late morning, the hero decided to take another nap. Suddenly, someone took a quick leap over the parapet of their balcony. This is Lao Gutu. Last night, he managed to get hold of the specific address of the location of the secret realm and immediately rushed to inform the hero about it. It is located in the southeast behind Tianhe City, in the valley. The secret realm would open soon. When that happened, the dark cultivators would immediately go there. He would be happy for the Lord to take a look at it with his own eyes. He was only hired last night and he's already being so useful today. The hero wants to get this over with, at the same time to see what tricks he'll play out. He praised the dark caster. He had done his errand well. If all went well, he would get the explosive talisman out of him. A few hours later, and the hero and his company reached their destination. Lao Gutu pointed to a cave in the rock, explaining that it was there that the entrance to the secret realm would open. But Yi Qingtian is not that gullible. He activated his spiritual power with the intention of testing the environment. Where is the secret realm here? It's clear as day that there's an aura of formation here, but he's definitely being deceived. If they enjoy playing so much, he will accompany them to the end. The young man stepped forward, thereby falling into a trap. Many ropes of spiritual power encasing him, completely immobilizing him. Liu shouted Yi Qingtian's name in a worried, trembling voice. She didn't expect this turn of events. What a stupid guy, he's so easy to catch. A familiar voice mixed with loud laughter rang out, the bun seller and his subordinates. And Qingtian would thwart his plan so he would pay for it. With spiritual power, the dark spellcasters formed sharp tips that abruptly tore towards the immobilized hero. Now let him die for Lao Tzu. The spell reached its targets. There was an explosion. Because of the veil of dust and fire, nothing could be seen. The girl ran closer with fear, shouting Yi Qingtian's name. The team of dark cultivators are happy about this outcome. They praise their boss. But the boss replies that it's just a waste of time to destroy a small annoying fly. It's not worth mentioning. Meanwhile, a portal began to open in the air nearby. The secret realm would open soon. They need to go inside quickly. The men were already approaching the cave when a familiar, annoying voice cut short all their plans. The dark cultivator spell did not touch Yi Qingtian in any way. The young man was perfectly fine. He had spent 2 whole days searching for their faction. Now that they were here, was there any reason for them to leave? That's not good. What is this guy's background if he's still not dead? Suddenly, a frantic scream echoed throughout the valley. The face of one of the cultivators began to distort and warp at every possible horrible angle. Before anyone could say a word, there was an explosion that sent a bloody spray of blood all over everyone. Looks like the effects of an exploding mascot. The young man stepped closer to his enemies, threatening that the same fate awaited them. The calm face began to frighten the dark spellcasters. He had been warned. Let him not think he was invincible, once and escaped disaster. He could be destroyed in one blow. The man's angry words did not frighten Yi Qingtian at all. He walked closer and grabbed the man's hand. With a sharp movement, he twisted her, thus breaking her bones. With a sadistic grin, he grabs the Darkcaster's other hand. There was a crunch and a scream. The other arm was also broken. The ringleader fell to the ground in unbearable pain. His eyes were bloodshot, and he started yelling at his subordinates. They must hurry up and help him. The dark cultivators obediently accepted the order and rushed to attack. No sooner had they gotten close to the hero than he grabbed them by the neck and squeezed them hard. With one sharp move, Yi Qingtian fell 2 people to the ground at once, knocking all the air out of their lungs. Infusing his body with spiritual power, the young man accelerated. He ran among all his opponents and dealt them strong, painful blows. It looks like his opponents have been finally defeated. Liu admires her partner's strength and tactics. Who the hell is he? His power is unbelievable. You can't believe your eyes. There's no way a man like him could be here. The leader of the group of dark cultivators cowardly abandoned his subordinates and decided to go through the portal to the secret realm himself. The young man did not accept a single attempt to stop him after all. It was in this place that the mountains overwhelmed the path. He simply would not be able to get out. And the caster was getting closer and closer to the portal faster and faster. And Qingtian ran after him, for he too needs to enter the secret realm. His running kept getting faster and faster until his eyes caught sight of something that shocked him, and he stopped. Around the portal sat about a dozen children, the very children who had been kidnapped. The man would laughingly disappear into the portal. The secret realm had finally opened, but he would not say goodbye. It would not be long before they would meet again. Liu moved closer to take a look at the portal as well. They used the girl's spirit to open the door to a secret realm. They need to run faster, they mustn't miss him. With a wide leap, Yi Qingtian and his partner jumped into the portal, ending up in another space. Grandfather had once told Liu that the secret realm was a special kind of existence, and life and power in it had its own unique rules. The team has entered another dimension where everything looks different, right down to the creatures living there. They need to be careful. Zhang Xingji had just entered and should still be somewhere nearby. Yi Qingtian abruptly pushed apart the creatures surrounding them and ran forward. They need to hurry up and catch up. The young man went deeper into the forest, where there were unknown creatures and more. The disgruntled resident of this place, Zhang Guoguo, was surreptitiously watching the hero. Damn it, another outsider has appeared. This time he looks weaker than the last one. He shouldn't be a problem. The native put his fingers in his mouth and whistled loudly, signaling. Yi Qingtian and Liu were surrounded by a burst of spiritual energy to block their path. A few men with swords at their sides stepped forward. Those who dare to invade the secret realm would die. The natives wasted no time and immediately went on the attack, the hero barely managing to defend himself and his partner. He almost missed a sword strike once, and it came dangerously close to his face. The young man used a spell he had already learned well. He put all his spiritual power into his fist and struck. It turned out to be quite powerful. He flew off a few meters and fell on his back. But early to rejoice in her victory, the girl shrieked, warning that more were coming from the back. If it wasn't for his partner, Yi Qingtian might have been injured. He had as many as 3 people attacking him. But he caught up in time, forming a huge fist of spiritual power and scattered all the attackers to the sides. The outcome was the same. The men flew a few meters away and fell to the ground. This guy turned out to be even more powerful than the previous guy. It's over. Their village will suffer again. Yi Qingtian attacked the guy watching stealthily. He grabbed him by the neck and started to beg who he was and why he was trying to kill him. The man told him that the treasure thief had just robbed the village, so they were ordered to behead all the outsiders. And the treasure snatcher is Zhang Xingji. He only recently came in. How could he have the time to steal the treasure? The girl said that she had heard from her grandfather that in some secret realms the passage of time is different from the outside world. Here time goes 10 times faster than outside. He asked the villager where the man who stole their treasure was going and got the answer to Mount Lunbei. It is on the other side of the Pillar of Light. People who entered the secret realm mostly headed to the Haizang Stone, because this thing can speed up cultivation tenfold. But no one can come out of there alive. The speed of time flowing here is 10 times faster than what the outside world is talking about. And this stone can speed up cultivation 10 times. If the hero gets the stone and stays here to hit the 3rd ceiling ring, won't the damage be greater? With a chuckle, the guy allowed the thought that he hadn't expected that he would have to thank the Dark Cultivator ringleader for such an opportunity. He decided he and his partner would go to Mount Lunbei. This man is different from the previous stranger. He doesn't seem angry. Eventually, a villager calls out to them. He wants to get to the mountain too, so he asked Yi Qingtian to take him along. He'll make a deal. The hero will help him kill that stranger and he'll help him get closer to the stone. This guy is a person from the secret realm, and there might not be anything wrong with taking him along. After thinking for a bit, Yi Qingtian still agrees to this favorable offer and shakes the guy's hand in agreement. Half an hour later, the hero and his team were so deep into the forest that there were no beaten paths. Along the way, Zhang Guoguo told the rules of his village. They were forbidden to go near the Haizang stone. After all, it might be controlling the power of time. They almost arrived, but the native warned them and asked them not to speak after they entered the Sea of Flowers. The power of the stone was too great, causing nearby plants to come to life. Yi Qingtian looked over with his keen eyes and discovered a trace of someone's soul in the grass. It must belong to Zhang Xingji. The girl focused on her spiritual power. She wants to use the tracking technique her grandfather taught her. Images surfaced of the faction leader making his way through the plants. The girl pointed in the direction the dark spellcaster had fled, but in the meantime he had cast a spell. The boy rushed forward. He didn't want to give the man a chance to escape. But it looks like it's too late. Zhang Xingji has finally reached the stone. Once he shook it, the door sealing the Haizan stone would open. The power of time comes from here. If he manages to get it, there will be no need to hide anymore. But the dark cultivator still miscalculated. He began to be sucked into the portal. The man only had time to let out a second scream before his body completely decayed and aged. The skeleton collapsed to the ground, and the portal absorbed all of the caster's remaining spiritual powers. Just at this moment, Yi Qingtian and his team were getting closer and closer to their destination. Gradually, a red mist began to cover the entire clearing, engulfing the plants. Yi Qingtian sensed something amiss, so he warned everyone to be on guard. The young men had no time to realize what had changed in the atmosphere, but decided to shield themselves with a safe sphere, for the red mist was frightening enough. Someone had opened the door sealing the stone. Now its power was beginning to tumble over the edge. The consequences of it all unpredictable. As if confirming the villagers' words, the ravenous flowers that had come to life materialized. This is the life granted by the Haizan stone. It enchanted these plants to get rid of outsiders. As long as the stone is not stopped, the plants will grow indefinitely. Zhang Guoguo is not going to back down. If the power continues to overflow, his people will be in danger. Not going to let that happen, the native ran out of the sphere with the intention of fighting. But no sooner had he taken a step than vines with sharp thorns bound him. The predatory plants brought the man closer and closer to its toothy mouth. It was so hungry. Yi Qingtian summoned his sword just in time and cut the vines, freeing his partner. Zhang Guoguo collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily. He's surprised that the hero took a chance and saved him. Yi Qingtian ordered his demon to protect his partners and rushed deep into the forest. He would return as soon as he could. The drought demon increased in size and began ripping out plants by the root. And Qingtian reached the portal. There was a terrible noise all around. The same red mist that was instilling anxiety was coming out of the portal. How could this skeleton have Zhang Xingji's aura? Is it possible that he died somewhere around here? But the hero wasn't too worried about it. It would be easier for him. He rushed into the portal. Finally, the Haizan stone he had been searching for and wanting so badly appeared before his eyes. So what had happened? Had the power of the Haizan stone been sucked out by some monster? The creature introduced himself. He is an elf from Hitsan. Is he comparable to those trash monsters? It turns out that he is nothing more than a spiritual body hatched from the Haizan stone. These words interested the elf. With a light jump, he landed quietly on the ground and walked closer to the boy. Over the millennia, countless people have infiltrated the secret realm to gain its power. But the hero is the only one among them who has managed to get this far. But Yi Qingtian ignored the creature's words of praise and only brazenly and rudely asked for the power to be transferred to him. The creature only laughed. He was worthy of being a person who could stand here and talk so arrogantly. But the elf had already managed to kill over 100 similarly arrogant humans. The creature went on the attack. This spiritual body was hatched from a stone. Surely it can also influence time. Ready to fight, the young man summoned his sword from the spirit world. It's such a good opportunity, he has no reason to pass it up. The hero attacks back. The embittered elf opens its sharp-toothed maw, a sphere of spiritual energy forming in it. With a furious roar, he directs the ball towards Yi Qingtian. Fortunately, the young man manages to shatter the sphere in time with his sword, the sphere only barely scorching his clothes. But the attack was too powerful. After the sword strike, the energy didn't dissipate but started flying around. One of the fire beams hits a tree standing nearby. Just a second. And from the collision with such powerful energy it burned and smoked, it's scary to imagine what would happen to a person from such contact. What kind of person is this? He has the power to block an elf's ancient power. While the creature froze in surprise, the hero took the opportunity and went on the attack again. He successfully wounded his opponent with his sword. He didn't stop until he had nailed the creature to the stone slab with his sword. He only wants the power of time in the creature's body. If it doesn't want to die, let it just give him that power. This guy is just a good-for-nothing kid, so why did he manage to make the creature an unprecedented death threat? The elf doesn't seem to want to give it back. Then the hero will have to cut open his body and take all the power himself. The words did seem to scare the creature after all. He revealed that his body was condensed from the energy of the stone. If the hero killed him, the energy would only leak out more. Then the victory would not be worth the loss. He could pass on the crystal of the stone. A sphere was livid in the air. Although it wasn't the entire Hyzon stone, it concentrated most of its power. Fortunately for the creature, Yi Qingtian agreed to such conditions as well. Consider them numbered. He promised to keep the elf alive but let him not go out and cause trouble or the hero would come and kill him. He had finally managed to get his hands on the stone crystal. Need to find a place to test it as soon as possible to see if it could really speed up the effects on the ceiling ring. Meanwhile, the drought demon kept fighting the thorny vines. These monsters are too many, he can barely last. It's over. If they keep this up, they're all going to die here. To everyone's relief, Yi Qingtian passed through the portal in time and returned to the secret realm. With his sharp sword and honed technique, he cut dozens of vines at a time. The native found no words. Had he really come back alive? A couple minutes later, the feral plants were completely defeated and chopped up. The dragon was happy to see him. He joked that Yi Qingtian had come on time, otherwise he would have had to go full force. Liu wondered what had happened inside. The hero didn't sweat all week for nothing. He managed to get his hands on the Hyzon stone. Besides, that guy, Zhang Xingji, is dead, which means their mission has been successfully completed. Zhang Guoguo wanted to personally look at the corpse of a dark cultivator and couldn't believe his eyes. In a panic, he began digging up the ground next to the corpse with his bare hands. Great, the celestial spirit drum is fine. This magical weapon is an heirloom treasure in their village. It's a blessing to be able to bring it back. Bowing, the young man thanked Yi Qingtian, calling him a truly lucky star. If it wasn't for the help of his team, he would never have been able to retrieve the heavenly spirit drum. Why don't they follow him back to the village? He would ask the village headman to hold a banquet to express his gratitude to them. But the hero refused. No need to thank them. He didn't do anything. Here was a pet that didn't agree with him. Why don't they just eat while they have the chance? The girl supported the dragon as well. It was getting dark. So why don't they just follow the guy into the village for a bit? With a dissatisfied face, Yi Qingtian still agrees. To make sure of the power of the stone, he needs a quiet place. There is nothing wrong with temporarily living in the village. Zhang Guoguo assured that his villagers are very good at cooking. They should definitely give it a try. By the time the brave crew reached it, it was already dark. The sky lit up by a full moon. Near the bonfire, the residents conducted a ritual, humming and dancing. Yi Qingtian and Liu watched the villagers having fun. Also, Zhang Guoguo let them taste their traditional dishes. It was their turn for their specialty, and it looked quite unusual. The spellcasters were surprised to feel more spiritual energy as well as a strong aura. The drought demon just wanted to eat. No matter what, he was only happy to have a new dish. Gladly, he began to gnaw into the spherical pink-colored something, with only juice dripping from its muzzle. A short while later, Yi Qingtian felt a change in his body. After that, as many as 1,000 points came off the press at once. How is this possible? The dragon ate the fruit and managed to land as many as 1,000 strikes on the ring. The hero froze in bewilderment as his pet happily devoured the fruit. The fruits that are the specialty of the natives' village. If they like it, let them eat as much as they want. Yi Qingtian asked to rent a room for him and send as many of these fruits there as possible. Zhang Guoguo led them towards one of the houses, the guest room already prepared. The hero turned to his pet and the girl. It was time to rest. The native said goodbye to them and promised to deliver the fruit right away. 15 minutes later, a whole mountain of fruit was delivered to their room. The more the drought dragon ate of them, the better. Yan can do a lot of damage to the ceiling ring by eating these fruits. I wonder what will happen if you add the Hyzang stone. Well, now he's going to do a little experiment. The guy pulled out a magic stone from behind his back. It glowed and floated above his hand. As if at the speed of light, the glasses of the third ceiling ring began to fall. Yi Qingtian sat down in the lotus posture and concentrated on the spiritual energy of the Hyzang stone. Great! Because of the effect of the stone on the ceiling ring, the effect of the attack on the ring was greatly improved. As long as there is enough fruit, they will be able to break through the third ceiling ring quickly. The Dragon of Drought happily continued to devour the delicious fruit. The hero and his crew were awakened early in the morning by the loud crowing of a rooster. The full-fed dragon was still sleeping sweetly. Last night, he was so comfortable practicing that he fell asleep. Amazingly, there are only 9 million left. Zhang Guoguo greeted the team and announced that their breakfast was ready. Yi Qingtian thanked all the villagers for their hospitality last night and informed that unfortunately they would not be having breakfast. But he had one request. In truth, he has to go back. But before leaving, he wants to exchange with the villagers for a batch of fruit. But the native replied that it was only fruit. They could have as much of it as they wished. And Qingtian happily asked as much as he could. Such a request greatly puzzled Zhang Guoguo. But the guy explained that he wasn't taking them for free. He wanted to trade them for all those crystals. But the villager said that although the fruit was precious, such a payment was too much for them. But Yi Qingtian still insisted, and the native happily announced that he was about to bring all the fruits they had. A short while later, he fulfilled his promise, and as many as 5 full baskets of fruit appeared in the room. The hero thanked the villagers sincerely and collected all the fruits in the pocket space. With so many fruits, destroying the 3rd sealing ring would not be difficult. Now they can safely return with the task completed. Meanwhile, the superintendent went to the mission board and noticed that time was running out on this mission, and it looked like no one would be able to complete it. Behind her, there was the clatter of something wooden being placed on the table. Yi Qingtian returned and reported that the Class A task he had taken on had been successfully completed. This caused a strong reaction from many gawkers and mission hunters. Some couldn't believe it. Some shouted in amazement. Such a little guy and was able to handle a Class A creature. The girl opened the box that Yi Qingtian had provided her. Several golden-colored stones flew out and soared out. Is it a pill to cultivate evil? That's right. When the hero killed the Dark Cultivator, he took all the body pills. His confirmation caused even more shouts and an even more violent reaction in the room. The woman had no idea how the hero did it, but he really surprised her, so she pulled him. The young man was about to leave when one of the spellcasters stopped him. All items in the academy are not allowed to be distributed, and each one must be sealed. This is Heaven Temple Apostle Chen Fei. The academy is about to be taken over by the Heaven Temple, and all the things here are in their hands from now on. Yi Qingtian resented that his fruit wanted to be appropriated. Arrogantly and rudely, he made it clear for them not to even hope for it. In the end, the Tianxiango fruit was taken away. The hero asked the superintendent for help, but she refused. And Qingtian decided, in that case, only he could bring him back. His hand reached towards the temple attendant with fury. The man didn't have any ceremony. He reached for the swords on his back. For this cute boy had dared to encroach on the property of the heavenly temple. With an abrupt movement, he crossed his swords right in front of the hero's face. Was he really looking for death? Sarcastically apologizing for taking the Heaven Temple's property, Yi Qingtian punches the man in the stomach with his spiritual power fist because of all his strength. Calling the temple attendant a rat, he declared, must now not only take his fruit but overpower him. The heavy blow from the young man sent the man tumbling to the ground, shattering the hall slabs. With a cold voice, the hero assured the man that he would not kill him today, but let him not forget that the Temple of Heaven fought against his family, and sooner or later he would repay his debt. The man could not believe that in front of him was the same Yi Qingtian who was the target of the temple. The gawkers commented on what was happening, but were afraid to interfere. If the young man defeated the apostle, then their academy would definitely be involved. Academy Principal Kanglin burst into the hall with a thunderous shout. He ordered the hero to stop. Wasn't he liquidated? What's he doing here? First of all, the principal decided to explain himself to Master Qian. Yi Qingtian has always been a troublesome student, and not only that, everything he does has nothing to do with their academy. But the monk only violently pushed the old man away and ordered him to get out. As he left, he only shouted that this incident had angered him. This matter could no longer be resolved peacefully, so the only thing left was to take away the Kunlun mirror. This name was unfamiliar to the hero, so the girl explained to him, "This mirror is a treasure that their academy inherited. It must have been the one he came to the Temple of Heaven for." The last words of the temple follower made the dean angry, and he began to shout at the gawkers. The man turned around to Yi Qingtian as well. What he did today caused a lot of trouble as well. If he doesn't want to die, let him quickly get out of the academy. Frustrated, the old caster turned around and headed for the exit. The dragon angrily whispered in the hero's ear that he should have killed the man. The young spellcaster replied that killing him is boring. What he wants is to kill everyone in the Temple of Heaven, leaving no one behind. Li Yu replied that the power of the temple is 10 times more than their academy. His idea is very dangerous, and Qingtian knows it's dangerous, but if the 3rd sealing ring can be destroyed, things will be much easier. After saying that, the guy headed for the exit. It was time to feed his pet. Hearing a piece of their conversation, the head of missions watched the figures departing. He is inscrutable. She doesn't know if this is a blessing or a curse for the academy. Let it be fate. The woman disappeared into the portal. Returning to his apartments, the young man activated his spatial pocket ring. On the table in front of them formed a mountain of the very magnificent fruit that the drought demon had so favored. The little creature happily jumped into the thick of it. This time the amount of fruit is quite large. Later the hero is going to use Hyzang stone to improve the effect. Looks like it won't be long before the third ceiling ring is definitely broken. A few hours passed, the sun slanted toward the horizon and evening came. Finally, so much effort led to the long-awaited result, the seal broke. And Qingtian was swept by a familiar wave of arriving spiritual energy. The hero doesn't know what the talent will be this time, but he will look forward to it. The system congratulated its owner on his development, Yi Qingtian's beastly talent, and also unlocked 100 million attribute points. As long as he has enough attribute points, he can copy the full power of a powerful monster to himself and amplify it several times. It will also help to stimulate the monster's potential in a short period of time and raise its strength to a certain level. From these words, the young man couldn't help but be excited. So what is the girl waiting for? Let her quickly add all his points to the talent. Suddenly, someone from outside kicked the front door with their foot, causing the shutters to swing open sharply. Somehow the monk, with whom the hero still had a conflict this afternoon, found his place of residence. The Temple of Heaven has arrived, and all the Academy disciples are gathering in the square because of Yi Qingtian. The young man punched the man sharply in the face. Heavenly arrived just in time. He had just had time to advance in his talents. The young man strode confidently towards the exit. At last he would be able to face his enemies face to face. The temple followers gathered all the disciples in the square and demanded to give them all the things on their body for inspection. Those who dared to hide the Kunlun mirror would be executed immediately. Many students had never heard of such a mirror, so they had a lot of questions. Qin Zhaoxian also started questioning where the mirror was, but its location was always only known to the previous dean. Now that he was dead, it was impossible to find the Kunlun mirror. The followers shouted furiously that he didn't need any explanation. If they didn't get the mirror right now, he would kill all the disciples that very night. These threats did not scare the headmaster. There was anxiety on his face. It's not that he doesn't want to give it back, he really can't find it. The Heaven Temple follower didn't reply anything. He simply formed a fireball and directed it into the crowd of disciples. With great speed, a small sphere flew through the chest of one of the students, making a hole there. The young man fell dead. The follower coldly warned the headmaster, "He has 3 seconds. Recently, the academy has been behaving extremely defiantly. Even the disciples of the Heaven Temple had to bare their blades. He truly deserves to die." The man again counted down the 3 seconds slowly and clearly. Another fireball flew into the crowd of students. But suddenly it changed its trajectory and headed toward the ground. And Qingtian appeared just in time and repelled the projectile with his sword. If not for him, now his friend would be dead. The spellcasters of the Temple of Heaven were angry. "This guy again?" The spellcaster complained to his mane. "This child is the heir of the Yi family. Not only did he beat him up, but go ahead and declare that he wants to collect debts from the Heaven Temple. He is indeed a rebellious person." Yi Qingtian stepped forward and shouted that everything was true. He had wanted to meet them for a long time. Today was just the right time. The guards didn't want to let the hero get any closer, so he threw a few punches, sending them crashing down. Without ceremony, the young man went on the attack, bearing his sword. He is supposed to be the only real person of the Temple of Heaven. The hero wants to kill him to follow the trail and get more information. Surprisingly, the mysterious hooded caster didn't move and calmly let himself be impaled by the sword. This behavior caused Yi Qingtian's body to become tense and anxious. With a chuckle, the caster gripped his sharp sword with his bare hand and turned to the hero. He doesn't know anything about the power of the Temple of Heaven at all. With his bare hand, he shattered the sword into shards. They flew in all directions, almost hitting the hero's eyes, but he managed to protect them with his hand in time. This abrupt change in his position caused him to look puzzled. The young man bounced back. What a strong aura. This guy was completely different from the ones he had encountered before. "Not bad, but I can see through all your moves." The master praised the young man and headed for the attack. The movement speed of this man was great. Yi Qingtian didn't have time to dodge. The only thing he had to do was to get into a protective stance. The force of the spellcaster's blow was great. A pop sounded in the air. A wave of strong energy spread across the courtyard. It was she who knocked the young man off his feet. He landed on his back, grunting in pain. A follower of the Heaven Temple commented happily, "This is what happens to those who dare to block the path of their Lao Tzu. Such power must be inherent in the leaders of the Temple of Heaven. It seems he has found the perfect rat." The drought demon offered Yi Qingtian his help, but he refused. The commander-in-chief of the Heaven Temple followers sensed something amiss in the air. The young caster's pets came to his aid in time, but that didn't scare the man in the least. The Monkey King was the first to strike, shattering the tiles in the courtyard with his huge fist. The man slipped away so quickly that the animal's eye could not see it. He struck stealthily as ignorant. Did the hero really think he could defeat him in such a foolish way? The force of the blow was so great that it knocked the Monkey King off his feet. Such mistreatment infuriated the other pets, and they simultaneously went on the attack. But before the creatures could even do anything, the man swiftly approached them and grabbed them by the throat with both hands. Putting all his strength into his arm muscles, he kicked the two demons far away. The demons almost crashed right in front of their master's nose. Yi Qingtian barely had time to use his abilities to catch them. One awesome strongman, he truly deserves to be the oldest of the lower realm of the Heaven Temple realm. The drought demon had transformed and increased in size after all. Now it would deal with this elder. Let everyone watch him crush it. But this time too, the man was completely calm. He activated his power and directed the spell towards the dragon. It struck the creature with all its strength in the stomach, knocking it to the ground. So many monsters, too bad they're all trash. The pets apologized to their owner. This man is too much they can't handle. And Qingtian agreed with them. It didn't matter. He could already sense this guy's true strength. Let the animals rest, he would try to deal with it all himself. Yi Qingtian absorbed the spiritual aura of his pets, causing his own aura to undergo a transformation. The man's cold and emotionless face finally showed at least some emotion. Surprise. What's going on? He's gotten so fast. Yi Qingtian shouted that they were about to show him what a real Yi family person was. He threw a powerful punch, and for the first time he managed to knock such a strong opponent down. The young man swung and struck again with a powerful blow, plowing the ground with his feet. Now he had managed to wound his opponent as well. The first blood flowed. How is it possible that the Lord was defeated? The man heaved himself up heavily. Damn, I sure didn't think so much trash would gather here. This time he will no longer sit his opponent out. The caster happens his cloak so that it no longer restrains his movements. Spiritual energy infused into his body, he once again goes on the attack with a shout. Yi Qingtian manages to block his jab with a protective barrier. But the man acts quickly and doesn't let his opponent come to his senses. How many more hidden techniques has he accumulated? Eventually, the follower of the Temple of Heaven lands a very powerful blow, a wave of light hiding his opponent. He admits this little guy is not as weak as he thought, however, somehow, he is just an ant compared to the strength and power of the Temple of Heaven. But no such luck. The hero manages to defend himself and stays safe after being hit so hard. The dark caster didn't seem to expect it, his mouth hanging open in surprise. Yi Qingtian catches him off guard and delivers a strong punch to his stomach, knocking the man to the ground. It's all over. Who would have thought that even the Lord is no opponent to this guy? Yi Qingtian presses the man's torso to the ground with his foot and says that if he doesn't want to die, let him obediently answer his every question. But the man doesn't react. Is he dead? He knew that the caster was careless, but not to the point of just dying. Now that he was dead, how would he find the entrance to the sect? Another cult follower realized that it would soon come down to him and decided that he couldn't stay here for long. He had to escape. But the hero noticed the movement in time with the edge of his eye and stopped it with the help of his spiritual power. A projectile of energy passed through the man's torso, causing him great pain. The spellcaster coughed and fell to the ground, the wound bleeding very badly. And Qingtian himself didn't realize that he had killed another link between him and the Heaven Temple sect. It was over. He was his last clue. The drought demon decided to encourage the guy. Li Yu might know how to find the Temple of Heaven. He could ask her to help. As if by a force of thought, the girl that the friends were just talking about appeared right in front of Yi Qingtian's eyes. The young man happily grabbed the girl's hands. She came so timely, he wants to ask her to help him with something. He pointed at the corpse lying in front of him. Would she be able to find out the location of the Temple of Heaven using it? The girl replied that it was possible, as long as there was the aura of the Temple of Heaven on his body, she would be able to find him using the tracking technique. The young spellcaster decided to give it a try and concentrated her spiritual powers. A tracking eye awakened and showed her the way to the mysterious Temple of Heaven. But things weren't going smoothly. A second later, the picture in front of her eyes changed. The entire space in front of him was occupied by the dark silhouette of a man whose face could not be seen. He was indignant. Who dares to peep in here? It seems that the mysterious man managed to interfere with the girl's spell, she cried out because the image was abruptly interrupted. The girl was thrown back by the powerful wave and collapsed to the ground, hitting herself painfully. Yi Qingtian ran up in a panic, anxiously asked if she was all right. The girl said that she had found a branch of the heavenly temple, but the people inside had discovered her. Her breathing was intermittent as the pain still stitched through her body. With difficulty, she squeezed out, southeast of Xuanmei. However, there is a very influential figure there. Even though Jerob couldn't find the main hall, the branch hall was also not bad. He would go to its territory for a while tomorrow. Li Yu began to discourage him. Let him think twice. The Temple of Heaven is a supreme existence. There is no use in confronting them. But the guy disagrees with her. He's never been afraid of anyone, ever. Yiking Tian summoned his pet werewolf, and the latter quickly formed a shadow right in front of him. The young man ordered him to go to Baiwalu and let them gather all the forces of the Yi family in Tianluo City. They would move out tomorrow. The demon calmly listened to his master's orders and disappeared into the shadows. The team was planning for tomorrow, not noticing how a crowd of students and the principal gradually formed behind them. The man seemed to finally understand why the master had chosen him as the heir to the sword. Perhaps he would be the one to guide the academy down a different path. This boy is able to calm the calamity, surrendered to her that he is a better candidate. The girl asked the Kunlun mirror what it thinks. Unexpectedly, the object replied, "In many years and never seen a more suitable candidate than him. But I need more time to observe." The next day, a small army had already gathered in the city and the spellcasters were ready to go. Just by this point, the hero and his girlfriend had reached their destination. The commander-in-chief reported to the master that all the people of the 130th city of Tianluo and await the master's orders. The boy politely approaches the girl and asks her to show him the way, continues to worry about whether he can handle it all, but Yi Qingtian is undeterred. The Temple of Heaven and his family have been feuding for a long time. The hero orders the soldiers to move forward. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a mysterious man was preparing for some kind of spell. Something distracted his attention, so the man took his mind off his business. Yesterday's aura reappeared. After a while, the girl led the squad to the fortress. They arrived in the branch hall of the Temple of Heaven. Turns out he was hidden in such a place. No wonder there was no way he could be found. He orders someone to get inside and find out more information. The commander-in-chief takes 2 subordinates with him and heads for the fortress. Suddenly, they are knocked down by a red whip created from spiritual energy. A shout is heard. "Who dares to invade the Temple of Heaven? Anyone who invades the Temple of Heaven will be mercilessly killed." Li Yu warns, even though there are only a dozen people in this branch hall, most of their cultivation base is in the domains of the warring emperors, so don't underestimate them. Yi Qingtian's subordinates weren't the least bit afraid. They bared their blades and were already ready to fight under their master. But getting to the entrance is not so easy. The defender has put the whip back into action. They are definitely looking for death. The hero barely had time to jump back, and the whip snapped loudly right where he was standing a second ago. Never one to give his opponent time to attack, the young spellcaster is desperately raring to go. He manages to get close to the man and delivers a hard blow, causing him to shriek. At the impact, the young man activated his spiritual power, so the man flew off as much as a few meters and landed on his back. How could this happen? He was defeated by some gang of warriors. Yi Qingtian left the area around him with a glance. The heavenly temple was nothing but trash. Suddenly, the hero receives a system clue. He needs to open the Book of Heaven. It is located in the southeast corner of the temple. Without a second's hesitation, the hero rushes deep into the temple. He didn't think that today there would be so many unexpected successes. Finally, he reached a mysterious and empty hall. "Boy, it turns out you were the one peeping into my territory who let you roam free." Suddenly, a loud shriek sounds behind the young man. An unidentifiable human-like creature attacks him. A clawed hand grips his head. The young man's entire body is riddled with fear. He is unable to move. His opponent is unusually strong, and Qingtian pitifully asks him to stop. But the mysterious man doesn't react to his words at all. His, as a clawed hand, sharply pierces through the young man's chest, causing him to bleed profusely. The drought demon tries to help his friend by rushing forward. The creature remains in its true size, so it manages to easily jump onto the caster's arm and bite it, thus distracting the man's attention. Yi Qingtian seizes the moment and bounces back. He should have underestimated him. Blood was flowing from his mouth. The man grunts and cries out, "How dare someone bite his hand? Dedicated to God, may he burn in hell." He throws the small creature away violently, and the dragon hits the wall hard, causing cracks in it. Yi Qingtian anxiously runs to his pet and picks it up. "Is it not all right?" The man goes on the attack again. He shouts that Yi Qingtian is the first to challenge the Temple of Heaven. The guy prepares to fight back and mentally analyzes. His strength is extremely different from his appearance. You have to be careful. The caster wants to teach the insolent young man a lesson by killing him today. The speed of his attacks is unusually fast. The caster punches the young man in the chest again, knocking all the air out of his lungs. The force of the blow is so great that the young man flies off several meters as if he were a sack of potatoes. And he dares to appear in the heavenly temple with such weak strength, he's just looking for death. Yi Tian is trying his best to stop the attacks that are reaching him from all sides. Slowly but surely, he is losing. The young man has nothing left but to call upon his pet demons. For his sake, they must destroy this madman. Everything around him was ablaze with fire. A firebird let loose on him, but the man couldn't care less. Even so, he's briefly distracted, which is a big plus for the character. The Monkey King was next in line to attack, landing a powerful blow. Fortunately, this time Yi Tian reacted in time. This man should definitely be dead now. Unfortunately, it turned out to be exactly the opposite. The man rose to his feet and shoved the demons away from him. With a sudden movement, the caster dodged another attack, this one ripping off his hood and exposing a deformed head of an unusually elongated shape. This can't go on any longer. A decision has to be made as soon as possible. The only way to defeat him now is to... And the Qingtian in us gathered the spiritual aura of his pets and absorbed it. His aura transformed again. He had become significantly stronger. After this change, he could at least attack his opponent. It was a surprise to the caster, for he was on the verge of winning. The hero lunged forward, grabbing the man by the torso with the intention of bringing him to the ground. The dark spellcaster struggled to free himself, but the young man pounded his body with all his might and wouldn't let go. Yi Tian went on the attack again and threw the man away from himself with a powerful leg kick. The spellcaster flew back a few meters and crashed into the wall. The strength was leaving his body. He had taken too many wounds. Master Tak is so good his strength has increased significantly. Having defeated his opponent, the young man turned to the system. It said there was a heavenly book nearby, so where was it? Upon reflection, the system reported that the book was in the statue's mouth. Yi Tian stood on his tiptoes and reached into his mouth and carefully took out a box from there. With interest and impatience, he opened it. His whole face lit up with a golden color. Right on the pad inside the box was a small book wrapped in gold. He had finally found it. Yi Tian froze and looked at the item he wanted so badly and had been searching for so long for a while. But then something unforeseen happened. Managed to meekly shriek, surprise reflected on his face. An indefinable sound escaped the boy's lips. Where did the book go? The drought demon jumped on the hero's shoulder, but he felt nothing until the creature itself asked him about it. Wait, the celestial book is meant to cooperate with the reader. Now there is no reader, so there will be no reaction. It must be, need to look again, maybe the reader is still here. Yi Tian carefully moved the bowl filled with incense sticks to pray to the gods. Behind him he felt a puff of air and turned around. It looked like he had activated the portal. It doesn't look good. The young caster suggests that his pet go in together and see what's out there. After passing through the portal, he found himself in an unusual place. It must be the place leading to the main hall of the Temple of Heaven. Once they cross the barrier in front, would be teleported to the main hall. Though it's just his guess, he'll have to check it out first. The guy took a wide step forward. But it turned out to be exactly the opposite. He was met by a rapidly approaching fist of spiritual power. He knocked the young man to the ground with a powerful blow, and he cried out in surprise. And Qingtian was thrown out of the portal at high speed. The passage itself remained absolutely immovable. It didn't care about the suffering of the man in front of it. A system notification came up. Alert, warning, continuous bleeding. Need to replenish the blood supply in time. Yi Qingtian annoyingly started cursing at the guards who prevented him from going further to the opposite side. The signal from the system kept coming, so the guy pulled the right potion out of his robes and drank it. Fortunately, he can recover. Otherwise, he would have died on the spot. It seems that this issue can't be addressed too rashly yet. It needs to be addressed in the longer term. Seemingly oblivious to his men, the guy rushed with all his legs to the exit of the building. His subordinates as well as Li Yu were still desperately fighting the guard at the entrance. Many were injured. The young men had less and less strength and stamina left, so they received more and more painful whiplashes. The caster only scoffed. How unfortunate that such young men would die. Yi Qingtian returned in time and struck the man stealthily once again. The caster had also wasted some of his strength, so he couldn't stay on his feet. The young caster helped his friend to her feet and inquired about her condition. After receiving a positive answer, he turned to Xiaowu, but the young man was fine as well. About a dozen men from the guards decided to attack the hero again. But with such strength, they were like minor bipeds to him. Yi Qingtian fought them off with a single spell without any difficulty. The commander-in-chief was surprised to notice that his master's strength had increased significantly. The hero turned to him, the task finally completed, he asked him to send someone to guard the statue in the southeast corner and not let anyone inside. Kington was relaxed as he had finally reached his goal, but suddenly some noise from above caught his attention. Some flat object landed a few centimeters away from him, much to the young man's consternation. He stepped closer and peered through the veil of dust into his own reflection. Was it really a mirror? What was that other trick? Why did his reflection go outside the mirror? Tensing up, the guy decided to arm himself. His own reflection repeated all his actions. They stood silently looking at each other intently. Still, the expression on his face was slightly different. It was more cocky and relaxed, and it was distorted by a grin. The creature swung its sword a couple times, seeming to be a threat. How is that possible? Is this guy really going to fight him? Tian jumped back a few meters. Right now, he didn't feel safe at all. Li Yu and his subordinates came running to the noise. They were interested. Where did the second hymn come from? The hero replied that he didn't know himself, but there was nothing to worry about. To everyone's surprise, the guy's head and his reflection were connected by a beam of light. The expression on his reflection's face was no longer so smug. It became more confused, and his eyes rolled back. Kington's consciousness was in some inconceivable space. Had he really fallen into the mind of a mysterious being? But how could a normal person's mind be like this? He looked around again. It didn't seem to be human after all. But no matter who he is, he will deal with him here and now. And Tian struck a string of blows with his sword, shattering the shards of another's consciousness, and not stopping for a second. In reality, everything around him was torn apart by a hoarse scream, his reflection beginning to distort and crack. A second later, there was a massive explosion of energy that threw everyone nearby backwards. And Tian returned to reality once again, tensely looking around at the changes that had occurred. Ha! His reflection was gone. Only this mirror was left. Could it be the ghost of that very Kunlun mirror? The surface of the mirror rippled. A voice sounded out, cheerfully congratulating Tian. After watching him for so long, I finally got his calling. Confusion and panic flickered across the young man's face. What had she just said? Whose confession had he gotten? With a laugh, the girl replied, recognizing Kunlun mirrors. These words made the guy's eyes pop out of his orbits. With pride, the girl confirmed her words so the guy wouldn't doubt them at all. Speaking of this issue, in a nutshell, their suggestion is that a mirror needs a craftsman, or its interior space will be completely compromised. Inside the Kunlun mirror, you are many secret realms as well as countless wild spaces. Once the energy loses balance, these secret realms and space will be destroyed. The Temple of Heaven has always existed in the second dimension, which is in the unreality. But in recent years, the space has become insufficient. So the woman wants to grab the Kunlun mirror and use it to open a new space for expansion. Suddenly, the mirror laughed and spoke. Tian appeared to him. In a good sapling, he had enough strength to take up all the space in his body. The mirror offered the young man to sign a contract. Once he became its master, he would be able to enjoy all the mysteries of the realms within, and it would not be impossible to open his own space. The young caster couldn't find words. This was too sudden. But if the mirror set him up, he wouldn't be too hurt. Nevertheless, secret realms. Could he pass up such a chance? Wasn't. The guy bit his finger and left a bloody mark on the surface of the mirror. That's his seal. The mirror once again laughed contentedly. From now on, Tian would be his master. Suddenly, the young man was pulled inside the mirror. A new space opened up in front of him. An unusual landscape appeared before his eyes, as if he was surrounded by skyscrapers. Where was he? The mirror appealed to him. It is his unique space. It is worth the hero to open any door, as he will immediately find himself in a secret world. Entering the secret world last time was successful, but he doesn't know how things will work out this time. The mirror only laughed mysteriously and suggested the hero to open the door and take a look. Tian took a couple of calming breaths in and out, gathered his courage, and decided to walk forward. The realm he found himself in was outwardly no different from the normal world he was in now. Is there really a city in the secret realm? Suddenly, a system notification arrived. A reader has been found in the city. Currently, only the presence is known, but the specific location will have to be determined by yourself. Great! As soon as he found a new heavenly book, there was a reader right away. How fortunate! And Tian walked further into the interior of the city, and the system was finally able to count some location. Need to move to the southeast. The enthusiastic boy almost jumped for joy and ran in the right direction. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a small crowd of men, looking quite serious. What's going on? Why is this place so busy? It looks like the dragon hunting recruitment conference is about to start here. Finally, the system was able to determine the exact location of the reader. The person is right in front of the mansion. Some elder in the courtyard was reading out a speech. They had all been waiting for so long. The dragon hunting recruitment conference was about to start. To be accepted for this position, a person must pass 2 levels, organized by the hiring mistress. The first level is a test of strength because only the strong can survive this mission. The old man took out 10 sticks symbolizing 10 places. They will be chosen randomly. The numbers will be drawn and distributed to the participants. The top 3 will be able to come to the second level. With homonyms and enthusiastic shouts, a multitude of men reached forward for the sticks. Yi Qingtian also wanted to participate. After taking the tests, he might be able to do a more thorough search for a reader. But to his annoyance, the sticks ran out. Everyone had snapped them up. The trial would soon begin. Everyone who received bamboo sticks walked to the back of the courtyard. The hero's cocky and arrogant interference in the process, doesn't their so-called demon hunt require the strongest man? Then why are they not paying attention to him? Such a self-righteous statement infuriated the male participants. Yi Qingtian continued to bend his line. If anyone was not satisfied with this, then anyone who wanted to fight him could fight him. They would know the answer after the fight. The men stormed furiously into the fray with fists drawn. The young man activated a spell that knocked most of the men off their feet. Well, are they convinced now? This guy has so much strength, he is truly extraordinary. Since the hero was able to defeat these guys, he's bound to be accepted. Basically, according to the rules, he could obtain the Demon Hunter classification. However, if the elder only invited him alone, would the lady mind? The old man decided to take a chance after all and asked the young man to follow him. Since he is now the only participant, the first level is skipped. Now he can directly go to the second level. This is a test that no one has yet passed. And Qingtian froze. Something restrained his movements. He looked down and realized he was standing right in the middle of some unknown pentagram. It turned into a portal, and the young man was pulled into some new layer of space. This is the 10th person to reach the second level. Zhang Yue is sure if he can pass the test. The maid gave her opinion. She doesn't think this person is unique, so let her mistress not expect too much. And Qingtian found himself in the middle of some gloomy courtyard, surrounded by armed guards. It turns out that the second level is a formation. One of the artificial guards immediately attacked him, but with the current understanding of the game, it was easy to break. Yi Qingtian poured his spiritual energy into his own fist and threw a punch. But nothing even happened. The young man froze, not knowing what to do. What's going on? He unleashed his attack. This formation seems to have the effect of blessing the life force. Yi Qingtian fight in a different way. He created a golden dragon from his own spiritual energy. The hero focused on his inner core. He's definitely not going to have it easy. This is the payment for blessing their life force equivalent to an immortal body. If he can't find the formation center, he might die here. We need to find this formation as soon as possible. The young man was about to flee, but something caught his attention. The wooden guards were leaving red footprints behind them. With a shout of "Found it!" Yi Qingtian once again attacked one of the guards. Alas, she had been out for so long and must have failed miserably. The girl called her butler and asked him to destroy the formation, but not to kill the hero. There was a small energy explosion in the middle of the courtyard. Panic and surprise swept over the girl's face. And Qingtian got out of it by himself. Their formation is good, but if it was anyone else, he would have been lying dead long ago. Not believing her eyes, the girl asked, "Had the young man broken her?" System notice. The reader has been found. It's Ms. Zhang Yue. At this time, the woman respectfully bowed and congratulated the hero for passing the second level. She is fulfilling the promise of the Jiang family. The butler brought out a large amount of money on a wooden tray. This is the reward for completing the level. Zhang Yue confessed that she only set this second level because she has one request. A few months ago, her father took in his students for training and accidentally fell into the hands of a dragon demon. She needs someone strong to help her save her father. Yi Qingtian stated that he would easily help save her father, but on the condition that she would stay with him for at least 2 years. This angered the girl's subordinates. Their mistress is still the eldest daughter of Manhwa. How could she be with this man for 2 whole years? The hero was embarrassed, for his intention was taken the wrong way. She is his precious reader. He has no bad intentions. The girl bravely agreed to his terms, for he would save her father. Zhang Yue ordered her butler to gather the entire army as they would move out immediately. The place they are going to is a dragon's nest. It is very dangerous, so a hero should be prepared for it. But Yi Qingtian assured her that he was not at all scared. After a few hours of packing, the girl led Yi Qingtian and his team to the mysterious and gloomy swamps with a horrible stench all around, and their feet drowning in sticky earth. She tells her that her father is missing here. She sent people here, but they all died, so they should all be careful. But the hero tells her not to worry. Since he is here, he will find a way to deal with the dragon. From nowhere, silently and without a murmur, the guards were attacked by mysterious vines that bound them by their legs and arms. The spellcasters managed to avoid contact with them, but still one was captured. A panicked cry for help echoed throughout the forest. The dragon had appeared. They needed to be on guard. The guards covered Zhang Yue with their body to keep the woman safe. But suddenly out of the darkness came not one head, but three. It's not a dragon, it's pythons. The creatures were so huge in relation to humans that they had no problem splitting human heads like watermelons with their jaws. In just a few seconds, the pythons had dealt with the guards and began devouring them. The butler trembled in fear. It's over. The guy definitely can't defeat all those pythons alone. One of the creatures attacked Zhang Yue, her maid desperately bidding in the creature's way to protect her. The girls squeezed their eyes shut in fear as they felt something dripped on their heads. It was blood. Someone had chopped up a python. Yi Tingtin stepped forward, covering the girls, and inquired if they were all right. He bravely jumped into the thickest of the pythons with the intention of dealing with them all at once, asking those around him to stay away so they wouldn't get hurt. He would take care of these predators now. Yi Tingtian swiftly powered up his sword. He used a special spell, so all that was left of the creatures were skeletons. With a violent rumble that made the ground shake, the remains of the creatures fell to the ground, raising a large amount of dust. The team is glad that they were unharmed and that they came across a truly strong man who was able to save them. Zhang Yue swept up with a smile full of hope that the young man was indeed strong. Perhaps he could actually save her father. The keen sense of smell of the young caster smelled an unusual odor. Somewhere from the depths of these swamps smells the breath of a dragon. Yi Tingtian ran towards the scent. He motioned for the whole team to go and have a look. The girl and the others hurried after him, trying to keep up. The young man ran to one of the caves, where he found an unusual egg of enormous size on one of the elevations. There were screams and pleas for help from there, someone crying that he was still young to die. To everyone's surprise, a limb neatly penetrated from the crack, blindly groping the space and grabbing the poor people. And Qingtian ran closer to the egg with his sword at his side. He had finally found it. The young caster jumped high and struck the eggshell with his sword, causing cracks on its surface. Hollow inside, it shattered easily in seconds, shards flying in all directions. The shattered shell revealed a horrifying picture. Inside it sat a dragon that dragged many people into its lair, feeding on them. But it's so small. Surely it's a dragon? The creature was barely larger than the height of the hero himself. The woman looked around at the people in a panic until finally, with concern, she noticed her father lying unconscious on the ground. Zhang Yue ran closer on weak legs. Her whole mind was gripped by anxiety. She was no longer thinking about herself. With disobedient and trembling hands, the girl started to cross her father. He must wake up. The woman lost her concentration and was almost attacked by a dragon. But Yi Qingtian reacted in time and put his sword in front of him to scare the animal away. With the intention of scaring the creature away, he hurled the weapon in its direction. The creature roared furiously as the sword lodged in its mouth, now unable to close it. The dragon spewed his body fluids. Hopefully it would wash away the sword. And Qingtian was enraged beyond belief. He walked closer and kicked the creature with his foot with all his anger. But his sensitive gut sensed something was wrong. Still, the dragon was able to get rid of the sword that prevented him from attacking humans. Letting out a vicious growl, the dragon decided to attack again, the young man barely managing to grab the girl and drag her away. Unexpectedly, the creature was almost unharmed after he struck it. The butler and maid shouted from afar. They warned that the creature was about to attack again. This dragon's cultivation level is at least at the 5th level, so Yi Qingtian cannot take it lightly. Meanwhile, the creature was rapidly approaching. With a powerful blow of its head, the dragon knocked the young man to the ground. And Qingtian flew far away for a decent distance. His internal bleeding opened up and his mouth was bleeding. The dragon wasted no time. He struck again, crushing the young man with his heavy body. The butler realized that this young master was no opponent to the dragon. They need to hurry and get the lady and master away. Zhang Yue ordered her father to be taken away first. She and still have some treasures, so she could buy some time, but the maid was overly worried about her mistress. She kept begging her to come with her. But the woman ordered them to leave with a harsh voice. She ran forward towards the dragon, activating her spiritual powers. The caster poured them into the golden ring. As soon as she finished that, she tossed the spiritual power-charged ring. The weapon flew towards the dragon, engulfed in its prey, growing in size as it flew. The girl came to the rescue in time. A little more, and the hero would have been eaten by the dragon. Increasing in size, the ring slammed into the creature's temple with all its might. Such a heavy blow briefly clouded the creature's judgment, the dragon becoming disoriented. Ha, so that's what Ms. Zhang is. She really did it because she thought that Yi Qingtian was dying, didn't she? Now he can't disgrace himself and lose to the pathetic dragon. The young man goes on the attack again. Yi Qingtian, and adjusting his spiritual powers, a gloomy and dark aura formed around him. He used his ability and adopted his opponent's beast trait, literally becoming a dragon. The creature opened its mouth wide. A large glowing orb began to form in its throat. A few seconds later, it shot the burning orb towards the young man. Yi Qingtian barely had time to react, forming a protective barrier around himself, causing the flames to not reach him. As soon as the fire attack stopped, the young caster attacked again, striking at the dragon's eyes. Finally, the creature fell to the ground with a clatter, seemingly dead. Zhang Yue watched anxiously. She barely managed to see Yi Qingtian amidst all this veil of dust. The woman hesitantly called out his name. "He must be dead!" A cry rang out, and Yi Qingtian's silhouette appeared in the midst of the murky haze. The team couldn't believe their eyes. He killed him in one move. But the hero ignored their queries. He went straight to the topic. According to the contract, now Mrs. Zhang must follow him. The woman assured that she would not break her promise. The young man rejoiced, for a reader is so hard to find, and he cannot miss her. The girl turned to her servants. She ordered them to send her father back to the manor, and she would stay with the Lord. But to her surprise and outrage, her acolytes did not obey and froze in place. The maid hesitated for a while. She bowed awkwardly and wished her mistress to take care. Yi Qingtian called the woman a man of her word and asked her to follow him. Their journey took a decent amount of time. First they got to the manor, then they wandered through the streets of the city until they finally came to a mirror, around which lay a whole bunch of corpses on the other side of reality. It turns out that a few hours before, Yi Qingtian's team was attacked by the servants of the Heavenly Temple. They wanted to take away the Kunlun mirror. But the commander-in-chief desperately shouted that if they wanted the mirror, they could do so, but only if they stepped over their dead bodies. But their opponents already knew that they wouldn't get the mirror without a fight. So one of them immediately rushed to attack. The battlefield began to stir. A bunch of people fighting each other. The clang of swords and someone's screams could be heard. There was blood everywhere, but that only fueled the lust for violence of the followers of the Temple of Heaven. They won't be able to stop them, they'll all die. One of the dark cultivators used a dangerous spell that hurricane passed across the entire battlefield, trapping everyone. Li Yu was the only one left standing guard over the mirror. Noticing this, the opponents took advantage of the moment and the two of them decided to attack her. But the girl was desperate. She screamed for them to get out of here. She summoned her pet, using its power. Who does she think she is? Does she really think she can stop them with that level? The two men had no trouble getting through her defenses and approached swiftly. Suddenly, there was a massive explosion behind them, causing all three of them to fly away. Li Yu passed out. The spellcasters realized that they had finally gotten a mirror. The master of the Temple of Heaven already waiting for them. One of the young spellcasters reached for the surface of the mirror. Suddenly, the surface of the mirror rippled. A foot stuck out of it, and someone's calm voice said, "This is the way out." Both Qingtian and his companion were passionately discussing other worlds without noticing what was happening around them. After a couple seconds, the young man did notice that a man unknown to him was standing right in front of him. Raising an eyebrow, he asked who he was. The dark spellcasters only cried out that they had actually found something they weren't even looking for. They had gotten the news and had come to get the Kunlun mirror. But they didn't expect to catch a member of the Yi family. Mad laughter erupted. Today is a great opportunity to prove themselves. They went on the attack again. The young man covered his companion with his body. She would need to be careful that the projectiles of dark energy didn't hit her. They just flew past. But colliding with the ground caused another explosion. Fortunately, the magic mirror was very strong, so it remained intact. Well, the Temple of Heaven came to Yi Qingtian's door by itself. The commander-in-chief shouted out with his last strength, warning the young man to run quickly because these people were the elders of the second branch of the Heavenly Temple. He was no match for them. But of course, Yi Qingtian wouldn't go anywhere. If they harmed his people and Miss Li, he wouldn't stop and run away. He said it so firmly and confidently that his words encouraged his subordinate. His mind flashed that his master was a good man from the Yi family. The dark cultivators were circling around the young caster like vultures. This kid had messed up their heavenly hall many times before. Did he ever think about the consequences of his actions? Yi Qingtian proudly raised his head and declared that he would kill them all. But right in front of his nose, a huge dark essence jumped out and frightened him with its abrupt appearance. So the young man took a step back. He would definitely repay them all for what they did to his men and his girlfriend, Li Yu. The dark spellcasters parried that they would see how they could double the bounty on his head. They went on the attack. The hero managed to dodge by doing a somersault. Desperately fighting off the men who were attacking him from all sides, Yi Qingtian summoned his pets. There was no long wait. The demons immediately appeared at their master's call. The Monkey King immediately started smashing everything around him with his huge fists, straining. But the dark spellcasters managed to hold him back. Dragon realized that the young man wasn't struggling because he was worried about his partner. He assured him that he would look after the girl. The animals attacked from all directions. The dark cultivators pooled their power, causing a huge explosion of spiritual energy. So too this guy, damn it, how can he summon so many beasts? This situation was already starting to make Yi Qingtian more than a little angry. How dare they rob his Kunlun mirror? They really don't know what they are doing. But the men only laughed. His attacks too weak, as if a fly had bitten him. Under the influence of dark forces, many of the spellcasters have transformed and look terrifying. They can't delay any longer. They need to finish as soon as possible. Some of them have grown tails, others have wings and claws. First, they need to kill the Yi family's child. Then they will take Kunlun into the mirror. Yi Qingtian summoned his sword, infused with spiritual energy. He is willing to fight even considering that the battle is unequal. The young man was the first to go on the attack, chopping with a powerful sword strike in front of him, trying to hook his opponent. But the man wasn't affected at all. He activated his own powers. How was it possible he had torn apart the energy of his ball with his bare hands? The caster laughed. Yi Qingtian's sword energy is weak. The guy still has a long way to go. Damn! Is this the real power without? Today, he found a worthy opponent. Suddenly, the rumbling voice of a mirror echoed in the young man's head, asking to go through it. But Yi Qingtian did not listen to him unquestioningly. What was the point of him hiding in the mirror? He was not afraid of death. But the entity explained that there was a secret realm of chaos inside it. If he lured his opponents there, he would have a way to trap them. The dark cultivators were not the least bit tired. They were rather enjoying the fight, so the mirror's suggestion no longer seemed so cowardly and foolish. Yi Qingtian's strength was already running low. The young man turned around and jumped swiftly inside the reflective surface of the mirror. The dark spellcasters, not thinking long, followed him. The hero was tense. Where should he go? The mirror suggested the second door on his left with doubt in its voice, but the guy shrieked angrily that he needed specifics. Panic was increasingly gripping his mind, for his opponents were a stone's throw away from him, ready to tear him apart. It's too late, no time to think. He'll just go through the second door on the left. The lad ran swiftly, swung open the door he wanted, and with a little prick of fear in his heart flew into the passage. The keen eye of the followers of the heavenly temple noticed his receding silhouette in the luminous opening. You can't let him get away, they followed him. The dark spellcasters entered the new world through the opening at great speed and looked around. But where is Yi Qingtian? He just walked in here, breathing heavily and trying to calm the rhythm of his frantically pounding heart. The young man listened to the sounds from outside, hiding behind huge boulder after huge boulder. When the evil spellcasters disappeared from sight, having gone in search of him, Yi Qingtian turned to the mirror. Was this a space of chaos? This was not what he had expected, but according to the mirror, he made a mistake. The mirror told him about the second door on the left, but the young man ran too fast and came to the third inner door. Fear ran up the hero's spine again. If the mirror hadn't warned him sooner, it would have ended very badly. The entity soothed him with a soothing voice and suggested he hide in a nearby cave. Realizing that he couldn't waste a second, the young man ran towards the cave again. This place was quite unusual. Yi Qingtian explored it, and after an hour, he had wandered very deep. Eventually, he reached a grotto that was filled with a pile of spirit stones. With the help of these spirit stones, he might be able to break through cultivation. He would succeed. Then he wouldn't have any problems with those evil old men. While he was thinking about it, his foot suddenly stepped on emptiness. And Qingtian was so pleased with his good fortune that he ran briskly, keeping his eyes on his prey, and did not notice the pit filled with lava right in front of his nose. He barely escaped, but his chest was filled with despair again. This place is an illusion. With his ability, the guy formed himself wings behind his back. On them, he flew upwards. Who? Luckily, he didn't fall, but it was dangerously close. The mirror apologized for its miscalculation. But this illusion is so real. Doesn't the hero want to take advantage of it? If 3 old men can be lured here, there's a good chance they'll fall into the lava, I don't know. And Qingtian realized that the idea of his essence wasn't so bad and smart enough. It made sense. After a while, the 3 smart cultivators got together in some field, realized that to their annoyance, none of them had ever found the Yi family's child. The hero showed up just in time, standing on a tree branch and looming over the spellcasters. He began to tease them angrily. The insults had worked. The dark spellcasters were more than a little pissed off. Their lust for killing awakened in them again. At breakneck speed, the hero headed towards the caves, calling the men idiots. He mockingly asked them to catch him if they could, of course. Great, they're hooked. Everything is going according to the Kunlun mirror plan. After reaching the right place, Yi Qingtian froze. Thought he was stupid. The kid was running to a place from which there was no turning back. The young man continued to play the fool. He pumped that since he couldn't run away, he would fight the dark spellcasters. The horned man laughed. Brave, but no more than that. Now he wants to see what a young man can do to fight them all back. The three dark spellcasters simultaneously attacked the young man at once. As soon as they approached the pit, the illusion dissipated. While the spellcasters questioned what was going on here, Yi Qingtian opened his wings, but the men quickly realized that they were trapped. Panic and anger began to slip into their voices, and the hero watched the men suffer with a smirk. Trying to kill us like that? Clenching his teeth, one of them shouted angrily. But suddenly things didn't go according to plan. The dark caster grabbed the hands of his companions and rose up through the air. With anger, he stated that the hero was so naive. With his level, he could step through the air so they wouldn't fall. But Yi Qingtian's plan was not so simple. The young man was prepared for this outcome. This is the grave he has chosen for them. The young man sending a powerful charge of energy towards his opponents. The fire sphere swiftly headed towards the dark spellcasters until it knocked them from their direction. The three cultivators could no longer stay in the air. The speed they fell into the lava. There was a hissing sound. Their bodies caught fire. The entire cave was filled with screams. Well, it's finally over. If it wasn't for the illusions here, the hero would probably have fallen. The mirror proudly praised its master. But not only that, he was also lucky as all these spirit stones now belong to Yi Qingtian. The young man stepped closer to the stones and activated his ring, loading all the stones into the system space. And in the real world, Li Yu finally woke up. Seeing this, the commander-in-chief felt as if a stone had been dropped from his shoulders. He was glad that the girl had finally woken up. Zhang Yue walked closer to them and asked where the people from the heavenly temple had gone. She was told that they had gone to the Kunlun mirror and the master along with them. The girl shivered. This is a very dangerous world. Will Yi Qingtian come back after she leaves? Just when she thought of her acquaintance, a young man stepped out of the mirror with a calm look. The whole crew was unusually happy to see him. The young man assured that he was fine. He had killed all three of those old men. Yi Qingtian asked his companion. She had been unconscious for a long time, if she was injured, but the girl explained with a smile that it was just a shock. Nothing serious. The hero felt relieved, but they shouldn't stay here. It was better to return to the academy as soon as possible. A little further on, there is a passageway leading to the lair of the Celestial Temple. The hero ordered to send someone to revise behind him and report back to him if there is any movement. Well, it was time to head back to the academy. The young man promised his companion Zhang Yue to show her around. While the entire team was happily leaving the still recent battlefield, a dark portal formed inside the building. For a while, the dark, swirling hole froze in the air, emitting a slight humming sound before two dark silhouettes passed through it into this world. A while later, the young man and his team finally reached the Kanglen Academy. Yi Qingtian disbanded his team. Everyone went home. He decided to show his chambers to Zhang Yue. The girl leaned around with interest and uneasiness, wondering if this was her companion's home. But the young man assured her that though it was his lodging, it was temporary. Grabbing the girl's hand, the young caster motioned for her to sit down. While the guy was explaining to the girl that they would be practicing, the dragon commented unhappily, "You're making others practice 1,000 things. It's not very cool when you don't do anything yourself." Concentrating on their spiritual core, the young men began their training. Miss Jiang is a reader. He doesn't need to try to make readers attack his seal ring. Originally, Zhang Daoling could generate aura and seal ring attacks during cultivation, so let's try that as well to start with. But looking inside himself, the young man realized that nothing had happened to the core. His face displayed surprise mixed with annoyance. This is so weird, it doesn't work. The drought demon didn't give a damn about what was going on. He was enjoying the watermelon he had been given. Suddenly, one of the pieces flew off his plate and headed towards Yi Qingtian and his girlfriend. The young man offered Ms. Zhang this piece of watermelon. The girl perplexedly accepted it in her hands. What about the training? To this question, the hero had nothing to answer. He could not imagine what the girl should do to break his third seal. But still, the woman happily gnawed into a slice of watermelon. It was delicious and juicy. Yi Qingtian tensely watched the girl, but realized that there was still no effect. How on earth was he going to make her status as a reader work? Zhang Yue became worried as she watched the young man's dejected reaction. Unexpectedly, Li Yu entered his chambers. The academy had recently opened a new medicinal garden. and she had heard that there were strange herbs growing in it. The girl suggested that the guy look together. The guy was surprised that Miss Lee recovered so quickly, but the girl told him that she had taken a potion. That was why she felt better so quickly. Yi Qingtian replied that he wasn't interested in the herb garden, so she could see it for herself. But Zhang Yue herself was very interested in it. She wanted to go with the girl and take a look. After all, she hadn't really explored the new outside world yet. Li Yue was only happy to have a new friend. Joyfully grabbing hands, the girls headed for the exit. Two dark silhouettes emerged from the portal and flew outside the building. Abruptly changing their flight path, they headed towards their target at high speed. After a while, two hunters lurked on the roof of the Kanglin Academy. One of them said that a person from the Yi family lived here. The young men hoped that no one had noticed them. After all, they had come out after Yi Qingtian had left. This guy is strange. The headquarters told them to deal with him first and then think about how to take the Kunlun mirror away. The hunters let out a mysterious dark smoke. There were many people present in the new garden, engrossed in finding herbs of interest to them. Gradually, the sky began to cloud over with a dark, gloomy haze. The two newfound friends were also happily spending time there. Mrs. Jiang looking around with interest and delight. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the dark mist of the herb garden. An eerie, frightening aura emanated from it. But people didn't pay much attention to it. They assumed that it seemed to be the way it should be. But the very next second the fog began to enter people's lungs and knock them off their feet, there seemed to be something poisonous in it. One of the spellcasters shouted that he could feel something growing inside of him, like horns through his clothes. Only a moment passed, and the young caster turned from a human into a horrible monster that filled the entire garden with its thunderous roar. People started running in panic. Many of them had already inhaled the toxic fog, so they started turning into monsters. Li Yu assumed it was some kind of mutation. She advised the woman beside her to run as fast as possible. In a panic, she grabbed her friend's arm, managed to see something that made her heart skip a beat. The toxic substance of the fog spread throughout the neighborhood began to spread in Zhang Yue's body. In a pitiful voice, the woman said that she was in a lot of pain, and Qingtian shouted, which spread throughout the neighborhood, and ran to the garden to help. He swung open the new gate and a horrifying picture appeared before his eyes. Everything around him was filled with black fog. Screams and pleas for help were everywhere. The dragon reported that he smelled the scent of battle. Something must have happened. The young man became agitated. He needed to find his girlfriends as soon as possible. With all his legs, he rushed deep into the garden. Zhang Yue, meanwhile, had almost completely turned. Not realizing what she was doing, the woman began to struggle with her recent friend. But the woman was still trying to keep her consciousness. In a trembling voice, she apologized to the girl. She couldn't control herself now. What the hell is going on here? Is this fog controlling them? Zhang Yue wished for everyone to be safe and sound, so she shouted for her friend to leave as quickly as possible. And Qingtian managed to get to them in time to intervene in what was happening. With a calm face, he grabbed the woman's hands, trying to subdue her. While the woman was kicking around, the young man asked his friend what was going on here. The young spellcaster briefly told him what was going on. The girl breathed in the mist and became like this. But other than Miss Jiang, the rest of the disciples had also undergone mutation. They all seemed to be controlled. Right now, one of the distraught students was heading towards the team with the intention of attacking them. Yi Qingtian barely had time to dodge. To him, everything happening seemed strange. Someone was up to something. The hero saw a rope nearby and decided he could use it. The young man held it out to Ms. Li to fix the woman's limbs and asked her to keep an eye on Ms. Jiang while he went and finished off the distraught students. The girl reminded him that these were still students and he should be more careful. With a smirk, the guy assured her that he wouldn't kill anyone. In just a few minutes, the young man dealt with a large number of students, sending them off with neat punches. He froze in the middle of the garden, recovering his heavy breathing, for this battle had not been so easy. Zhang Yue clung to the remnants of her consciousness with her last strength. She was very sorry, so she apologized to her friends. The guy looked her over anxiously. "What's she talking about? Everything's fine, isn't it?" Yi Qingtian asked Li Yu to take care of the injured disciple, while he himself would go treat Zhang Yue. The drought demon stayed with the girl, in case she could use his help. The bounty hunters watched the outcome of the events with dissatisfaction, but no wonder their warriors fell before this guy. He has some skills, but sooner or later he will still die at their hands. And it would be very soon. The two spellcasters followed the hero with careful and quiet steps. With a quick step, Yi Qingtian reached his hut and placed the bound Zhang Yue on the couch. The girl was struggling hard to resist the spell, causing her to shiver. The young man turned to his system. It analyzed the situation and came to a verdict. The woman suffers from a strange poison, although there is a potion that can cure her. But the effect will be too painful. perhaps she will not be able to bear it. You can, as long as the hero is willing to share a fight with her to help her swallow the cure and poison. And Qingtian agrees to these terms without a second thought. He demands to hand over the potion to him. No matter how hard it was, he wouldn't let Zhang Yue get hurt. He took custody of her, and he should be responsible for her. He brought the pill to the woman's lips and she swallowed it obediently. As soon as the medicine began to penetrate her body, the woman began to scream in pain. Yi Tingtian held the girl down so that she wouldn't fall, needing to urgently pump out some medicine. He gently touched 2 fingers to Zhang Yue's forehead, transmitting the discharge of his spell through them. This doesn't seem to be working at all. We'll have to do something different. The young man gently made contact with his lips to the woman's lips, transferring his strength to hers. And then the unthinkable happened. The glasses started coming off the seal. The heroes never realized what was going on here. The ring was under attack. Her breathing was rhythmic. It matched the frequency of her heartbeat. It must have something to do with Miss Jiang's heartbeat. Blushing, the guy stared at the woman in front of him without saying a word. Zhang Yue gradually began to regain consciousness. It came to her what had just happened, and the woman recoiled in embarrassment and shock. The hero tried to justify himself, but the girl said she knew and asked him to get out. Still unable to find a place for himself, Yi Qingtian quietly agreed with the girl. This was the right thing to do. He jumped up abruptly from the couch and with a contrived look of joy said he would go first. He trotted out of the room, slamming the doors loudly. It was too awkward. He hoped that Miss Jiang would not misunderstand him, although he was not a gentleman. But he was also not the kind of person who takes advantage of others. Stepping out into the fresh air, the young man was finally able to relax already, to find out what happened today. He figured that Li Yu might have some clues, so he headed to the main hall where there were now dozens of bound disciples turned from behind the black fog. The girl was just studying the mutation process. Using one of her spells, she was able to pull some black mist out of one of the converts. She mumbled aloud in thoughtfulness. She had never seen such a thing before. Where did it come from? Yi Xingtian just went to the hall and offered the girl his help. The young spellcaster greeted him. He's just in time, he needs to take a look. It's definitely an unusual poison gas. Yi Qingtian leaned closer to the clot of mist in the girl's hands and sniffed. The smell made him realize something strange, not of this world. The spellcaster couldn't believe how it wasn't from this world. Then where could it have come from? There's only one person who could come up with something like this, and that's a Heaven Temple elder. But Li Yu didn't understand his train of thought, the guy explained, because only the Temple of Heaven is grinding a grudge against them. Besides, their headquarters are off-world. Finally, the girl realized what her friend meant. A look of realization appeared on her face. The Temple of Heaven just wants to get their hands on the Kunlun mirror. They want it, so Yi Qingtian will give it to them. And no, the young man is not admitting defeat, just that the Kunlun mirror will be the bait on which he will fish. Meanwhile, somewhere outside the walls of the academy, black smoke continued to spread around. Just a little more. And once they make a couple poisonous corpses, the hunters will definitely be able to get their hands on the Kunlun mirror. The dark spellcaster's partner herself suggests just going and robbing Yi Qingtian. Why go to so much trouble? But the hunter is sure that the guy is from the Yi family, he has killed many of their elders, so they must be careful. With a sharp movement, he released several talismans from his sleeve, which stuck to the body of the mysterious creature that the hunters had just created. After such manipulations, the creature became completely unhinged. It began to growl furiously and break free of the chains. But such a horrifying picture did not frighten the hunter at all, he only rejoiced. The spellcaster turned to his partner. Now the final plan could be put into action. The girl rejoiced as she was so eager to get started. Meanwhile, people were strolling peacefully in the town square. Nothing portended trouble. Suddenly, a strong flow of wind swept through the streets of the city, spreading a rather unusual and strange odor that attracted people's attention. The spellcasters looked around, trying to figure out from their surroundings what was this mysterious mist while the substance itself gradually spread throughout the area. One of the men touched the smoke with interest. What was it? Seconds later, the poisonous substance entered the body of everyone present. Irreversible mutation began. There were screams and groans and pleas for help all over Central Square. The huntress, on the other hand, enjoyed watching the scene below, seeing how the hero would react. Suddenly she heard footsteps, the ringing echoing off the shingles. It was her partner. The woman asked with incomprehension what he was doing here. The hunter pointed to the shining center of the city, the mirror of Kunlun. The hunters headed toward the source of the glow. They decided it couldn't hurt to check. In the middle of the city was indeed the Kunlun mirror. It shone brightly in the sunlight. But not far away, Yi Qingtian and Li Yu were sitting in ambush. The girl was worried. He should not have left the mirror in this state. It was too dangerous. A while later, the pair of hunters finally reached the city center. "Oh my god, it's really the Kunlun mirror!" An astonished exclamation rang out. Hunter stopped his partner and stated that he would bring in the mirror himself. He thought that the Kunlun mirror looked too strange. There must be some kind of trick in this situation. But what should they do? It's impossible to just stand. The young caster activated his spiritual powers and asked the girl not to worry, he'd figure it out completely. Now that he has many other spellcasters poisoned by the black mist at his command, he can order them to fetch the mirror for him themselves. Liyu's chest was growing more and more anxious. What is going on here? The Heaven Temple Elder is nowhere to be seen. The guy tried to reassure her. There was no hurry for now. At this time, the people turned from behind the black fog began to approach the mirror. Yes. But the guy expected this. His pets also broke out of their ambush, the Monkey King scattering the men from side to side with powerful blows of his huge fists, thus protecting the mirror. But there were too many converts. He seemed to lack strength. The animals ground out a desperate strike, fighting off the distraught spellcasters. The hunter who was observing this confirmed his theory. He had said that it wasn't that simple, and now he had brought out Yi Tingtian. It was good that they didn't go to the mirror right away, but what should they do now? Since the Kunlun mirror has appeared, it's time to release it. There was an explosion nearby, rocks flying in all directions. The same uncharted converted creature that the hunters had created had finally broken free. Sounding the entire neighborhood with its vicious roar, the creature swiftly approached the Monkey King, preparing to attack him. Yikingtian grudgingly remarked, "They are quite patient, not showing up." The young man summoned his second pet, a werewolf. He ordered it to search the neighborhood looking for suspicious persons. The animal obediently listened to its master's order and promptly rushed to carry it out. Liu anxiously cried out that Yikingtian's beast was dying. Could they go and save him? But the young man remained still, as cold-blooded. It wasn't time yet. We just had to wait. The demon ape was no longer able to fight. He was only trying to defend himself, and the creature of unknown origin only frightened him. A little more, and the converted poisonous corpse reaches for the mirror and finally gets it. But the demon is desperate to continue with its task. It tears forward with the last of its strength, striking out. Damn it, this divine beast was even stronger than expected, and the poisonous corpse can't obtain the Kunlun mirror. While the hunter didn't despair, he decided to add one more thing. He figured the beast wouldn't survive after that. The man opened the mysterious vial, releasing another light smoke. His keen eyes spotted movement behind him. Yikingtian's pet did his task perfectly. He quickly found the suspicious people and reflexively knocked the vial out of the hunter's hands. In panic, the huntress cried out, "Oh no, now they're exposed!" The young man's third pet, a firebird, enters the battlefield. The demon violently releases a wave of fire from its throat that nearly consumes the hunters. Wolf comments angrily, "It's just a couple pieces of trash." But unfortunately, what his gaze failed to see was that there was not a single body in the fire. The hunters quietly moved to another location, was annoyed. He didn't want to use this body. His eyes lit up with the fire of hatred, and his expression became extremely cruel. He was extremely pissed off. He attacked the demons, and the wolf realized his oversight. They had been overly careless. He grasps the paws of the firebird and they fly away, for it is very dangerous here. But the man was finally mad. He noticed that his opponents were going to escape and said that he would not let them go so easily. He concentrated his spiritual powers and directed the spell towards the demons, early them. The firebird lost control and both animals collapsed to the ground. The huntress grinned. It was amazing that her partner could possess such strength even in this outside world. She's been inactive and not fighting for so long, so now it's her turn. The woman, she put the tip of her sword to the werewolf's neck. She likes to kill rabble. Wolf made a desperate attempt to dodge. The woman opened her mouth. Did he still have the strength to resist? Well, it's even more interesting for her. She swung her weapon again. From such a powerful blow, the wounded animal flew away for several meters. The firebird also decided to attack the woman, emitting a battle cry at attack. The hunter swiftly moved from one place to another and struck a powerful blow at the demon. The bird lost control again and crashed to the ground. But the huntress didn't like the fact that her partner decided to interfere in her fight, and she shouted furiously that she would kill them herself. They were her prey. And Qingtian jumped into the fray just in time. For just a little more, and his pets would be irreversibly damaged. The wolf fell to his knees. He apologized to his master, for he was too weak. Needless to say, the hero already knows everything. He asked his girlfriend to watch his pets for him, and Qingtian managed to wound the huntress, her partner gently holding her up so she wouldn't lose her balance. The boy turned to the pair. Who are these two, and why are they here? But the hunters made it clear that they wouldn't say anything. The guy grinned. He knows that they are from the Heaven Temple headquarters and want to steal his Kunlun mirror, doesn't he? There was a look of shock on the hunter's face that gave him away. But how did the hero know that? Yiting Tian, however, only replied that if they wanted to rob him, then they should have thought of the consequences. 1,000 blades of spiritual energy glared at the pair. The young man clenched his fist fiercely, pointing his swords towards the surrounded spellcasters. They've been caught off guard, it's time to go. The hero was pleased with his victory and grinned. These guys have such interesting treasures.